Chapter 293. Scramble for territory. The late Emperor has decreed that no general above the Earth spirit realm is allowed to come to Mount War God to cultivate. Your cultivation will be suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth spirit realm. Everyone will be treated the same, and you will be tested by the late Emperor. The middle stage of the Earth spirit realm was the basic requirement to be a general of 100 armies. In this way, this was a test of one's intent and martial arts. What is the test? Lin Ling was secretly curious. In another day, there will be a large number of demonic beasts coming out of the invisible demon river near the War God Mountain. They will head straight for the peak of the War God Mountain. What you have to do is to kill those demonic beasts. If the demonic beasts are able to reach the peak of the mountain and comprehend the War God intent, they will rush out of the War God Mountain and start a frenzied massacre in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, plunging everyone into misery and suffering. Sovereign King Li continued as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Therefore, the test is to kill all the beasts and record them with battle points. Normal beasts will be recorded with 1 point and high-level beasts will be recorded with 2 points. Battle points can also be exchanged for spiritual ginseng fruits. That's roughly it. Everyone, get ready. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, each of them received a golden jade tablet to record their battle achievements. Lin Ling, the top 10 of the War God list, can go to the War God Mountain and learn the War God martial arts. You must not miss this opportunity, especially the War God Fist. If you can learn it, it will definitely be of great help to you. The crowd dispersed gradually as Sovereign King Li walked towards Lin Ling and asked. The War God Fist is the blood and sweat of the late Emperor, comprehended by observing the ancient War God. However, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it because you're still young. As long as you haven't reached the heavenly spirit realm, you can come again next year. Moreover, the other War God martial arts aren't weak either, such as the War King's 6 swords and so on. Duke Duan also walked over and said. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the War God Mountain whose peak couldn't be seen. He nodded. He was very curious about the martial arts of the War God Mountain. Others might not know how impressive the War God martial arts were, but he knew. It was because through the eye of time, he had personally seen how powerful those 2 war gods were. Let's rest tonight and prepare to welcome the river demon tomorrow. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan both left. Because cultivating on Mount War God was the unfulfilled wish of the late Emperor, they didn't dare to go easy on Lin Ling. However, they guessed that with Lin Ling's mid-stage earthly spirit realm strength, he would more or less be able to learn a war god's martial art even though he was below average among the generals. Lin Ling, we have to work hard. If we can learn the War God's martial arts, I will definitely be able to become a general of 100 armies, and you will be able to enter the ranks of the 108 general stars. And Yuer and Lin Ling walked side by side. The general of 100 armies didn't mean that there were only 100 great generals. It meant that all the great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were only famous for having 108 general stars. 108 general stars. Lin Ling smiled faintly. It sounded very powerful, but as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he had nothing to fear. Looking from the foot of the mountain, Mount War God was vast and boundless. Looking up, one couldn't even see the peak of the mountain and could only see the misty clouds. All the great generals and commanders had chosen their positions and were quietly waiting for the great demon to climb out of the river tomorrow. Get lost, this place belongs to me. General Zhufei, I came here first. Aren't you too arrogant to be so overbearing? A better place can exterminate more demonic beasts. As one of the 108 general stars, I naturally want a better place. Do you, a useless commander, have the qualifications to speak to me? Alright, I will give way. In the surroundings of Mount War God, some of the great generals were fighting for advantageous positions and driving away the commanders in a domineering manner. In some places, there were even battles between great generals. As of now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's core forces were divided into ranks: genius elites, commanders, great generals, 108-star generals, and 4 kings. In order to rush to a higher rank, strength was undoubtedly the most important. What are you so proud of? Wait until the light from the late Emperor's legacy shrouds Mount War God tomorrow. You will also be at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and be on par with me. By then, I won't be afraid of you. Some of the commanders said in silence. They didn't have no chance to compete for Mount War God. After tomorrow, the light from the late Emperor's legacy would be released, and everyone's strength would be suppressed to the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. The light from the late Emperor's legacy would be used to prevent the great demons from escaping from Mount War God and shroud Mount War God with a powerful aura. As for the late Emperor, it was the king of Yunhai. Lin Ling and Anue found a flat ground to rest. There were plenty of the second prince's men around them, and they were all commanders and generals. Among them, there was a general star who was ranked at the bottom of the 108-star generals. After a silent night, the next day, the sun shone brightly. Mount War God suddenly released light and shrouded the entire mountain. Everyone was bathed in the light and instantly realized that their cultivation was suppressed. I am already at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. It doesn't affect me much. Lin Ling smiled and looked to the side. Anue had also woken up and was looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Last night, she seemed to have slept very soundly beside Lin Ling, and there was still a drop of sparkling perfume hanging from the corner of her mouth. That hazy appearance had a different taste, and Lin Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "Senior sisterin, it's at your mouth." Anue cried out in surprise, and her beautiful face turned red. At this moment, everyone stood up and quietly waited for the great demon to appear in the river. His Majesty the Second Prince only has this much strength. He only has 1 general star and no generals. The rest are all commanders. With such strength, he dares to compete with His Majesty the Crown Prince. At this moment, several figures walked over from the front. Zhao Qingshan, what is the meaning of this? On Lin Ling's side, a 20-something man stood up. He was a general star with 108 stars and was the leader of everyone. Of course, it didn't include Lin Ling. Nangong Yun, ranked 99th among the 108-star generals. How impressive. Among the star generals, you're ranked at the bottom, but in His Majesty the Second Prince's camp, I'm afraid you'll be treated pretty well. Could it be that you can only show off in front of the weak? Ha! The people who came over all had cold smiles on their faces. One of them was a youth in green clothes who spoke indifferently. This person was Zhao Qingshan, a famous general star of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and also the city lord of the Western Desert Ancient Desolate City. What do you want? Nangong Yun frowned and asked. Very simple. This place of yours is not bad, and we have taken a liking to it. So, we would like to ask you to leave. Zhao Qingshan placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently. Do you treat Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan as non-existent? You dare to provoke the second prince here. Nangong Yun's face turned cold. The other party was too arrogant and wanted to snatch the territory the moment they arrived. Behind him, all the commanders and generals also frowned. They were very unhappy with those people. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled coldly and watched quietly. I have already given face to the 2 dukes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much and would have asked you to leave on your knees. Now, let's not talk nonsense. This place of yours is flat, and there will naturally be great demons coming. How can we let your second prince monopolize such a good place? Zhao Qingshan didn't have any fear, and his voice turned even colder. If you want us to give up our place, then speak with your strength. I, Nangong Yun, will see how formidable you, Xiao Qingshan, are. Chapter 294. Banter Boom. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted. Ripples spread out, fog spread, and frost appeared on the ground. This innate spirit body is the 8th grade ice sound turbine, the famous innate spirit body of General Nangong. Behind Nangong Yun, the commanders all shouted in unison. The combination of sound waves and ice, interesting. However, a martial artist is a martial artist, and it has something to do with music. Do you think you are a heavenly melody user? You are a general, and a general actually plays with music. You have no dignity. Zhao Shanhe walked out and sneered. It's useless to say more. If you lose, take your people and get lost. Nangong Yun was unmoved. His long hair fluttered, and circles of white ripples sprayed out, making him look like an ice god. Buzz! 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 The great concept spread out like the sound of a bell, and the ground also shook. Crack! Not far away, Xiao Shanhe was affected by the sound waves, and his whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. He stood there quietly, completely different from before. He did not even make a move, and he was defeated in one move. This was extremely ironic. General Nangong is so powerful. That is the combination of sound waves and ice. Those who are affected by the sound waves are frozen into ice sculptures. Under the great concept of ice sound turbine, no one can make a move. The commanders were excited, and they were proud of Nangong Yun. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As expected of the general of 100 armies, his comprehension of the great concept was extremely skilled, and he was stronger than the opponents he had met before. However, at the same time, he looked forward and saw that the general behind Xiao Qingshan had a calm expression, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Something's wrong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Nangong Yun turned around and walked back. At the same time, he said indifferently, "You are inferior. I think you have nothing to say. Leave by yourself." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. He turned around and his eyes narrowed. The huge ice sculpture behind him cracked, and a large amount of green flames surged out, burning the ice. A man with green flames all over his body walked out. So cold, I almost froze to death. After the man walked out, he laughed mockingly. Who else could it be but Xiao Qingshan? He patted his clothes and said indifferently, "I have a fire elemental spirit body, 9th rank green desert wolf flame. In the barren land of the western sand, it is like the willow, the wisp of the great desert. All this time, I have never experienced the feeling of being cold. I thought that you would satisfy me, but in the end, you are nothing more than this. You've broken through my great concept." Nangong Yun's expression drastically changed. Don't look so surprised. We're both at the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. What matters is whose innate spirit body is stronger and whose comprehension of great concepts is deeper. I'm sorry, but you've lost to me in terms of innate spirit body and great concept. Xiao Qingshan slowly walked forward. The disdain on his face grew even stronger. Previously, you thought that you had won. You were so confident and arrogant. That face of yours really made me feel that it was funny. Great General Nangong turned around and left. He even said domineeringly, "Leave by yourself." Ha ha ha. General Zhao, this move of yours is quite insidious. He has lost all his face. What general star? He's just trash. General Nangong, I'll say one more time. Leave by yourself. How about that? The generals behind Xiao Qingshan all laughed mockingly, as if they were toying with an ant. General Nangong's face alternated between red and green. He had indeed thought that he had won before, causing him to lose all his face. He had been humiliated to the point of speechlessness by Zhao Qingshan. One had to know that he was a great general with 30,000 men under his command, but he was like an ant in front of him. We are both generals of 100 armies. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some pointers. Great concepts aren't used like this. Zhao Qingshan's expression instantly turned cold after he smiled. He reached out with one hand and a surging green flame surged out. It was like the willow, the wisp of the great desert as it swept towards Nangong Yun. Woo woo woo. The green willow, the wisp seemed cold on the surface, but its temperature was actually quite high. It was said that it could burn a person's soul. Ice wheel of 8 notes. Nangong Yun's body blossomed with light as icy mist continuously spat out, firmly protecting him. Woo woo. The green willow, the wisp turned into a ghost head and attacked. Hiss. Hiss. A fishy smell arose, and then Nangong Yun's icy mist was incinerated. His countenance turned pale as his figure was blasted flying. After he smashed to the ground, the green flames on his body still didn't extinguish, and they burned incessantly with the intention of burning his soul. Humph. General Nangong, you're nothing much. Zhao Qingshan grunted coldly and looked down upon Nangong Yun. He wasn't on the same side as Nangong Yun, and both of them were 108-star generals. So, he hadn't held back at all. What a terrifying innate spirit physique. That's a type of cold flame. All the other commanders had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they were far away, they still felt cold in their hearts. Out of consideration for the 2 kings, I won't kill all of you today. Fuck off right now. Remember, you have to leave on your knees. Zhao Qingshan placed his hands behind his back while he spoke with a voice that resounded like the might of the heavens. All the commanders fell silent. Zhao Qingshan was too strong, and the position of great general wasn't something that they could go against. Aren't the subordinates of His Majesty the Crown Prince a little too arrogant and overbearing? You dared to act recklessly on War God Mountain. Wouldn't you slaughter everything in the city? Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. Ha! You have a problem with that. Zhao Qingshan frowned slightly and looked at the person who spoke. He discovered that it was a young man. Lin Ling. As for all the commanders, they were also looking at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was currently a favorite of the second prince. Because he had contributed greatly to the ancient city of Sky Fragrance, he had become a general of the army. This kid was also considered to have outstanding talent and was the current #1 martial scholar. However, Lin Ling wasn't facing the current martial scholar, but an expert who had been famous for a long time. Now that he walked out, could it be that his strength was stronger than Nangong Yun? Lin Ling. So it's you, the junior who has been in the limelight recently. Even I have heard of you in the Western Sand Desert. However, what qualifications do you have to have a problem with that? Zhao Qingshan looked at Lin Ling with interest. Strength is qualification. Lin Ling walked out step by step towards Nangong Yun. He stretched out his right hand and absorbed the green flame on Nangong Yun's body. Then, the flame disappeared. Lin Ling, thank you. Nangong Yun said gratefully. Then, he wanted to remind Lin Ling that Zhao Qingshan wasn't weak. However, Lin Ling shook his head at him and walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. Zhao Qingshan watched quietly from the side and smiled mockingly. I agree with this sentence. Strength is qualification. Just like Nangong Yun, without strength, he can only be a stray dog. However, do you have the strength? Whether I have the strength or not, we'll know after the battle. Lin Ling stopped and said indifferently. Young people nowadays are so frivolous. They think that they can look down on everything just because they have some achievements. Fine, although the Crown Prince hasn't had any conflicts with the second prince, as your elder brother, I'll give you a few pointers. Zhao Qingshan snorted coldly and stretched out his right hand. On his palm, a wisp of green flame jumped. I won't say any nonsense about letting you have 3 moves because your strength is too weak. It's the same whether you let me have it or not. 1 move will make you understand yourself. Chapter 295. Playing with Fire. Roar. That green flame surged and actually turned into a wolf shape, pouncing at Lin Ling. This was a great concept, and it was a 9th grade spirit body. According to legends, the desert wolf green flame was formed from the wolf's soul. So terrifying. The expressions of all the commanders were solemn as they retreated a few steps. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were all somewhat worried, especially Nan Gongyun. He had fought with Zhao Qingshan before and knew how strange that flame was. It seemed to burn the soul. If you had other spirit bodies, I might have to use more effort, but a fire spirit body. Playing with fire. Can you beat me? Lin Ling had a calm expression and extended his right hand. On his palm, a white flame jumped. The temperature of this flame was very ordinary, and there was nothing extraordinary about it, but it was extremely dazzling. It is said that General Lin also has a fire spirit body. It seems like it is true, but can his flame be compared to Zhao Qingshan's desert wolf green flame? Nan Gongyun's eyes were constantly flickering. The generals behind Zhao Qingshan all had mocking expressions. Zhao Qingshan was one of the top few fire spirit bodies in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That Lin Ling actually dared to clash with Zhao Qingshan's flame. This was simply courting death. 2nd generation flame art, 3,000 burning flames, incinerate. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Ling gently waved his right hand and scattered the white flame. It was like stars in the night sky. Boom! The flame didn't look big, but every star had a scorching temperature. Tisk tisk. When that giant fire wolf came into contact with the white star flame, it was immediately corroded with holes. The giant wolf let out a cry of fear and was incinerated. The white flame was like a star that could start a prairie fire. What? Looking at this scene, Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed as though he couldn't believe his eyes. 9th grade spirit body. It is indeed something to be proud of, but the premise is that you have not met a martial artist with a 9th grade spirit body. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and flicked his finger. A wisp of white flame shot towards Zhao Qingshan like a shooting star. When it landed on Zhao Qingshan's body, it instantly set his entire body ablaze. This fire can't be extinguished. Zhao Qingshan was shocked. The white flame on his body wasn't big, but it continued to burn. Terrifying. What kind of flame was this? You haven't even reached perfection in the concept of fire, yet you dare call yourself a fire-controlling expert? Lin Ling looked at Zhao Qingshan indifferently. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't the sky spirit realm, he wasn't afraid at all. His words caused Zhao Qingshan's complexion to drastically change, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He never thought that although Lin Ling looked young, his talent and comprehension of concepts were above his. Puff! Under the continuous burning of the white flames, Zhao Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the general behind him had an extremely solemn expression. No matter how high the heavens are, there will always be someone better than you. You've only managed to comprehend the concept of fire, and yet you think you can look down on everything. The general of 100 armies is nothing more than this. Lin Ling opened his mouth again, his words filled with disdain. Now, can I say something? Get lost by yourself. Zhao Qingshan's right hand was almost completely burned. When he heard Lin Ling's words, his complexion turned even uglier. Previously, he thought that he was stronger, so he played with Nan Gongyun, making Nan Gongyun think that he had won and arrogantly said, "Get lost by yourself." After those words were said, he, Zhao Qingshan, immediately turned defeat into victory. It was for the satisfaction after playing with him. But now, when Lin Ling said these words again, the meaning was obvious. You have the strength, so continue to play with me and see if I have the qualifications to say these words. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, the youth did indeed have the strength to say these words. Don't you understand human language? Lin Ling said again. Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth. He endured the humiliation and braced himself to say, sure, but you have to extinguish the flames on my body first. The white flames on his body continued to burn and wouldn't be extinguished at all. Are you making a bargain? Or is it a request? Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened. He had already humbled himself, but Lin Ling still seemed to be humiliating him, disdaining his tone for being too arrogant. He was a general of hundreds of armies, when had he ever tried to lower his noble head? But now, he had no choice but to lower his head. General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Zhao Qingshan lowered his head and said. A general under His Majesty the Crown Prince is only a so-so. With such a servant, it seems that the master isn't much either. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His Majesty the Crown Prince was his enemy, so he wouldn't give him any face. What's more, today's matter was because these guys were arrogant and overbearing. They wanted to snatch the territory, so he didn't need to give them any face. He's humiliating His Majesty the Crown Prince, and humiliating us even more. Zhao Qingshan roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to get angry. He said again, General Lin, please extinguish the flames on my body. Seeing that you're begging so humbly, I'll spare you today. After all, I still have to give face to the two princes. Lin Ling nodded faintly and waved his right hand, sucking back the flames on Zhao Qingshan's body. Zhao Qingshan finally relaxed when the flames disappeared, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of wariness. He gritted his teeth and said, You've humiliated us today, and even more humiliated His Majesty the Crown Prince. Mountains and rivers will meet again. You've humiliated yourselves. Also, didn't you hear what I said before? Scram yourselves, not leave. Lin Ling's face was cold. Don't go too far, I'm still a general of an army. The fury in Zhao Qingshan's heart erupted like a volcano. If it hadn't been for the previous emperor's decree, causing his cultivation to be suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, he would have killed this youth long ago. I won't say the same thing twice. Lin Ling's attitude was exceedingly forceful. Scram! Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth and left on his knees with the other generals. His miserable appearance made the commanders feel like they were dreaming. They never thought that things would end up like this. Lin Ling, after the War God Mountain ends, I will personally take your life in the 100 Generals battle. Zhao Qingshan's heart was filled with resentment. His strength had been suppressed to the mid-earth spirit realm, so he couldn't extinguish the white flames from before. However, he was confident that if they were in the outside world, it would be easy for him to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength just now. It was only a small punishment. General Lin, you're amazing. Your realm isn't high among the generals, but your foundation is the most solid. After they left, Nan Gongyun said with admiration. She didn't expect this youth to have such a reputation, but his strength wasn't weak either. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's not luck. I've come to War God Mountain a few times, and every time, the advantageous areas have been snatched away. This is the first time we've repelled the enemy. The commanders shook their heads. In War God Mountain, being bullied was a common occurrence. The weak didn't have any right to speak. Chapter 296. Demon beasts leave the river. Lin Ling, I think it's better for you to lead everyone in the War God Mountain training this time. Nan Gongyun also had this thought. Perhaps in the outside world, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. But here, Lin Ling's strength was above his. "All right, I'll do my best." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "Oh whoa." Not long after, the war god mountain began to tremble. The roars of countless demonic beasts came from the front. The originally clear and crystalline river in front of them was now surging with monstrous waves. Terrifying demonic beasts crawled out from the river one after another. The demonic beasts in this river are extremely powerful. Now that they are swarming out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop them. Lin Ling said gravely as he stared into the distance. I heard that those demonic beasts are comprehending the battle god intent every day, which allowed them to become stronger. Right now, they only want to rush to the peak of Mount War God and leave Mount War God like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. When that happens, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. And Yue nodded solemnly and said, however, the demonic beasts in the early stages aren't very strong, so it's time for us to fight for merits. He's out. Right at this moment, Nangong Yun shouted loudly. A giant silver-armored crab crawled out from the churning waves of the river. This crab was at least 500 meters long and had 4 giant pincers. Moreover, it was extremely fast. With each step it took, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. On the other side, a 1,000-meter-long black water snake crawled out. It opened its mouth and spat out endless poisonous fog. Sure enough, the demonic beasts near War God Mountain were all stronger than usual. Kill. The commanders and generals had all fought on the battlefield before, so their fighting spirit was boiling as they rushed towards the demonic beasts. In that instant, the great earth trembled, as if a great calamity was approaching. Every year at this time, the demonic beasts come out of the river. It is also the time for the generals and commanders to train. However, I wonder how many commanders will die in this massacre. Far in the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan looked into the distance. Duke Duan let out a soft sigh. As the generals and commanders of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, if they aren't at the front lines, are they going to let the commoners go? Moreover, since you've embarked on the path of a martial artist and have a higher status than ordinary people, you should also bear a certain amount of responsibility. Yeah. Sovereign King Li nodded his head. However, his gaze turned cold. Demonic beasts are scary. But for the sake of battle merits, there will be plenty of bloodshed between humans as well. The human heart is unpredictable. Then, both of them fell silent at the same time. Rumble. In all directions of the War God Mountain, demonic beasts rushed out of the river. The various generals and commanders were doing their best to kill the demonic beasts, dyeing the river red. However, the smell of blood only served to make the greater demonic beasts even more violent. An ordinary demonic beast is worth 1 battle point, while a powerful demonic beast is worth 2 battle points. Yes. Lin Ling brandished the brilliant resurgent sword as flames spewed out from it. He killed the demonic beasts unceasingly, and his battle merits increased rapidly. In the beginning, the demonic beasts were not very strong. Therefore, the generals were also competing with each other as they fought. This place is flat and there are many demonic beasts. Who's the leader here? Come out. This place belongs to me. In the distance, a general arrived at Lin Ling's territory. Dust billowed as he roared, wanting to take over Lin Ling's territory. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out as well. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. It's chaos now. The 2 dukes can't care so much. Since you're so arrogant, I'll just kill you. That general sneered and shot his spear at Lin Ling. Fire dance of the sun. The other party was clearly here to kill. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't hold back. He executed the 3rd-generation flame art. Boom! Sword light flashed like a blazing sun in the sky. That general was burned to ashes. Some experts in the War God Mountain were also paying attention to the situation here. They were secretly surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Of course, there were also some who were disdainful. Rumble. Gradually, more and more demonic beasts appeared. The War God Mountain became even more chaotic. This is a catfish beast. It's a powerful demonic beast. It's recorded as 2 points, but its strength isn't strong. I can also deal with it. While the surroundings were in chaos, and Yuer was also constantly killing demonic beasts to increase her strength. At the same time, she saw a demonic beast that could be easily dealt with. Catfish beast. It's only a half-grown body. This demonic beast is mine. At this moment, a loud shout came. Another man in red armor walked over. He was like an ancient giant. Every step he took shook the heavens and earth. Obviously, he wanted to snatch in Yuer's harvest. Sir, this is the second prince's camp. You've overstepped your boundaries. Moreover, I saw this demonic beast first. Seeing that person running over, and Yuer frowned. That person was a bit overbearing. The second prince. He seems very powerful. But I'm sorry, the battle achievements are also very important to me. Don't you know that battle achievements can also be exchanged for the cultivation of spirit ginseng fruits and raise the cultivation of the earth spirit realm? The man in red armor smiled faintly and increased his speed. You're so unruly. Aren't you afraid of offending the second prince? And Yuer's beautiful face turned ugly. Although the second prince can't be offended, I'm the Imperial Preceptor's subordinate. Why would the Imperial Preceptor be afraid of the second prince? Of course, I won't offend the second prince for no reason. So as long as you're dead, who will know what happened today? The man in red armor smiled coldly, revealing his killing intent. You're so despicable. And Yuer gritted her teeth. A dead person doesn't need to talk so much. A huge palm slapped towards Yuer. Baleful aura surged like a meteor crashing down. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant in my territory? At this moment, a sword light slashed over. The dazzling cross-shaped flame didn't seem big, but when it slashed onto the huge palm, it instantly split it into pieces. So strong. Ah! The man in red armor's expression changed. His palm had been slashed into pieces. He looked at the youth running over from afar with a trace of fear in his heart. His strength was at the late stage of the earth spirit realm. Although it was suppressed to the middle stage of the earth spirit realm, his 8th grade innate spirit body had already cultivated to the realm of great perfection. However, he still couldn't block the youth's sword. It was obvious that the youth's innate spirit body was stronger than his, and also at the realm of great perfection. Sorry, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't know this was your territory. I'll leave immediately. The man in red armor said and wanted to leave. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Ah! The youth in the distance drifted over like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He coldly stared at the man in red armor. He was naturally Lin Ling. You want me to stay? Do you know who I am? I'm the Imperial Preceptor's man. The man in red armor frowned. Imperial Preceptor. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. According to his understanding of the Cloud Sea Empire, the 4 princes were the strongest. His Majesty the Crown Prince, the second prince, and the third prince. This was the first time he'd heard of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor is an important figure that even His Majesty the Crown Prince has to treat with respect. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't make a mistake. The man in red armor saw Lin Ling hesitate and immediately smiled coldly. He could also see that the youth seemed to be a bit afraid. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling wasn't afraid, but was deep in thought. Chapter 297. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon Mistake. You don't have the strength. Kill. Lin Ling raised his sword. A dazzling light bloomed, and a destructive aura rippled out. You want to kill me? Kill. The red-armored man's pupils constricted. He didn't think that the young man would still dare to kill him after knowing about the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor had a deep foundation and was an existence that couldn't be provoked in the Yunhai Empire. Do you think I need to explain? Lin Ling's sword became colder. Let me tell you, I have the Imperial Advisor's bloodline. If you kill me, no one will be able to save you. The red-armored man panicked. The young man in front of him was too strong, too decisive. Even he was in awe of him. Tell that to King Yama when you go to hell. Kill. Swish. A blue-white flame slashed out, turning into a sword ray. The red-armored man couldn't block it at all and was reduced to ashes. Lin Ling, he's the Imperial Advisor's subordinate. Kill. And Yue quickly walked over and said worriedly. So what if he's the Imperial Advisor? He wanted to kill you before. If he dares to attack you, whether it's the Imperial Advisor or the Yunhai King, I'll do the same. When he came to this world, what he valued the most was kinship. He and Yu had known each other for a long time. How could he watch something happen to Yu? Looking at the resolute young man, Yu was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in her heart, and a warm feeling flowed out. After the era changed, the Yin family couldn't escape the calamity. She was almost drowned by the era, but at the most critical moment, the young man reached out to her and saved her. Now, the young man had been silently protecting her without any regrets. Thank you, Lin Ling. And Yue said gratefully. Tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. Okay, let's go back. The demonic beasts will be even more difficult to deal with. Try not to go too far from me. Don't leave our territory. Lin Ling smiled and wiped away the tears on Yue's delicate face. Then, the two left side by side. What? My little brother is dead. Who is it? At this moment, on the other side of War God Mountain, a tall and sturdy red-haired man flew into a rage. His hair stood on end and he held a bug in his hand. However, that bug was already dead. These insects were fed with his heart's blood. There were two in total, one for him and one for his brother. As long as one of them was in trouble, the other would be able to detect it. Sir Yang fading, perhaps Yang Kongqing died in the mouth of a demon beast. One of the commanders said reverently. In the beginning, the demonic beast couldn't threaten my brother at all. It must have been killed by someone. How bold. I want to see who dares to touch the people of the state preceptor's residence. The red-haired man said murderously. But there are too many people on War God Mountain. There's no way to investigate. However, we can investigate where Sir Yang Kongqing went. The commander said respectfully. Then let's go immediately. After we finish cultivating on Mount War God, I want to know who it is. The red-haired man's killing intent soared to the sky. He took a step forward and punched out. The unparalleled fist light turned countless demonic beasts in front of him into a rain of blood. The state preceptor's residence was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Cloud Sea Empire. They seemed to be low-key, but even the third prince didn't dare to slight them. That was because the state preceptor was a favorite of the previous emperor. Rumble. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts appeared. It was as if they had come from ancient times. Their huge bodies shook the world. At present, the generals of the various factions had about the same amount of battle merits. Only by killing stronger demonic beasts could they stand out and become the generals with the most battle merits. Kill. Kill. The generals of the various factions were all majestic. Here were the Crown Prince's faction, the Second Prince's Majesty, the Third Prince's Majesty, the State Preceptor, the Empress Dowager, the Four Kings, and so on. They all had their own factions. While cultivating, they were also fighting for the glory of their factions. The battle cries continued for an entire day and night. Blood flowed like a river on Mount War God. Many demonic beasts died, but of course, many cultivators died as well. At night, Mount War God was slightly quiet. Everyone was resting, waiting for the next Demon King to come out of the river. The Demon King was the final demonic beast. Victory and defeat would be decided at that moment. The next day, the sun slowly shone down. There was a short moment of silence on Mount War God, but everyone's face was solemn. They knew that the Demon King was about to come out of the river. Facing the Demon King, only the top experts of the various factions had the strength to fight against it. As for the commanders, they could only support from the side. The previous Demon King was the Poison Ghost Mother. I don't know what it is this time. I only hope that the generals won't allow it to ascend Mount War God. Otherwise, the Demon King will escape from the previous Emperor's decree and fly out of Mount War God. From afar, Sovereign King Li said solemnly. The previous Emperor's decree was a huge light that shrouded Mount War God, preventing the demonic beasts from leaving. However, because the spiritual chi was too strong, it also suppressed the strength of the generals, causing all of them to be at mid-earthly spirit realm. There are many experts among the generals who came for training this time. There's the Crown Prince, Second Prince, Third Prince, Imperial Advisor, Empress Dowager, and the experts under us Four Kings. We should be able to stop the Demon King from reaching the peak. Duke Duan's eyes flickered. That's true. However, compared to the other factions, I hope that our generals can kill the Demon King. If that's the case, we can enter the peak of Mount War God. Sovereign King Li said with anticipation. Duke Duan shook his head. Currently, the generals and their faction weren't strong. They couldn't be compared to the Crown Prince, Imperial Advisor, and Empress Dowager. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook. A murderous aura shot up to the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the river water soared into the sky, and a two-headed flood dragon, its entire body shining with golden light, crawled out. This flood dragon was over 1,000 meters long, and it swallowed the clouds. One of the flood dragon's heads spat out lightning, while the other spat out icy mist. As it slowly emerged from the river, the vast river water seemed to recede, and half of it sank. Roar! The two-headed dragon roared. Behind it, a large number of water demons followed. Then, it looked at the peak of Mount War God and charged towards it. Obviously, it knew that it had to reach the peak of Mount War God in order to break free. Of course, there would be many martial artists stopping it during this process. Thunder Ice Golden Dragon. Looking at the tyrannical demonic beast from afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan sucked in a cold breath. This demonic beast was recorded in the ancient records. It had an ancient bloodline. Although it wasn't fully grown yet, its strength was comparable to an early Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. Heavenly Spirit Realm. If it wasn't for the previous Emperor's decree, this demonic beast would have left on the clouds long ago. We must stop it. Sovereign King Li roared. This time, the Demon King was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, the eyes of everyone on War God Mountain narrowed. That Demon King made them tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. Two-headed dragon. Try my strength. A general was filled with confidence. He took a big step forward and charged towards the two-headed dragon. With a swing of his saber, he shouted, "Void Extermination /" Chapter 298. Battle Merits Ownership Roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, and one of its heads swallowed the general as if it was about to swallow the heavens and the earth. The general then disappeared from the world. How terrifying! Its strength has definitely reached the heavenly spirit realm. Everyone was shocked. A heavenly spirit realm demonic beast, not to mention that their cultivation was suppressed, many of them wouldn't be able to move the demonic beast at all. Bang bang bang. The earth shook as the two-headed flood dragon rushed to the top of the mountain. Everywhere it passed, there was a rain of blood. A large number of cultivators were swallowed, and the demonic beast behind the two-headed flood dragon was also violent and bloodthirsty, constantly devouring cultivators. In an instant, the situation on Mount War God changed. At first, it was the generals killing the demonic beast, but now, it was the demonic beast killing the generals. Kill. A large number of experts from the third prince's camp charged towards the two-headed flood dragon. Roar. The two-headed flood dragon let out an angry roar, and one of its heads raged with lightning, killing a large number of experts. The path to Mount War God became smooth. The third prince's men don't deserve their reputation. Go. The crown prince's men also moved out, led by a general ranked 81st among the 108 stars. His body moved, and ghost fog filled the air as he transformed into a headless ghost general. Riding a 9-nether horse, he slashed towards the two-headed flood dragon. General Nether Horse, the crown prince's favorite. Unfortunately, his strength is still a bit weak in my eyes. The two-headed flood dragon is mine. The generals from the Imperial Advisors camp, the Empress Dowager's camp, and the Four Kings camp all moved out. Roar. A chaotic battle broke out everywhere. The two-headed flood dragon roared again and again. Its two heads intertwined and actually fused together, transforming into an even larger golden flood dragon. Although the top generals of the various great powers had injured it, it seemed to have become even stronger because of its anger. Lightning and ice swept across the entire Mount War God. Its golden scales had an extremely strong defense, and it wasn't afraid of any blade slashes. The Demon King is angry, retreat. Retreat. A large number of commanders died, and the remaining generals retreated temporarily. However, they all had cold smiles on their faces, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. They were determined to obtain the Demon King's battle merit. Among them, General Yang Fading of the Imperial Advisors' residence. Yi Linyun of the Crown Prince, Zhao Qingshan. Heng Hanyue of the Empress Dowager's camp. The third princes Qian Fangxue, Ling Tianfeng, and the others. These top experts had been eyeing them covetously, quietly waiting for an opportunity. All the commanders waited quietly. They didn't have the strength to kill the Demon King, so they could only wait for the great general behind the scenes. For a time, the cheers of the various camps could be heard. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan narrowed their eyes. Even though the giant dragon Demon King was getting closer and closer to the peak of the God of War mountain, they knew that the moment the giant dragon Demon King successfully reached the peak, there would definitely be experts who would make their move. At that time, it would depend on who would obtain the final battle merit. All of the generals were at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and it was still unknown who would be the one to receive the prize. At this moment, Lin Ling was also rushing towards the giant dragon Demon King. He wouldn't let go of such a huge achievement. Someone's making a move. You're courting death. Not just anyone can touch a Demon King. You overestimate yourself. The giant dragon Demon King crazily rushed forward, and the experts around it temporarily avoided its attack. Therefore, Lin Ling's appearance was extremely conspicuous. Many people saw him, but all of them smiled disdainfully. If the Demon King was so easy to kill, they would have made their move long ago. Why wait for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow? There are always people who want to take advantage of others in this world. Unfortunately, if they want to obtain battle merit without strength, they'll lose their lives. General Yang Fading didn't care about the youth's appearance. He was gathering his aura and preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Similarly, the strongest general in the Crown Prince's camp, Yi Linyun, closed his eyes and gathered his aura. It's him, General Yi Linyun. We should make our move. If we're too slow, the youth will steal our battle merit. On the side, Zhao Qingshan frowned. He recognized Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's strength ranked at the top among the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Now that all of the expert strength had been suppressed to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm, this meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than theirs. Perhaps he would steal their battle merit. General Zhao, it's just a youth. Why are you so flustered? Don't be impatient. Yi Linyun's aura was steady as he smiled faintly. He didn't care about Lin Ling at all. At this moment, no one cared about what Lin Ling would do. They were silently waiting for the generals in their camp to make their move. The Demon King has strength close to the Sky Spirit realm. However, it's not quite there yet. As long as it's not in the Sky Spirit realm, I still have a chance to kill it. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he caught up to the giant dragon Demon King. He gripped his sword even tighter. Roar! The giant dragon Demon King was still running wildly. It had also seen Lin Ling, but didn't pay him any attention. Its enormous head spat out a pillar of lightning and ice at Lin Ling. Flaming Sky Cross Slash. Lin Ling's expression grew serious as the surging power attacked. Blue and white flames rose on the blade of his sword. It was obvious that he didn't dare underestimate the Demon King. He'd used a powerful sword move right off the bat. Whoosh! The enormous flaming sky cross slash slashed out like a hot knife through butter. The flaming sky cross slash split the Demon King's golden scales into 4 pieces. When the flaming sky cross slash landed on the Demon King's golden scales, the Demon King's golden scales began to burn. This unforeseen event caused the generals who were gathering their momentum to narrow their eyes. That young man had actually injured the Demon King. One had to know that up until now, the only ones who could shake the Demon King and injure it were the generals of the various camps. That young man was unfamiliar to them, but he'd succeeded. Who is he? Many great generals shouted coldly. He seems to be Lin Ling, who was in the limelight a while ago. Some people recognized Lin Ling and cried out in surprise. Lin Ling. The great generals of the various camps narrowed their eyes. At the same time, anger rose in their hearts. It must be known that in their hearts, the giant dragon Demon King had long been theirs. But Lin Ling, a junior in name but not in reality, was snatching away their battle merits. Flaming Sun Dance. On the road ahead, a cold voice rang out once again. Everyone saw a blazing sun dance across the sky, and the giant dragon Demon King let out a painful cry. It was obvious that the sword slash had caused even greater damage. His grand concept is definitely at the perfect realm, and his innate spiritual body is definitely not weak. To be able to shake a Demon King that's close to the heavenly spirit realm, it's impossible for him to do so without this bit of strength. In the Imperial Advisor's residence, General Yang Fading's previously indifferent expression changed. His eyes narrowed. If this continued, the battle merits would be stolen by Lin Ling. Does this junior know the rules? Yi Linyun's expression was also ugly. He couldn't wait any longer. That young man wasn't as weak as he thought. If he didn't make a move now, the Demon King wouldn't belong to him anymore. This brat. Zhao Qingshan's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling was as dazzling as a star, which made him extremely unwilling. Not long ago, he was humiliated by Lin Ling. Right now, he wanted to see Lin Ling be devoured by the Demon King, not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. General Lin, General Lin. In the second prince's camp, the generals were all cheering. Nan Gong-yun, on the other hand, was laughing proudly. He had originally planned to participate in the battle, but the giant dragon Demon King wasn't like the previous Demon Kings, so after assessing its strength, he decided not to participate in the battle. Chapter 299. Slay the Demon King. In the distance, Sovereign King Li and the other Demon King were equally shocked. They had not expected Lin Ling's base strength to be this strong. If he maintained this state, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the Demon King. Unfortunately, the other Demon Kings would not let Lin Ling have his way. General Yang Fading had made his move. Yi Linyun also made his move. Heng Yinue, Ling Tianfeng, and other top-notch great generals all made their moves. They would never allow Lin Ling to obtain the battle merit. Several generals attacked, all of their attacks were directed at the giant dragon Demon King. Moreover, Lin Ling was the closest to the giant dragon Demon King. From the looks of it, they wanted to kill Lin Ling as well. How despicable. Lin Ling injured the Yao King, and now they're attacking. They're taking advantage of the situation. And Yue looked into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Earlier, the giant flood dragon Demon King's aura was the strongest. All the top generals were gathering their auras and didn't attack. It was only when Lin Ling injured the Demon King that the generals wanted to take advantage of the situation. Furthermore, he wanted to kill both Lin Ling and the Monster King. And Yuer's commander behind her also said angrily, "These generals are trying to snatch military merits. Shameless." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As a general, one must learn such tactics. That's right. All is fair in war. What's more, we're saving that young man. That young man definitely won't be able to kill the Demon King by himself. On the contrary, he'll die in the Demon King's mouth. If we attack, the Demon King will be distracted to deal with us, allowing that young man to escape. As if to establish their prestige, General Yang Fading and the others shouted loudly, causing the commanders in their camp to cheer, covering up their shameless methods of taking advantage of others. Rumble. With several generals attacking at the same time, coupled with the fact that the demonic Dragon King had been injured by Lin Ling earlier, it could no longer withstand the generals' attacks. It let out a series of cries and finally fell to the ground. Boom! Dust flew into the air. Many people's hearts trembled violently, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Who killed the Demon King in the end and obtained the battle credit? Moreover, Lin Ling was also implicated in the attack. He was afraid that he would be killed along the way. The Demon King belongs to me, Yang Fading. That might not be the case. As long as I, Yi Linyun, am here, the merit will belong to me. Many great generals spoke with ice-cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. At that moment, on the mountain path, a cloud of dust was spreading out. After a short period of silence, suddenly, a roar filled the air. The gigantic dragon with golden scales stood up again and madly rushed towards the top of the mountain. The demon monarch was still alive. At this moment, everyone's faces froze. This sudden turn of events shocked all the great generals. Wait, look at the giant dragon's head, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. A figure stood quietly on top of the running giant dragon. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face revealed a touch of indifference. His hand was raised high, and in his palm, there was a blue and white flame. The flame was constantly dancing, but it emitted a forbidden aura. It's Lin Ling. He's not dead yet. Why is he standing on the Archfiend's head? What is he trying to do? Everyone's hearts trembled violently. That slender figure in their hearts gave them a strong sense of pressure. Oh no, he's trying to steal the merit. Yi Linyun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly shouted. He vaguely guessed what was going on. Yang Fading and the other great generals who were ranked 108 stars felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It was as if they couldn't bear the sudden reversal of events. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he appeared on top of the demon monarch's head, as if he was preparing to deal a fatal blow. Junior, how dare you steal my merit? All the great generals rushed forward. They absolutely couldn't accept that Lin Ling stole their merit. If that was the case, they would lose all their face today, and their efforts would be in vain. From the moment I attacked the giant flood dragon archfiend, the merit belonged to me. No matter how you try to steal it, it's useless. But I still have to thank you. This move of mine takes a long time to prepare. If it weren't for all of you attacking the archfiend and injuring it again, I wouldn't have had time to prepare. A cold voice sounded out from above the archfiend's head. The youth's lips curved up in a mocking smile, causing the faces of Yang Fading and the other great generals to turn even uglier. They thought that Lin Ling was the mantis and they were the oriole, taking advantage of Lin Ling. But they never imagined that Lin Ling was the eagle behind the oriole. Not only did they not take advantage of Lin Ling, but they even helped him. Junior, you're dreaming. Die. The great generals were getting closer and closer to the giant flood dragon archfiend. They all attacked. Too late. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly shook his head. The taboo flame that had been brewing in his palms suddenly slammed down on the archfiend below him. First generation flame technique, burning heavenly flames. Bang! A wisp of flame could incinerate the sky. The taboo flame blossomed with magnificent radiance and rose up into a giant mushroom cloud. The giant flood dragon archfiend let out a cry. Its golden body was blasted apart and scattered into pieces. The flames were like a tide, pouring down from the mountain path in layers. The entire peak of Mount War God was turned into a sea of fire. Not good. Yang Fading and the others were still rushing forward. When they saw the taboo flame pouring down, their faces changed drastically. They turned around and fled. Among them, Yi Linyun was slightly slower. When he was touched by the flames, his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Such terrifying flames. Sigh. Looking at the volcanic eruption in front of them, everyone's eyes narrowed. They quickly retreated. The flames were like the Inferno Emperor's wrath, turning Mount War God into a sea of fire. This. Sigh. From afar, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan's faces froze. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, he was the #1 martial scholar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But they didn't expect that this evaluation was still too low. In just a short period of time, Lin Ling's strength was already enough to wipe out more than half of the generals in the army. This lad always surprises me every time we meet. How many tricks does he have up his sleeves? Duke Duan suddenly let out a bitter smile. 2 astral bodies with fire innate talent. Both of them are at the perfected stage of the fire concept. What's more, they are fused together. No wonder no one in the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm is a match for him. Perhaps he doesn't even fear the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Sovereign King Li sighed. Rumble. Mount War God was like a volcano. The final winner of the battle merit of killing the archfiend was the youngest general of the army, Lin Ling. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Yang Fading and the others. They felt disgusted as if they had just eaten a fly. They were all at the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm and had outstanding military achievements. They had defeated many experts from the Ophidian Nation and Stone Saint Nation. Hence, in their hearts, the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm was simply an ant. From the moment the archfiend appeared, they didn't put any mid-stage Earth Spirit realm martial artists in their eyes. But today, Lin Ling snatched their battle merits and even gave them a resounding slap in the face. Paw! At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the endless sea of fire in front of them. Then, a slender figure slowly walked down. His handsome face was still cold, but his eyes were still as calm as an ancient well as he stared at the crowd. Apologies, I snatched the battle merits. Sorry. Chapter 300. Ares Martial Arts, General Lin, General Lin. After a short moment of silence, the second prince's camp erupted with cheers. Lin Ling was now everyone's idol. Alright, this year's training is over. First place goes to Lin Ling. At this moment, another cheer rang out. It was Sovereign King Li's voice, causing Yang Fading and the others' faces to darken. And those who fought side by side with Lin Ling will also receive 100 battle merits. Sovereign King Li continued. This time, the people in the second prince's camp were excited. Battle merits can be exchanged for the spirit ginseng fruit that was left behind by the previous emperor. I hope you all remember that this is only a training session to make you stronger and prepare for the upcoming 100 Generals battle. Duke Duan's voice rang out. The two of them stepped on the vast river and walked over step by step. Everyone who received battle merits was excited and prepared to exchange for the spirit ginseng fruit. The spirit ginseng fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that this treasure had the corresponding spiritual chi of a spiritual chi seed and was very effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. This was also the reason why Mount War God didn't need heavenly spirit realm cultivators for the training. Because the spirit ginseng fruit was only effective for earthly spirit realm cultivators. The top 10 of the battle merits will be able to enter the peak of Mount War God tomorrow. Sovereign King Li said again. Usually, these words would make the great generals even more excited. But today, many great generals had ugly expressions. This was because Lin Ling had snatched first place in terms of battle merits. It was not the first time that many great generals had come to the War God Mountain. They had already begun to comprehend the War God martial arts. As long as they obtained first place this time, they would have the opportunity to enter the highest War God Mountain and cultivate the War God martial arts to perfection. But all of this was interrupted by Lin Ling. If they wanted to learn more powerful Ares martial arts, they would have to wait until next year. Lin Ling, the day I leave Mount War God, I will make you regret stepping on my head. Yang Fading and the others coldly stared at Lin Ling. The anger in their hearts almost burned them to ashes. Because of the late emperor's will, their strength was suppressed to the mid-earthly spirit realm. They couldn't do anything to Lin Ling in the War God Mountain, but that might not be the case once they leave the War God Mountain. Lin Ling ignored the resentful gazes of Yang Fading and the others. He smiled and walked towards Yuera and the others. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, Yuera and the others smiled happily. Lin Ling, amazing. I didn't expect you to become so strong. Yuera said with some surprise. Every time she saw Lin Ling would surprise her. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled, you're exaggerating. In fact, he was already this strong when he was in the Heavenly Fragrance ancient city, so he wasn't too surprised. No matter what you do, you always have a calm face. But I'm about to break through to the martial spirit realm, you have to give me some pointers. Yuera smiled, revealing a different girly attitude. Lin Ling was slightly stunned, then he nodded and said, no problem, senior sister. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan also walked over. Lin Ling, good job. You've won glory for His Majesty. To be honest, I didn't have high expectations for you at first, but I didn't expect that even I would misjudge you. Sovereign King Li walked over and said with a smile. First place on the war merit board, you will receive 10 spiritual ginseng fruits, and the people who follow you will receive 1 spiritual ginseng fruit. Duke Duan looked at Lin Ling with admiration and said. Those words made Lin Ling smile gently, his heart was filled with joy. His current cultivation level mostly came from killing his opponents and extracting their spiritual chi seeds. This was the first time he used treasures to cultivate in the earthly spirit realm. Hearing the words of the two dukes, the eyes of the people from the other factions turned red with jealousy, especially the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Prince. They were jealous and angry. Although the second prince wasn't as useless as before, he still couldn't be compared to the deep-rooted major factions like the Imperial Advisor's residence. But now, the second prince was standing above them. When they returned, they wouldn't be able to report back. They might even be scolded. Everyone, disperse. Those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board will stay and head to the peak of War God Mountain tomorrow. Sovereign King Li looked at the crowd and his face returned to its usual cold expression. At this moment, the training on War God Mountain had come to an end. However, many people didn't leave. They had a feeling that after the training on War God Mountain ended, something would happen. So, they were happy to watch the show. The night passed silently. The next morning, those in the top 10 of the War Merit Board were waiting quietly. They were Yang Fading and the others. Lin Ling was the first on the War Merit Board, so he was naturally among them. Brat, how dare you snatch the merit from the Imperial Advisor's residence? When we get out, I will give you an explanation. Yang Fading looked at Lin Ling indifferently. The others also looked at Lin Ling coldly. If this wasn't War God Mountain and Sovereign King Li wasn't here, they would have attacked long ago. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and suddenly found it funny. May I ask, is War God Mountain your home? Has the merit been decided by you? It's just a fair competition. How can you blame others for your loss? I can only say that you are all trash. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Linyan's voice was low. He wasn't in a good mood because he didn't get the merit. But who knew that the young man didn't apologize and instead mocked them from above? Arrogant. You asked for it. Since War God Mountain isn't your home and the merit wasn't decided by you, what right do you have to be unhappy with your loss? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. If we were in the outside world, we could kill you with a single finger. Yang Fading snorted coldly. He was as sullen as Yi Linyun because Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. He was just taking advantage of the late emperor's decree. How could they feel good when someone who wasn't as strong as them was standing above them? Crazy. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. These guys thought they could defeat him outside. What a joke. You. Lin Ling's indifferent attitude made Yang Fading and the others even angrier. Those in the top 10, come with me. At this moment, Sovereign King Li's voice rang out. Yang Fading and the others could only suppress their anger for now. Then, the group of them headed towards the peak. At the foot of the mountain, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. That was the advantage of being in the top 10. They could learn the War God's martial arts. The War God's martial arts was an extremely powerful concept. Everyone knew that when a martial artist comprehended a concept, it was mostly related to their innate spirit body. But the War God concept was something that all martial artists could comprehend. It had nothing to do with their innate spirit body. And to have an additional War God concept, that meant having an additional innate spirit body. Who wouldn't want that? As for comprehending the War God Mountain, those in the top would be closer to the peak. Those in the bottom would be closer to the middle of the mountain. This was also the reason why Yang Fading and the others were jealous of Lin Ling. The War God's martial arts were created by the late emperor after observing the ancient War God. It is broad and profound, as vast as the sea. Although that kid can comprehend the martial arts at the peak, he might not be able to do so. He might not even be able to learn a single martial art. On the path of martial arts, one's foundation is extremely important. That kid is so young, his foundation must not be solid. General Yang, I agree with your opinion. That kid shouldn't be able to learn anything. Chapter 301. Viewing the ancient battle, god Lin Ling naturally didn't know what they were thinking. He arrived at the peak of the mountain alone and saw an ancient boulder. On the boulder, there were many fist marks, sword marks, and spear marks. When he got closer, an illusion appeared in front of him. It was the scene of a man in embroidered clothes practicing martial arts. Similar to the Fire Ancient Clan's Savage Valley, the essence of martial arts is left in the boulder. However, these martial arts are of a higher level, all of them are of the earth rank. Lin Ling thought. Sovereign King Li had said that he only had 3 days to comprehend the war god's martial arts. Once the 3 days were up, everyone had to leave the mountain. This was the previous emperor's order. Therefore, Lin Ling only had 3 days left. As for the earth rank martial arts, 3 days was obviously not enough to comprehend them. Lin Ling had heard from General Nan Gongyun that many generals came to Mount War God to comprehend martial arts for several years. Every year, they would comprehend some martial arts until they reached the heavenly spirit realm and lost the qualifications to come. This showed how difficult the war god's martial arts were. I don't have that much time to come every year. Lin Ling shook his head and walked around the boulder. War General Overlord Spear, Earth rank 5th grade. Once the Overlord Spear is out, who else can it be but me? In front of him, a huge red spear appeared and pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The tip of the spear rippled with thunder and fire. Under the spear, heaven and earth changed. Earth rank 8th grade. Not learning. Lin Ling looked carefully for a while and shook his head. Although the martial arts were not weak, his time was limited. Therefore, if he wanted to learn it, he would learn the strongest one. War King's 6 styles, War Heaven, War Earth, War God. Another powerful martial art appeared in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown slightly. The power of the martial art was not bad. If he could learn it, his invincible strength in the earth spirit realm would be even more stable. However, Lin Ling was still unwilling. After all, it was rare for him to come to Mount War God. If he only learned the War King's 6 styles, it would be too much of a loss. If time allows, I want to learn all the martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Boom! At this moment, a golden fist appeared in front of them. An ancient aura spread out, and under the golden fist, all living beings were blasted apart by the fighting spirit, obliterating everything. War God Fist. This fist is a martial art that I comprehended from watching the ancient war gods fight. This martial art currently does not have any ranks. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. First style, Chant. The golden fist was filled with boundless battle intent, destroying everything in its path. In the illusion, an ancient Qilin that towered between heaven and earth was struck by the fist. Its huge body turned golden, and then it exploded, turning into boundless golden light. So powerful. A martial art that uses the concept of the god of war as its foundation. The stronger the battle intent, the more powerful it is. Looking at the illusion, Lin Ling gasped. Second style, Extermination. This time, the golden fist was mixed with a terrifying force. With a punch, heaven and earth split open, and strong winds swept out from the void. This is the combination of battle intent and innate spirit body. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and huge waves surged in his heart. This War God Fist was probably the strongest martial art on War God Mountain. One had to know that the War God Fist was a great concept, which was equivalent to a type of innate spirit body. However, when the War God Fist was combined with one's innate spirit body, the power would increase by several times, or even 10 times. Currently, Lin Ling could combine his 2 innate spirit bodies to form a new generation of fire technique, Blazing Heavenly Fire. This martial arts power was extremely terrifying, and it could make Lin Ling invincible in the Earth Spirit realm. However, if it could be combined with the War God Fist, its power would be unimaginable. Second style, extermination. If I were to use it, it would be blazing extermination. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He finally decided to learn the War God Fist. To learn the War God Fist, the first thing to do was to comprehend the concept of the God of War. This was the foundation of all martial arts, but Lin Ling only had 3 days. At that moment, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and looked at the illusion, trying to comprehend the concept of the God of War. The illusion was of the former emperor using the War God Fist. It was all-encompassing and profound. Besides that, it was also the former emperor's comprehension of watching the ancient war gods fight. Time quietly passed. Lin Ling frowned. His talent could only be considered above average. If he wanted to comprehend the War God Fist in 3 days, it would be a little difficult. Of course, this wasn't him. Currently, none of the generals who came to War God Mountain could comprehend the War God Fist in 3 days. Moreover, many generals had given up on learning the War God Fist. The reason was simple. This martial art was too difficult. If they spent 3 days to comprehend it, they might only be able to scratch the surface. If that was the case, then it would be better to use 3 days to learn simpler war god martial arts, such as the 6 styles of the War King. Right, I can use my eye of time to observe. Since the former emperor comprehended the concept of the God of War from watching the ancient war gods fight, then why should I watch the former emperor practice martial arts? It would be better to watch the ancient war gods practice. After a long time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Watching the ancient war gods practice was clearly better than watching the Cloud Sea King practice. It was more comprehensive and more perfect. Thinking like this, Lin Ling's soul force condensed in his eyes. Then, his pupils stretched out and a strange green light appeared. Through his eyes, he could clearly see the ancient war gods fighting each other. This feeling was as if he was there. It was as if the ancient war gods were personally instructing Lin Ling. War is a powerful concept. In ancient times, there were powerhouses that could shake the heavens with a single shout. There were even 2 armies that fought. A single great general could intimidate 1,000,000 lions. This is the aura and the will to fight. Lin Ling muttered. In his eyes, the 2 ancient war gods were constantly fighting. Although their fists seemed ordinary, they resonated with the heavens and earth. It was as if they were punches from the heavens and earth. Every movement and action carried with it the rules of the heavens and earth. It was like life and death, like flowers blooming and wilting. So the ancient war gods' martial arts are so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but he was also happy. He was grateful to this ancient war god teacher that he had never seen before. This teacher was guiding him step by step. And this opportunity was something that even the late emperor did not have. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling entered a state of enlightenment. His entire body was covered in a faint golden color, giving him the aura of an ancient war god. The current him had the fire attribute spirit body as his foundation. It was also his future path. Using the sword was his habit. However, he was not a sword cultivator. As long as it was a powerful martial art, Lin Ling would not let it go. It was always good to have an extra trump card. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The War God Mountain was still quiet. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was sitting cross-legged. Their expressions were calm as they recalled the insights they gained from killing the demonic beasts. Occasionally, they would raise their heads and look up. When they saw the towering peak of the mysterious War God Mountain, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Chapter 302. Crazy. For this War God Mountain's comprehension, most of the generals are here to fill in their previous gaps. Only Lin Ling is here for the first time. I hope he won't be too greedy and will do his best. He will learn the simpler martial arts like the General Overlord Spear. Among the crowd, Li Junwang was dressed in a long robe and looked into the distance. Beside him, Duke Duan laughed and said, "Don't worry. Lin Ling might be young, but he has a steady temperament. He won't bite off more than he can chew and learn martial arts that are beyond his comprehension. Like the war god Fist, he will naturally not learn such foolish things." That's great. Alright, the training on War God Mountain is over. Ask them to come down. Li Junwang smiled and nodded. As of now, no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was able to comprehend ancient martial arts like the war god Fist. Soon enough, 10 individuals came down from the War God Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped cultivating and stood up. They looked up with anticipation and wondered how the 10 individuals were doing in comprehending the war god martial arts. Lin Ling, you have learned the war god martial arts. When An Yu saw Lin Ling's slender figure, she immediately trotted over and asked in anticipation. Lin Ling strolled down and smiled when he saw An Yu. 3 days. If I can't learn a martial art, I will be too embarrassed to continue on the path of martial Dao. You really learned the General Overlord Spear. Incredible. An Yu's beautiful eyes flashed while her delicate face revealed a smear of surprise. According to what she knew, the war god martial arts were extremely difficult. It wasn't as if one would be able to benefit from it just by reaching the peak. In the historical records of the War God Mountain, there were many generals who took 2 consecutive years to master the General Overlord Spear. This Lin Ling's innate talent and perception are terrifying. When the crowd at the foot of the mountain heard that, they all exclaimed. To comprehend the General Overlord Spear in 3 days was extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. General Overlord Spear. Lin Ling rubbed his nose and said helplessly, "This martial art doesn't seem to be much." The martial arts of Mount War God were divided into Battle General, Battle Monarch, and War God. Lin Ling naturally looked down on the Battle General martial arts. In the past 3 days, he had already learned the war god Fist through the Eye of Time. Therefore, when An Yu thought that he had learned the Battle General Overlord Spear, he was speechless. "Senior sister, no matter what, we were once from the same sect. You're underestimating me by learning the Overlord Spear." Lin Ling shrugged and smiled helplessly. His smile was as bright as the boy next door. You're just trying to be mysterious. Do you think it's so easy to learn the General Overlord Spear? I don't think you've learned anything at all. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you've obtained some military merits and become a general of 100 armies. It's better for young people to be more down to earth. If your vision is too narrow, it's not good for your future. At this time, several mocking voices sounded out from behind him. It was Yang Fading and the other generals. They simply didn't believe that Lin Ling had learned the General Overlord Spear. After all, this was a martial art that could only be learned after comprehending the concept of the war god. Moreover, there was only 3 days to learn it. If Lin Ling was a 30-year-old martial artist, they would have a 50% chance of believing that Lin Ling had learned it. But, Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old youth. At such an age, his martial arts foundation naturally wasn't deep, and his vision was likely limited. "You're crazy." Lin Ling didn't care about the mocking voices of these people. He had already learned the most difficult war god Fist, so he was too lazy to explain anything. As for vision, he had even seen the battles of the ancient war god. In terms of vision, not to mention Yang Fading and the other generals, even King Yunhai couldn't compare with him. After all, the previous Emperor King Yunhai had not seen the war god martial arts with his own eyes, but had comprehended them through the spiritual energy of Mount War God. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling wasn't learning the war god martial arts from King Yunhai, but from the ancient war god. You are the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dares to be so arrogant in front of us. However, you are only relying on Sovereign King Li's protection. It is a pity that the protection of an expert can only last for a while and not forever. You will eventually have to leave Mount War God. When that time comes, I want to see who will be able to protect you. Yi Lingyun sneered coldly. The other generals had cold eyes as well. That's right. I can indeed make decisions for him here. Why? Are you unwilling to accept this? Not far away, Sovereign King Li seemed to have heard their conversation. His calm voice echoed, but it carried an unquestionable prowess. Yang Fading and the other generals' eyes narrowed, and their faces turned even uglier. Right now, Sovereign King Li seemed to have decided to protect Lin Ling together with Duke Duan. They had no choice but to suppress their thoughts of teaching Lin Ling a lesson after leaving Mount War God. Lin Ling didn't bother about Yang Fading and the other generals from start to finish. He smiled and conversed with An Yuer as he slowly left. His calm demeanor made Yang Fading and the other generals even angrier. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals tournament is about to begin. You are the youngest among all the generals. You must work hard. If you can get a good ranking, the second prince will be able to gain some glory because of you. As for this period of time, you don't have to worry. The second prince has already said that Duke Duan and I will support you. Everyone left Mount War God one after another. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan walked side by side with Lin Ling and smiled at the same time. That statement made many people secretly jealous. They might not be in the same camp as Lin Ling, but in their own camps, they had never been so highly regarded by the important figures. Especially by the 2 kings. This was a supreme honor. Yang Fading and the other generals' eyes turned cold. They knew that they wouldn't be able to touch Lin Ling today. What an arrogant junior. He is clearly weak, but he dares to ride on my head. I'm so angry. Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth. The sullenness in his heart was indescribable. Beside him, Zhao Qingshan also stared coldly at Lin Ling's back. Compared to Yi Lingyun and the others, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had once humiliated him. However, with Sovereign King Li and the others here, he couldn't do anything. But soon, his eyes brightened. General Yang, I heard that your younger brother died on Mount War God. Is this true? Zhao Qingshan looked at Yang Fading and asked. His words caused Yang Fading's face to turn cold. Even now, he was still searching for the murderer. Zhao Qingshan, although you are also one of the 108 general stars, your strength is inferior to mine. Do you want to die by mentioning this matter in front of me? Yang Fading's voice also turned low. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly and didn't mind. He pointed out, according to what I know, your younger brother walked through the territories of the various camps and finally disappeared into the second prince's camp. At that time, Mount War God was in chaos. Someone took the opportunity to kill your younger brother. This isn't impossible. The second prince's camp. Are you speaking the truth? Yang Fading's eyes narrowed. Billowing killing intent spread out. Chapter 303. You bunch of trash. Lin Ling currently had the protection of Sovereign King Li, so no one dared to touch him. However, Yang Fading was different. He came from the Imperial Advisor residence, and the Imperial Advisor residence seemed to be a low-profile faction, but they had a deep foundation. Because of the Imperial Advisor, they didn't dare to stand out and support the various princes as they were afraid of being criticized. However, it was undeniable that no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom dared to underestimate the Imperial Advisor residence. Lin Ling. Yang Fading strode forward and caught up with Sovereign King Li and the others. He shouted coldly, "Wait, Lin Ling, I have a question for you. In Mount War God, did my younger brother appear in your territory?" Yang Fading, what is the meaning of this? After being stopped by Yang Fading, Sovereign King Li was instantly unhappy. My lord, I'm not trying to provoke you. However, my younger brother died in Mount War God. If there isn't an explanation, I won't be able to answer to the Imperial Advisor. Hence, if I have offended you, please forgive me. Young Fading spoke indifferently, but his attitude was firm. Sovereign Kingly frowned. If Young Fading was provoking him for no reason, he would definitely support Lin Ling. However, Young Fading's younger brother was dead. That person was from the Imperial Advisor Residence's bloodline. It wasn't something to be trifled with. Hence, he couldn't stop Young Fading too much. At the very least, he had to give an explanation. Hence, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. And Yue, who was behind him, started to get nervous. After all, Lin Ling killed Young Fading's younger brother because of her. Furthermore, Young Fading came from the Imperial Advisor residence. This was a major faction that even the second prince had to treat as an elder. Hence, if this matter wasn't handled properly, there would be huge trouble. Lin Ling, I'm asking you a question. Young Fading spoke in a domineering tone. Your younger brother. Sorry, I don't know him. I haven't seen him either. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Someone saw my younger brother going to your place and then going missing. Who would believe you if you say you haven't seen him? No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Young Fading's aura was extremely domineering. Lin Ling frowned and laughed coldly. Am I your nanny? What does your brother's disappearance have to do with me? Furthermore, it's your negligence as an older brother. Don't be too arrogant. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Young Fading's eyes were burning with rage. That tyrannical attitude of his had Sovereign Kingly displeased as well. Even though he did not know who had killed Young Fading's younger brother, Young Fading was forcing others to give him an explanation. This was way too tyrannical. What if I don't? The sneer on Lin Ling's face deepened. That's not up to you. After I capture you, the truth will be revealed. Young Fading took a step forward. His long red hair stood on end as a tyrannical aura erupted from him. This was the strength of the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. What a powerful aura! Explosions rang out in the air, causing many people in the distance to gasp in shock. Previously, on the War God Mountain, Young Fading's strength had been suppressed because of the late Emperor's will. This allowed Lin Ling to be so arrogant. But now that they had left the War God Mountain, how could Lin Ling compare to Young Fading? If he's arrogant, he's going to kick an iron plate. Today, he's going to learn something new. Yi Linyun and the other generals were laughing coldly at Young Fading's misfortune. They were waiting for Young Fading to kill Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that there's always someone better out there. Young Fading, aren't you being too unreasonable? Lin Ling has already said that he hasn't seen you before. How dare you try to force him? Do you think that I don't exist? Looking at Young Fading's overbearing attitude, Sovereign Kingly couldn't help but roar. Your Highness, I've said it before. If it were any other matter, I would definitely give you face. But regarding my younger brother's death, I won't give you face even if you're the Heavenly Emperor. I won't let anyone related to my younger brother go. If you insist on stopping me, sure. But wait for the questioning of the Imperial Advisor. Young Fading wasn't afraid at all as he replied coldly. You're really arrogant. Sovereign King Li's face was filled with killing intent. This Young Fading was too arrogant by using the name of the Imperial Advisor. Your Highness, since he's looking for me by name, I'll accept it. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Many people's eyes flickered. Lin Ling didn't seem to want to borrow the protection of Sovereign King Li and wanted to settle this matter alone. But, did Lin Ling have the right to do so? Young Fading, since you insist on an explanation, then fine. After you defeat me, you'll get all the answers you want. How about that? Lin Ling looked at Yang Fading and said coldly. That's my intention. But defeat? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have you dead. Yang Fading's lips curled into a cold smile. In his heart, if Lin Ling had anything to do with his younger brother's death, he would definitely kill him. But if he had nothing to do with his younger brother's death, he would still kill Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling dared to step out and accept the challenge, Lin Ling would definitely die today. You must give me an explanation. If you don't, you'll die. Someone like you will only be a scourge in this world. Since that's the case, Sovereign King Li doesn't have to protect me today. And you don't have to put up some bullshit Imperial Advisor's residence. Let's accept the challenge as generals. On Lin Ling's face, his eyes turned even colder. At the same time, he looked at the other generals who were gloating. I know that you guys have always been jealous that I'm the number one in terms of battle merits. You guys think that I've taken advantage of you. Therefore, I'll say the same thing. Today, Sovereign King Li doesn't have to protect me. You guys can come at me anytime. What? What an arrogant lad. The moment the generals heard those words, they were enraged and their hair stood on end. Not only did Lin Ling dare to accept Yang Fading's challenge, he was even treating all of them as trash. This lad usually keeps a low profile. But when he gets aggressive, he's extremely arrogant. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan smiled helplessly. However, since Lin Ling had chosen to accept the challenge, they wouldn't stop him. Otherwise, the others would think that the second prince's subordinates were all trash. However, they were a little worried about whether Lin Ling could defeat Yang Fading. General Yang, kill him. He's just a clown. How dare he be so arrogant when he's only at the mid-earthly spirit realm? The generals roared in disdain. Lin Ling's arrogance made them very uncomfortable. You're really bold. You know that I'm at the peak of the earthly spirit realm and yet you still dare to court death. But before you die, you have to give me an explanation no matter what. Did you kill my brother? Yang Fading pulled out the long spear behind his back. A sharp aura spread out, causing many to back off. Spear of bloody slaughter. With a thrust of the spear, it was as if the wind and clouds were surging. The air was torn apart and a rolling vortex swept towards Lin Ling. This spear carried the power of Yang Fading's 9th grade spirit physique and he had comprehended the great perfection realm. This was the reason why Yang Fading was so arrogant. Being able to be ranked among the 108 generals, his strength was naturally not weak. Lin Ling is dead meat. Many generals sneered as they quietly watched the battle from afar. Explanation. If you're qualified, then come and ask for it. Lin Ling was indifferent. The sword of brilliance resurgence appeared in his hand. White flames burned crazily as he slashed out. Clang! Chapter 304. Overlord Spear. However, Yang Fading didn't gain any advantage from the first move. His pupils constricted, but he quickly sneered, not bad, to be able to block my spear of bloody slaughter. Your innate spirit body is indeed powerful. It's also a 9th grade innate spirit body. In the middle stage of the Earth spirit realm, you're invincible. Unfortunately, I'm at the peak of the Earth spirit realm, and my great intent realm has reached perfection. Today, you still have to give me an explanation. Yang Fading's attitude was very arrogant. His tone was like that of a senior as he gave pointers to Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling had robbed him of his merits on War God Mountain, causing him to feel unreconciled. Therefore, today, he wanted to suppress Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know how weak he was. So much nonsense, dare I ask, have you won? Lin Ling pointed his sword at Yang Fading, his eyes filled with indifference and ridicule. He couldn't understand where Yang Fading's confidence came from, to be able to give him pointers from a high position. To put it bluntly, in Lin Ling's heart, Yang Fading was like an ant. Lin Ling had seen the battles of the ancient war god. Based on his battle record, Lin Ling could obliterate any Earth Spirit Realm expert. However, because his battle record was in Sky Fragrant City, no one knew about it. I haven't won against you yet, but what's the difference? The previous spear was just a warm-up. I just wanted to tell you that being number 1 on War God Mountain doesn't mean anything. You had to use your full strength to block my spear. Young Fading smiled disdainfully and slowly said, however, I'll make you give me an explanation for my next spear. Bang! The power of that spear just now was already earth-shattering. Many of the generals present assessed that they were confident that they wouldn't be able to block that spear. However, that spear was just for pointers. In the distance, many generals sighed in their hearts. Young Fading's strength was indeed the strongest among all the generals of War God Mountain. After saying so much nonsense, I'm still fine. If you want an explanation, just relying on your mouth is useless. Use your full strength. Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. His cold voice caused Young Fading to frown. No matter if it was on War God Mountain or outside, this young man was always so frivolous and arrogant. He didn't place famous experts like him in his eyes at all. If that's the case, I'll help you. I want you to give me an explanation. With a wave of Young Fading's blood-red spear, a phantom appeared and transformed into a magnificent army that swept through the earth. The spear seemed to have developed a soul. This was a spear soul that had been formed after killing over 100,000 people on the battlefield. It was also Young Fading's strongest innate spirit body. Layers of blood shadows, bloody stupa. Rings of blood-colored light blossomed, as if the blood pagoda of Azura Hell had been opened. A spear blossomed with a bloodthirsty aura, shooting straight at Lin Ling. And wherever the spear passed, the expressions of many commanders in the distance changed. They felt as if their souls and blood had been shaken by the spear. That spear was extremely terrifying. Very weak. Lin Ling said calmly. The sword in his hand glowed brightly. The blue flames continued to swallow and fuse with the white flames. 2 innate spirit bodies appeared on his sword. Of course, compared to the dazzling light of Young Fading spear, Lin Ling's sword seemed a little dull. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't attack. He only waved his sword to block. Clang! A loud sound like a bronze bell rang out. The spear and sword collided once again. A terrifying energy burst out, causing many people in the distance to narrow their eyes. This level of battle had probably reached the level of 108 general stars. Pop pop pop. After the energy burst out, the aftermath was vast and mighty. The red spear emitted layers of blood-colored shadows that were like a boiling sea of blood. It was shocking. That spear is so terrifying. Everyone couldn't see the figures of Lin Ling and Young Fading clearly. They could only see the spreading sea of blood. Without a doubt, that was the aftermath of Young Fading's blood-colored spear. Once this spear is used, where is the explanation? If you don't tell me where my brother is, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to control the spirit energy and not kill you. Amidst the shock, a proud voice rang out. Everyone could hear that it was Young Fading's voice. Up until now, the spirit energy had been terrifying, but no one had thought that Young Fading would still want to force Lin Ling to give an explanation. Such courage and such contempt made the hearts of many generals tremble. Young Fading was very bold. If you want an explanation, can you use your full strength? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Boom! Flames suddenly burst out. The blue and white flames turned into sword light that came from the horizon and split the boiling sea of blood into 2. Then, the sea of blood was cut apart and a world of flames appeared. What? Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. They thought that Lin Ling would be heavily suppressed by Yang Fading, but they hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be able to break Yang Fading's spear with a single sword strike after remaining silent at first and not making a move. One had to know that Lin Ling was a mid-earth spirit realm practitioner, and Yang Fading was a practitioner at the peak of the earth spirit realm. How did you break my spear? The blood shadow disappeared and the figure of the youth gradually appeared in front of him. Yang Fading's gaze focused. He'd wanted to see Lin Ling spit out blood from the suppression of his spear and beg for mercy, but this fantasy had been cut apart by a single sword strike. The youth in front of him held a huge flaming sword with an indifferent expression, as if telling him that the peak of the earth spirit realm was nothing more than this. This made his proud spear strike from before seem like a joke. A high realm doesn't represent everything. Your innate spirit body is pretty good, and you've even comprehended a great concept. However, this world is so big that geniuses are like carps crossing a river. You're not the only one with a powerful innate spirit body, and you're not the only one who has comprehended a great concept. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out, causing Yang Fading's expression to become extremely ugly. Then, he heard Lin Ling's mocking words. You've always said that there's always someone better than you, and that I shouldn't be too frivolous and look down on everyone. But in reality, you're the one who doesn't know that there's always someone better than you. When Lin Ling took first place in the War God Mountain, everyone thought that he was too arrogant and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. But today, Lin Ling told everyone that they weren't qualified to say those words. As the center of attention, Yang Fading deeply understood Lin Ling's meaning. The youth was looking down on him, and was also telling him that the world the youth was looking at was bigger than his, and that he, Yang Fading, was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, do you still want an explanation? If you continue to play and don't use your true strength, then I'm going to make a move. Lin Ling's cold eyes looked at Yang Fading. Play. Lin Ling actually said that Yang Fading's powerful attack was just playing. And that Lin Ling hadn't made a move yet. The crowd in the distance swallowed their saliva. At this point, they finally understood that the youth was much stronger than they had imagined. If I make a move, only death awaits you. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Lin Ling's voice filled with killing intent drifted out from his mouth. In your dreams. Yang Fading's eyes also turned red, but then he laughed loudly. Good, good, good. I've indeed underestimated you and treated you like an ant in the mid-earth spirit realm. But now, you have the qualifications to make me use my full strength. He raised his spear and golden light shone from the spearhead as an ancient aura spread out. Battle intent gushed out. Overlord Spear. Chapter 305. Clash of Battle Intense. He has learned the Ares martial arts. Both Li Junwang and Lin Fan narrowed their eyes. The General Overlord Spear was a martial art of the Ares god. From a certain perspective, it was equivalent to a spiritual body. Furthermore, it wasn't a weak spiritual body. It came from the ancient Ares god. You made me lose face just now. How dare you say that I'm playing around? Fine, let's see if you still have the right to say that. Boundless battle intent spread out. Yang Fading was like an ancient Ares god, radiating a dazzling golden glow. General Overlord Spear, dominating the heavens and earth. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Yang Fading's spear swept out. Rumble. The battle intent of the Ares god shot out. It was as though he was fighting the heavens, the earth, and the Ares god. That invincible aura seemed to be able to suppress all spiritual bodies. Lin Ling, watch out. At this moment, Li Junwang shouted anxiously. As the Wangya in charge of the training of Mount Ares, he naturally knew how terrifying the martial arts of the former Ares god were. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He could tell that Yang Fading wanted to kill him. It wasn't just for an explanation. He truly wanted to kill him. Perhaps, the reason he said that he was looking for his younger brother was just an excuse. Whether or not there was an explanation, whether or not he killed Yang Fading's younger brother, Yang Fading wanted to kill him. However, did Yang Fading have the strength to do so? Bang! Lin Ling stabbed the brilliance resurgent sword into the ground. His actions shocked many. Was Lin Ling giving up? Facing the top martial arts of Mount Ares, Lin Ling seemed to know that he was powerless. The General Overlord Spear is a martial art that you need to look up to. It's useless to beg for mercy now. Yang Fading also noticed Lin Ling's actions, and his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Previously, Lin Ling was so arrogant, but unfortunately, he could only force him to use his strongest state. Once he used his strongest state, Lin Ling was nothing but a joke. Everyone stared at the dazzling golden Overlord Spear. Everyone was filled with anticipation. However, no one noticed that Lin Ling's left hand was gradually turning golden. This wasn't the martial arts of the previous emperor, but rather the martial arts of the ancient war god. Yang Fading's war general Overlord Spear came from the late emperor, but Lin Ling's war god fist came from the ancient war god. Unfortunately, no one saw this brilliance. Everyone was attracted by Yang Fading's Overlord Spear. It's time for your pride to end. Lin Ling's fist shone even brighter, shining with a golden light. That was an ancient dark gold color. The intensity of the battle intent was still not noticed by the others, but it was noticed by the two kings. Instantly, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What a strong fighting spirit. War God Fist. The dazzling fist blasted out, stirring up the clouds. A huge golden illusion appeared behind Lin Ling. That was the ancient war god. At this moment, everyone noticed the illusion. Their jaws dropped. However, they had no impression of the origin of Lin Ling's fist. No matter what martial arts it is, it can't compare to the war general Overlord Spear. Yi Linyun and the other generals said solemnly. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their knowledge. They didn't want to admit it. Therefore, they could only hope that Yang Fading could kill Lin Ling with a single strike. Boom! The golden light came from afar, as if it had crossed the vast space. On one side was a golden spear, and on the other side was a dark gold fist. The two surging battle intents collided in mid-air. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's breathing stopped as well. First style, chant. Kacha. The dark gold fist swept through everything and collided with the golden spear. However, the battle intent of the dark gold fist was even stronger. Instantly, the golden spear shattered, turning into endless golden light. How is this possible? Yang Fading's eyes widened. Lin Ling's fist collided with his spear. His spear was destroyed by a single punch. Boom! The fist didn't stop there. It went straight for Yang Fading. No! Yang Fading panicked. In his eyes, it wasn't a young man, but a huge war god from ancient times. The war god was about to destroy the world with a punch. Could it be the war god's fist? A shocking thought arose in Yang Fading's mind. Suddenly, he wanted to retreat. He wanted to escape. He regretted it. There was always someone better than him. He finally understood what it meant. Lin Ling was the mountain that surpassed his world. Boom! The fist hit Yang Fading. His body trembled and then exploded, turning into endless golden light. One move, defeated. Silence. The surroundings were dead silent. All of the commanders and generals held their breaths as they stared at the golden fist in disbelief. Lin Ling had defeated Yang Fading from the Grand Tutor's residence with the strength of the mid-earth spirit realm, and Yang Fading was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. It was like a dream. They could only stare at the dark gold fist that was emitting endless battle intent. That is, the war god fist. After a moment of silence, Sovereign King Li gasped. Once he said that, everyone's eyes widened. The war god fist was the most mysterious martial art of War God Mountain. Until now, no one from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had learned it. However, Lin Ling used 3 days. Genius. A dazzling genius like the war god. Yi Linyun and the other generals looked terrible. Previously, they disdainfully thought that Lin Ling didn't learn any martial art in War God Mountain. They thought that he didn't even have the slightest knowledge of the war god overlord spear. But now, Lin Ling used his strength to slap everyone's face. Lin Ling indeed didn't learn the war god overlord spear, but he learned the highest grade of the war god martial art. This made their mockery from before extremely sarcastic. This lad isn't simple at all. At the side of the quiet river, Sovereign King Li's gratified laughter echoed. He thought highly of Lin Ling. Hence, he bet the Heaven Mystics Kingdom on Lin Ling. He hoped that Lin Ling's appearance could pacify King Yunhai's disappearance and bring chaos to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Lin Ling didn't disappoint him. At this moment, Lin Ling extended his right hand and gently sucked. Young Fading's golden light was sucked over and disappeared into Lin Ling's palm. After being turned into dust by the war god fist, the spirit chi seed is also affected. This little bit of spirit chi seed can't increase my cultivation by much. This war god fist is too powerful. It is probably at the 9th grade of the earth tier. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. This was the first time he executed the war god fist, and the power was beyond his imagination. The power of the war god fist was related to the concept of war god. The stronger the concept, the stronger the power. This meant that the earth tier wasn't the limit of the war god fist. Furthermore, this was just the first style of chant. If it was the second style, blazing extermination, Lin Ling didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. With the fusion of the 3 talents, 9 nether heavenly flames, 7 blade heavenly flames, and the concept of war god. If the fusion was successful, it would destroy everything. Your turn. Chapter 306. Disgrace. What are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling's cold eyes, Zhao Qingshan's heart trembled. He originally thought that Lin Ling was only powerful on Mount War God. Who knew that he was even more terrifying outside? Even young Fading lost to Lin Ling. How could he, Zhao Qingshan, be a match for him? What do you think? Lin Ling waved his right hand and the resurgent sword flew over. Holding it in his hand, he walked towards Zhao Qingshan step by step. That surging killing intent caused Zhao Qingshan's face to turn pale. He was afraid and regretful. If he knew that Lin Ling was so strong, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him. How can this Lin Ling be so strong? Many generals and commanders were also affected by Lin Ling's killing intent. They were all frightened. The strength of this young man was beyond their expectations. Sovereign King Li is here. Duke Duan, you can't kill me. Zhao Qingshan took a step back and begged for mercy. He was looking for a straw to clutch at. One must know that he was one of the 108 general stars. He had always been arrogant. When had he ever begged for mercy? So what? Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He was unmoved. Sovereign King Li, save me. Zhao Qingshan suddenly looked at Sovereign King Li. This was the vicinity of Mount War God after all. It was Sovereign King Li's territory. Sovereign King Li couldn't possibly let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. I've already advised you guys to keep a low profile. However, you guys insisted on forcing him to fight. At that time, I chose to watch from the sidelines and not help Lin Ling. Then, I won't help you guys from now on. Sovereign King Li snorted coldly. These people bullied the weak and feared the strong. After Lin Ling obtained the battle merits, they were all unwilling to accept it and tried to provoke him, forcing Sovereign King Li to watch from the sidelines. Now that Lin Ling had displayed his terrifying strength, these people were asking Sovereign King Li for help. Going back on their words and being so shameless, even Sovereign King Li couldn't stand it. No one can save you. You will die without a doubt. Lin Ling's entire body surged with surging flames. Blue and white intersected, constantly swallowing and spitting, causing many people to feel a chill in their hearts. Wait, we don't have much enmity between us. Previously, I was just making a suggestion in front of Yang Fading. At that time, I didn't even think of harming you. You're a magnanimous person, so please spare my life. Plop. Zhao Qingshan was so scared that he fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Ling's current aura was like that of a flame god, coupled with the fact that he had defeated Yang Fading not long ago. Zhao Qingshan no longer had the heart to fight, his aura had already been disintegrated. If I lose to Yang Fading, will you plead for me? Lin Ling raised his sword. Those words caused Zhao Qingshan's expression to freeze. He was speechless, and his expression was actually the answer, absolutely not. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die in Yang Fading's hands, so how could he plead for mercy for Lin Ling? With such an answer, Lin Ling also gave him an answer, which was to kill. Whoosh! The sword flashed, slashing Zhao Qingshan's body, burning him. Zhao Qingshan let out a painful cry. He was even more regretful in his heart. He was a dignified general of a generation, a powerhouse with a great reputation, and yet he had died outside Mount War God. The eyes of the surrounding crowd were filled with panic. The young man in front of them was also proving that he could become a general of 100 armies, not because of the title of a meritorious official in Sky Fragrant City, but because he had the corresponding strength. The young man's strength was already ranked around the 50th among the 108 stars of generals. When I obtained the battle merits, you were all very unwilling, thinking that you were the strongest of the older generation, and that I, a newcomer, was not qualified to obtain the battle merits, so I'll give you a chance now. Who wants to go? Lin Ling pointed his sword at the generals. At first, he only wanted to leave, but these people came out to provoke him because of jealousy, so he wanted to see who had the strength to doubt him. The generals were silent, no one dared to go up. Yi Linyun, is that you? Lin Ling looked at Yi Linyun, his cold words causing Yi Linyun's expression to twitch. If Lin Ling hadn't defeated Yang Fading, he would definitely be the first to go up, but now he no longer had 100% confidence. He was even lucky that Yang Fading had fought first, allowing him to see Lin Ling's strength clearly and allowing him to keep his life. I admit defeat. Yi Linyun's expression changed, and he finally lowered his head in shame. Yi Linyun is a favorite of the Crown Prince, but he also admitted defeat. The crowd seemed to be unable to react, feeling that the scene in front of them was too surreal. A great general admitting defeat, are the 108 stars of generals a bunch of people fishing for fame? Trash. Lin Ling said coldly, causing Yi Linyun to grit his teeth, his cold eyes looking straight at Lin Ling. He was unwilling to be humiliated like this, but when he looked at Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling's eyes were like flames, as if they wanted to burn everything, causing his body to tremble, and he lowered his head again. He actually didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling. A bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Ling didn't pay any more attention to Yi Linyun, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, then he turned and left. Trash. This was a huge humiliation. Unfortunately, everyone was trembling, but no one dared to talk back. They could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Let's go. Lin Ling came to the side of Sovereign King Li and the others. The cold aura from before disappeared quietly, returning to the elegant aura of the past. He looked at the few of them and smiled. Ares fished, TSK, impressive, Lin Ling, I realize that you are getting more and more perverted. Duke Duan was speechless. Until now, he still hadn't realized that Lin Ling had actually learned the most difficult martial art of the Aries martial arts, the Aries fist. Duke Duan, are you praising me or insulting me? Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Then, the few of them gradually disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. On the spot, the generals were still in shock, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock. Young Fading is dead, the Grand Tutor's residence will definitely not let Lin Ling off. You must know that the Grand Tutor's residence is an existence that all the princes regard as their teachers. Even if Lin Ling is in the second prince's camp, as long as the Grand Tutor says the word, the second prince will have to hand over Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, Yi Linyun gloated. Unfortunately, his words were met with disdainful looks from the other generals. Previously, Yi Linyun had bowed his head and admitted defeat when facing Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had left, he dared to say such words. He was too despicable. General Yi Linyun, why didn't you dare to say those words in front of Lin Ling? A similarly strong general said calmly. His words made Yi Linyun's face turn ugly. Obviously, bowing his head and admitting his mistake had made Yi Linyun the laughingstock of all the generals from now on. After bidding farewell to Sovereign King Li, Lin Ling and An Yue returned to Yundel by the Sea City. Lin Ling, you are so powerful. You even learned the Aries martial arts. An Yue said with admiration. Ever since she left the Ancient Face sect, the gap between her and Lin Ling had widened. Now, she had to look up to this young man. Aries martial arts are not the key. The key is the conception of Aries martial arts. If you can comprehend the conception of Aries martial arts, you will be able to use many martial arts with battle intent. As for the conception of Aries martial arts, I will give you some pointers when I have time. Okay. Chapter 307. Inheritance of the Battle Gods. Intent. It didn't take long for them to return to the city. On the other hand, Lin Ling bid farewell to An Yue and headed straight back to the Fire Ancient clan. However, he just approached it when he noticed a strand of an uneasy atmosphere. The Fire Ancient clan was waiting solemnly, and it seemed like they were ready to welcome the arrival of a formidable enemy at any moment. What's going on? Lin Ling walked over swiftly and spoke to the soldiers of the Flame Corps who were standing outside the volcano. General, you're back. All the soldiers bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling, and it was heartfelt reverence. One of the soldiers even told him what had occurred not too long ago. Dao Quang. Lin Ling's pupils turned cold while icy cold killing intent swept out from him. In his opinion, the Fire Ancient clan was where all his friends and family gathered, and it was his home as well. If anyone dared to invade it, then he would make that person suffer 10 times the rage he felt. Dao Quang had actually seized the opportunity while he wasn't here to domineeringly kill the members of the Fire Ancient clan. Looks like even though I have quite a reputation in the city and many don't dare to rashly invade it, there are still many generals who don't take me seriously. Ocean of Cloud City was like an ocean, and there were even more hidden experts than Lin Ling had imagined. However, no matter how strong they were, Lin Ling would still protect his home in these chaotic times. Have you buried those people? Lin Ling's gaze became gentle as he gazed at the soldiers. General, Ancestor Tai Yen has buried them in the ancestral tomb. One of the soldiers spoke, but his eyes were completely red. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept this on behalf of his dead brothers. Don't worry. I, Lin Ling, swear that anyone who dares to act against my brothers will be killed no matter how far away they are. Lin Ling spoke word by word. He was giving the Flame Corps an explanation and a promise to his brothers. The Flame Corps was protecting the Fire Ancient clan for him, so how could he, Lin Ling, do nothing? General, we pledge our lives to follow you. All the soldiers roared loudly. After all, there were disputes between the powers of Ocean of Cloud City, and experts were numerous like the clouds in the sky. So, there were probably very few people who dared to speak those words so boldly like Lin Ling. If the subordinates of the other great generals perished, then so long as the enemy was too strong, then those great generals would definitely choose to protect themselves first, and they wouldn't care about the lives of their soldiers at all. But Lin Ling could. Such a leader was worth following for a lifetime. In the following days, Lin Ling did not leave the Fire Ancient clan for the time being. Moreover, out of consideration for the numerous experts in Ocean of Cloud City, he intended to improve the strength of the Flame Core. In that way, the Fire Ancient clan would be able to deal with the formidable enemies they encountered in the future. As for improving their strength, it was naturally not through the use of natural treasures or medicinal pills. Instead, Lin Ling recorded the martial techniques of the war god that he'd comprehended on a rock. Regardless of whether it was the members of the Fire Ancient clan or the Flame Core, so long as their strengths and cultivations reached a certain level, then they would be able to comprehend the grand intent of the war god. After all, in Lin Ling's heart, the late emperor was able to observe the war god and leave behind the martial techniques of the war god, so why couldn't he? Moreover, compared to the late emperor, Lin Ling had even watched the battle between the war gods with his own 2 eyes, and the late emperor had merely deduced it. There were many rocks in Wildland Valley that were used to record illusions. After all, the second-generation flame technique of the Fire Ancient clan had been recorded on rocks. 3 days later, an enormous rock sat on the square. It was almost 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and it emanated a dark golden glow that caused others to feel that it couldn't be underestimated. "General, what's that?" The members of the Flame Corps were curious. "Lin Ling, why did you place such a huge rock here? Don't tell me you're playing with it." Lin Aofing and the other members of the Fire Ancient clan were also curious. "What do you mean by playing with a rock?" "Lin Aofing, your imagination is too rich. That rock records a type of martial technique that can increase everyone's strength." Lin Ling stared at Lin Aofing and chuckled. "Martial technique, TSK. Lin Ling, the martial technique that you've comprehended is definitely not of a low grade. It's at least of the earth grade." Good. I'm going to learn this martial technique." Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang, and the others shouted excitedly. They had grown up together with Lin Ling, so even now, when they were together with Lin Ling, they still had the teasing tone of their youth. "Earth-grade martial technique. Lin Aofing, you're underestimating me. The martial technique that I've taken out is a great concept martial technique, the great concept of the war god." Lin Ling looked at Lin Aofing and the others and laughed proudly. "Chee!" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A great concept martial technique. That was a martial technique that surpassed the earth grade. Moreover, they'd never heard of a martial technique that could allow one to comprehend a great concept. The great concept of the war god. Could it be the martial technique of Mount War God? Ancestor Tai Yen was just as shocked as Lin Aofing and the others, and his eyes opened wide. He'd been in Ocean of Cloud City for many years, so he'd naturally heard of that legendary place, Mount War God. But could the martial technique of Mount War God be brought out? Mount War God possesses the martial technique of the late emperor. Tian Xiaoman exclaimed. She'd followed King Duan all those years ago, so she possessed a certain level of knowledge. The late emperor. The late emperor is nothing. It's a martial technique that I comprehended from watching the war god battle. Even the late emperor's martial technique probably isn't as formidable as mine. Lin Ling shook his head and chuckled. Shock. Everyone was shocked once more. Lin Ling's martial technique of the war god surpassed the late emperor. In an instant, everyone was excited. Mount War God wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. One had to be a commander or a general. Moreover, only 10 people could enter Mount War God for each training session. But now, Lin Ling had moved Mount War God to the Fire Ancient clan and allowed them to study the martial technique of the War God at will. How could they not be shocked? Lin Ling, you're bragging, right? I've heard of Mount War God of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It's famous in the Cloud region, but you're able to move the martial technique of Mount War God. Is that even possible? Right at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the military advisor, Heavenly Concubine. It was obvious that the Heavenly Concubine wasn't as confident as the others towards Lin Ling. She didn't really trust Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't that she was looking down on Lin Ling, but the Mount War God's martial technique of Mount War God came from ancient times. It was extensive and profound, and Lin Ling was only 18 years old. How could he achieve something that the late emperor spent his entire life to achieve in just a few days? Kiki, it seems like Heavenly Concubine has a lot of opinions about me. But it seems like everyone here believes in me. Lin Ling revealed a mocking expression. Only in the Fire Ancient clan would he reveal his cheerful appearance. He shouted again, "Does everyone believe me?" Yes. Waves of voices echoed like the sea waves. The Heavenly Concubine stomped her feet in anger. This fellow was obviously bullying them with numbers. Forget about the Fire Ancient clan as they were Lin Ling's family. Everyone naturally supported Lin Ling. However, the Fire Legion didn't give her any face. No one supported her, which made her feel a sense of defeat. Great, now that we have the general, we have forgotten about the military advisor. Tomorrow, everyone will increase their training. The Heavenly Concubine wrinkled her small nose and spoke with a vicious look. She was usually mysterious and noble, but her current actions were like those of a young lady. Ah! The military advisor is so ruthless. General, you have to help us. Chapter 308. Imperial Advisor Mansion, how about this? Since our military advisor doesn't believe it, then let her try. If it really is the god of war martial arts, then your training will be cancelled. Of course, if it's fake, then I won't be able to help you. Lin Ling laughed heartily. Then, he raised his chin at the Heavenly Concubine, implying that since she said that his god of war martial arts were fake, then she could go and try. Sure, I'm not scared of you. I've read a lot since I was young and have seen everything. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. The Heavenly Concubine smiled smugly as she walked toward the giant rock in the plaza. Her little lips curled up with a hint of arrogance. She wanted to see how that stinky brat was going to get off the stage. Big sister Heavenly Concubine, you can do it. We all believe in you. Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan both shouted, causing Lin Ling to widen his eyes. During this period of time, these three little girls seemed to have become very close to each other. Now, they were all in the same camp, and he was the only one left out. If she loses, then you two little girls will each have to be spanked 10 times. Lin Ling pretended to be angry. Yu Yu stuck out her little tongue, and Qin Xiaolan giggled. Then, she said, if you're going to be spanked, then the Heavenly Concubine will have to be spanked as well. Splat! Those words almost caused the Heavenly Concubine, who was walking towards the boulder, to stumble and fall. She cursed in her heart. One of you is Lin Ling's childhood friend, and the other is his fiancé who has already been engaged. I am just an outsider. Why should I be spanked as well? She glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Then, she reached out with a soft hand and gently placed it on the giant rock. Boom! Just as her hand came into contact with the giant rock, a wave of heat surged from the giant rock. The illusion before her eyes changed, and a huge dark golden fist with boundless battle intent hurtled toward her. Rumble! Once this fist was unleashed, it was as if it was going to defeat all the powerful enemies in the world. What? The Heavenly Concubine's face paled. She felt as if she was about to be torn apart by the boundless fighting spirit. But at this moment, a large and warm hand patted her slender waist. Only then did the terrifying illusions disappear. Are you an idiot? Who would open their mind completely when comprehending martial arts? You should be careful and comprehend it bit by bit. Fortunately, I rushed over, otherwise you would have been torn to shreds by the battle intent. The young man's angry roar sounded in her ear, causing the heavenly concubine to be stunned for a moment. Then, her pretty face turned red. From the very beginning, she didn't believe that the giant rock Lin Ling had placed down contained the concept of the war god. Moreover, she was confident in her vast knowledge and experience. In addition to her powerful spirit body, she had pridefully invaded the giant rock without holding back. But in the end, the powerful concept of the war god came crashing down. The fighting spirit nearly tore apart her soul. How would I have known that his fighting spirit would be so strong? The heavenly concubine was like a little girl who had done something wrong. She lowered her head. If it weren't for Lin Ling rushing over to save her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Ling helplessly slapped his forehead. This little girl was good at everything, but she was too self-confident and wise. She thought that everything was under her control, causing her to nearly be injured. Wait a moment, the great concept in the giant rock was real and it nearly tore apart my soul. Lin Ling, did you really move King Yunhai's war god martial arts here? The heavenly concubine recalled what had happened and was shocked once more. She had seen far more things than others, so she didn't believe that Lin Ling could do it. But now, facts spoke louder than words. She had no choice but to believe. Lin Ling shook his head, disdain in his eyes. Didn't I already say these words before? This concept of the war god didn't come from the previous emperor, King Yunhai. Just who is he to have the qualifications to guide me? My concept of the war god came from the ancient war god. Ancient war god. The heavenly concubine sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes sized up Lin Ling. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt that this youth was mysterious. Could this youth have seen the battle of the ancient war god? Don't look so shocked. I did see the battle of the ancient war god. In any case, you've lost. Lin Ling shrugged and said. How is that possible? How can you see things that happened 10,000 years ago? You must be lying to me. The heavenly concubine frowned. There are many things you don't know. Lin Ling gently smiled. The heavenly concubine's innate spirit body seemed to be able to divine. But no matter how she divined, she couldn't divine his origin because he came from another world. Alright, now that the military advisor has tested it for you, the war god martial arts of this giant rock has been confirmed. You can comprehend it as you wish. But remember, you cannot enter the giant rock in one go because the concept of the war god is too strong. If your soul force isn't strong, you will be easily crushed. So, comprehend it bit by bit. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked at the surrounding people. The heavenly concubine looked at the youth's slender back as her beautiful eyes flickered. She really couldn't see through this youth. The surrounding people were all exclaiming. The war god mountain had been moved to the Fire Ancient clan. To them, this was something that they had never imagined. Teacher, Brother Yang Fading is dead. In an elegant room, an old man sat quietly with his eyes closed. There was a chessboard in front of him. He was playing two roles, and he was playing a game of chess. Beside him, a youth bowed respectfully and said. But after he finished speaking, the elder still had his eyes closed and didn't have any fluctuation in his emotions. The youth lowered his head and was shocked, but he didn't dare to say a word. This elder was the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi. He had an illustrious reputation and was once the teacher of many princes. Even the crown prince had learned from him. He was once the teacher of countless prodigies. With this reputation, he was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Who is it? After a long time, Tian Xuanzi opened his eyes and gently placed a chess piece on the chessboard as he spoke. It's Lin Ling, who is currently at the peak of his power. This person is the martial arts champion and a meritorious official of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. He is in the second prince's camp. The youth said respectfully. Ask him to come and see me. Tian Xuanzi's voice was calm as though he was talking about something very normal. But he is the second prince's man. If we ask him to come, I'm afraid the second prince won't agree. The youth hesitated and said. I said to ask him to come and see me. Ask him to come and see me. As for the second prince, pass this letter to him. Yuni Xuan will give me face. Tian Xuanzi was still playing chess as though he had everything under his control. Beside the chessboard was a letter, which shocked the youth. Could it be that his teacher knew everything beforehand? So he was prepared. Yes. The youth took a step back and left. Tian Xuanzi was too mysterious in his heart. He was like a mountain that he had to look up to forever. Lin Ling's current strength is in the middle of the 108 general stars. Furthermore, he rose up in such a short period of time. Interesting. But it's a pity that he showed off too much and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. This led to his early death. Tian Xuanzi looked at the chessboard and said indifferently. Lin Ling's rise made him pay more attention to him. But that was it. Lin Ling still lacked the foundation to reach the top of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 309. The Sky Spirit Realm Cultivator arrives at this moment. The Fire Ancient clan was bustling with activity. After Lin Ling's return, everyone knew that the youth would support the entire ancient clan. The youth's growth was limitless. They only needed a little more time and they firmly believed that a fifth king would appear in the Tianxian kingdom. When that time came, the throne of the Tianxian kingdom would be decided. No matter what kind of schemes and plots, as long as one had powerful martial strength, then all schemes and overt schemes would be as easy as paper. Lin Ling still needed some time to accumulate strength before he could reach this level of strength. Lin Ling was also well aware of this. Therefore, after dealing with the Fire Ancient clan, he planned to enter closed-door cultivation and break through to the mid-earth spirit realm. Where is Lin Ling? Come out and see me. However, on this day, a loud shout rang out from the crater of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing silently in the sky. This figure was walking through the air, but it was extremely casual, as if it had merged with the heavens and earth. This was truly walking through the air, the symbol of a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. However, this expert didn't seem to have any elegance. After arriving, he immediately demanded that Lin Ling come out and see him in a domineering manner. Who are you? Lin Ling naturally sensed such a mighty aura. He strode out and arrived at the plaza, looking up at the person in the sky. It was a man around 30 years old. He wore a long blue robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent and he appeared extremely arrogant. I am Wen Bingxian of the 108 General Stars. You are Lin Ling. The man looked down at Lin Ling arrogantly. Lin Ling frowned. This general was very strong and had reached the Sky Spirit Realm. It seemed that the higher the ranking of the 108 General Stars, the stronger they were. That's me. What is the matter? Lin Ling said faintly. Nothing much, just that the Imperial Tutor wants you to make a trip. When Bingxian looked down on Lin Ling. The young man below was very young, but he was ranked in the middle of the 108 star generals. This made him very surprised. One must know that when he was 18 years old, he had only just become a general. Obviously, this young man was a rare genius. Unfortunately, no matter how talented he was, it was useless. After he died, he would only be a pile of bones. Moreover, as a genius of the older generation, he was more or less displeased to see the rise of a genius of the new generation. You want me to go? Lin Ling's eyes flickered unceasingly. He guessed that this person was here for Yang Fading. However, the battle between him and Yang Fading was a fair battle under the watchful eyes of everyone. There shouldn't be any complaints about who died. But now that Yang Fading had lost, the Imperial Preceptor's residence actually stood up for him. Wasn't this too unfair? Moreover, he had only asked him to go. It was as if he could only obey the orders of the Imperial Advisor's residence and could not go against them. If the Imperial Tutor wants to see me, why didn't he come personally? My apologies, the State Preceptor is not being courteous enough, so I refuse to go. Lin Ling coldly replied. That's not up to you. If I want you to go, you have to go. When Bingxian sneered, not allowing Lin Ling to refuse at all. His gaze wandered and suddenly saw the huge rock in the square, and he instantly revealed an interested expression. This rock actually hides a great concept. It's mine. He carefully sensed it and couldn't help but be delighted. He completely didn't expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise in a rural area like the outer city. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Ling to reply and strode towards the huge rock. It looked like he wanted to snatch the huge rock that contained the great concept of the god of war and return. This person is so overbearing. That huge rock contains the great concept of the god of war and is priceless. He wants to take it for himself without even saying a word. Many people revealed anger in their eyes. You've taken a fancy to my, Lin Ling's, things. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to take my things. Lin Ling still stood there quietly and smiled coldly as he looked at Wen Bingxian, who walked down from the sky. Does a junior who hasn't even reached the heavenly spirit realm have the right to say such words? Not to mention that I've taken a fancy to your things. Even if I've taken a fancy to your life, taking it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Wen Bingxian smiled disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, she wasn't afraid that Lin Ling would escape, as if she had everything under control. He slowly walked to the side of the huge rock and walked around it. His expression changed drastically as he said in surprise, "This is the great concept of the god of war." One had to know that Wen Bingxian's strength was at the heavenly spirit realm. According to the rules of the god of war mountain, he was no longer qualified to enter the god of war mountain. However, he hadn't learned the great concept of the god of war, so he was still brooding about it. However, he actually encountered it here, which made him wild with joy. He strode forward and wanted to move the huge rock away. Seeing Wen Bingxian arrogantly and overbearingly snatching someone else's item, the people of the Fire Ancient clan were even more furious. These powerful people were unreasonable. Don't be impatient. He'll suffer. Lin Ling's expression was calm as the smile on his face deepened. And at this moment, Wen Bingxian's hand had already touched the huge rock. At this moment, a loud and clear sound like a bell rang out. In front of them, a dark golden fist was hurtling towards Wen Bingxian. This was the great concept of the god of war. Wen Bingxian had been too confident in himself. His cultivation was profound, so he thought he could easily move the huge rock. But, he never imagined that the great concept hidden within the huge rock would come from ancient times. Since he was caught off guard and his soul force leaked out, he would naturally be injured by the great concept. What? Wen Bingxian's complexion changed. He instantly paled and spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backwards. In the end, he was stronger than the heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine had been careless and had nearly lost her life. As for him, he hadn't lost his life, but his soul had been severely injured. 108 general stars? That's a very impressive appearance. Why do you look like a stray dog now? At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice echoed, which caused Wen Bingxian's eyes to contract. His heart was burning with rage. He was an absolute expert in the inner city and normally sat in a high position. When had he ever revealed such a miserable appearance? Kiki, whatever you fancy belongs to you. But it seems like you can't take it away even if we let you take it. Isn't that so? Tens of thousands of us are watching and waiting for you to proudly move the huge rock away. Unfortunately, we are only able to see you vomit blood. Are all the general stars from the inner city so amusing? Lin Aofeng and the others all laughed while their words were filled with ridicule. You are courting death. Wen Bingxian's expression was like a pig's liver. He was an eagle flying in the sky, but he was being mocked by a bunch of fleas on the ground. Boom! A powerful frost burst out, causing the entire volcano to be frozen and crystallized. Wen Bingxian was infuriated. His strength was extremely horrific. With the heaven spirit realm and his formidable innate talent, it was enough to obliterate all the martial artists below the heaven spirit realm. In the heaven mystics kingdom, the heaven spirit realm was considered a formidable person. This powerful realm was like a watershed with the earth spirit realm. If the earth spirit realm was a general, then the heaven spirit realm was the king. The heaven spirit realm had the absolute aura and strength to suppress the earth spirit realm. Chapter 310. Terrifying Charisma. General Wen, isn't it too shameless for someone of your seniority to behave so atrociously? Right at this moment, a red spear shot down from the mouth of the volcano in the sky with boundless thunder. An even stronger aura presence pressed down, causing Wen Bingxian to vomit a mouthful of blood. She looked at the sky with reverence. Duke Duan. Several figures walked down from the sky. Among them was Duke Duan and the second prince. It was obvious that the Fire Ancient clan had been violated time and time again, causing the second prince to feel extremely guilty. Hence, he asked Duke Duan to focus on protecting the Fire Ancient clan. As long as there were any signs of trouble, they would send out all their experts. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the prodigy with the most potential in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Unless the second prince was a fool, how could he not value him? After all, he knew that if given more time, Lin Ling would be able to decide the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling, apologies for being late. Yes. The second prince, Yunixuan, walked over and spoke to Lin Ling with a grave expression. It's fine. We didn't lose anything. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Wen Bingxian coldly. Such a powerful general. You came to my Fire Ancient clan to behave atrociously. I thought you would wipe us out. In the end, not a single one of us was injured. Instead, you vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. Yes. Those words were like an invisible slap that caused Wen Bingxian's body to tremble. He was toyed with by a group of ants and then pressured by Duke Duan's aura presence. He was a martial expert ranked in the top 30 out of the 108 star generals. At this moment, he was truly humiliated. Lin Ling, you are very arrogant. However, don't think that you can look down on everyone just because someone is here to protect you. Let me tell you. Today, I must take you away. Yes. Wen Bingxian took a deep breath and shouted. She then looked at the second prince. Yunixuan, teacher has a letter for you. Take a look at it yourself. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a letter to the second prince and looked at Lin Ling with a gloating expression. He wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. He might not have read the letter, but he could guess what it was written in it. It was the conditions that the second prince, Yunixuan's status. The marshal's letter. Yes. Yunixuan's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened the letter and read it carefully. There weren't many words in the letter and only a few sentences, but it described the entire situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The marshal's residents didn't announce which faction they were supporting, but if Yunixuan were to hand over Lin Ling, the marshal's residents would consider supporting the second prince. That was the meaning of the letter. He had two choices. One was to give up on Lin Ling and get the support of the imperial advisor's residents. 2. The second prince, king of kings, the second prince is first. This was a huge problem. Lin Ling had fought alongside Yunixuan and made several contributions. Every one of them had shocked the entire Cloud Sea city. Most importantly, Lin Ling's potential was limitless, and many powerful figures thought highly of him. However, the marshal's residence was a famous faction, and the marshal was the teacher of many princes. If the marshal raised his arm and shouted, many princes would support Yunixuan. This is the crucial point. Yunixuan, you have to make a good choice. Do you want Lin Ling or the marshal's residence? Wen Bingxian reminded. After hearing that, many people could roughly guess what was written in the letter. They didn't expect the marshal to value Lin Ling so much that he would use Lin Ling's life to exchange for the entire marshal's residence. Yunixuan's expression was constantly changing. He finally raised his head to look at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. As for Wen Bingxian, she was sneering at the side and waiting for the second prince's answer. Just as she was about to speak, Yunixuan's cold voice echoed. Help me tell teacher that I am sorry. I don't value the marshal's residence. Swish. The letter in Yunixuan's hand was torn apart. Are you crazy? You actually dared to reject the imperial advisor's residence for Lin Ling. You should know that even His Majesty the Crown Prince wants to be favored by Master. But you. Wen Bingxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunixuan sneered. Perhaps, but without Lin Ling, I, Yunixuan, wouldn't be where I am today. Without Lin Ling, I am just a subject. Defeating Cloud Sea City Scholar and Martial Scholar, becoming the #1 Martial Scholar, a meritorious subject of Sky Fragrant City, and a general of the army. Lin Ling allowed me, Yunixuan, to go from a hopeless subject to one of the strongest contenders for the throne. My current reputation is all because of Lin Ling. How can I abandon him? Yes, the second prince is right. Without Lin Ling, Sovereign King Li wouldn't have joined you. At this moment, a figure walked down from the sky. It was Sovereign King Li. If you abandon my disciple, then you don't have the qualifications to be the king of Cloud Sea. Another figure walked down. It was one of the 3 pillars, Grand Master Pill Cauldron, He Yenshan. All the respectable experts had arrived, and every single one of them supported Lin Ling. Yunixuan smiled faintly. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who thought highly of Lin Ling. Everyone thought highly of Lin Ling's future. They were betting everything on that young man. Thank you, everyone. Lin Ling looked at all the experts who arrived and felt warmth in his heart. In fact, if all these people didn't support him and the marshal wanted to make a move on him, he wouldn't be able to resist with his current strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had a good eye for people. The marshal's residence has also rejected you. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, you are the first. However, Yunixuan, you will regret it. Wen Bingxian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling had slapped him in the face again, making him come with pride and leave with disappointment. For Lin Ling alone, I am willing to give up all the factions in the world. Yunixuan said word by word, affirming his determination even more. Currently, Lin Ling was more like the king of all of them. However, Lin Ling didn't have any interest in the throne. What he pursued was the supreme martial Dao. Everyone who supported Lin Ling knew this. Yunixuan knew it too, which was why he was willing to bow down to Lin Ling. Perhaps in his heart, if the king of Yunhai was above everyone and was the sovereign of the 9 and 5, then Lin Ling was the sovereign of all the 9 and 5. Of course, this was a kind of intuition. It was an intuition brought about by Lin Ling's boldness. However, as of now, Lin Ling obviously hadn't matured to that extent. You all. When Bing Xian roared with anger. You should worry about your own situation. Coming to my fire ancient clan to behave atrociously isn't something you can come and go as you wish. Lin Ling interrupted Wen Bingxian's words with extremely cold eyes. Wen Bingxian's eyes focused and looked around. He then realized that there were several experts who were stronger than him gathered in the volcano. This Lin Ling's rallying power was terrifying. Lin Ling, he is ultimately a member of the Marshal's residence and is just a messenger. Let's not kill him. Yunishuan suggested to Lin Ling while looking at him. Lin Ling nodded. Since Yunishuan came out to support him, he had to give Yunishuan some face. Furthermore, when Bing Xian came in such an overbearing and arrogant manner, he wanted to take revenge himself. Chapter 311. The late Emperor's inheritance. What? You dare to slap my face? You dare to make me kneel? Since young, I have never knelt to anyone except the Cloud Sea King and my teacher. When Bing Xian roared with rage. This Lin Ling was too overbearing. Making him kneel and even slapping his face was actually worse than killing him. If he kneeled, what face would he have left in the Cloud Sea City? It would definitely be a huge joke. You don't have a choice now. Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. A pitiful person must have a sad side. You think you can look down on everyone just because you have the Imperial Advisor's residence behind you. A pity that you have found the wrong place to display your pride. Duke Duan walked out. Beside him, Sovereign King Li walked out as well. Both dukes made a move on Wen Bingxian. Wen Bingxian's strength wasn't weak, and there weren't many people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who were stronger than him. However, the four dukes weren't among them. Thus, when the two of them made a move, how could Wen Bingxian resist? Slap. 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 He was forced to kneel by the two dukes. Clear slapping sounds echoed, and Wen Bingxian kowtowed 3 times to everyone. The humiliation almost made Wen Bingxian want to commit suicide. He came with arrogance, but he didn't expect the final outcome to be like this. It was extremely dramatic. Lin Ling, today's revenge will be heavily repaid in the future. Slap. After kowtowing 3 times, Wen Bingxian roared with rage. Lin Ling sneered, when we meet again in the future, it will be your life that will be taken. Get lost. Get lost. Wen Bingxian gritted his teeth and left the volcanic crater like a stray dog. Right now, outside the volcanic crater, there was a huge crowd. Some of them were from the outer city while some were from the inner city. This time, they were naturally here to watch the show. They originally wanted to see Lin Ling being suppressed by an expert, but the result was the complete opposite. Wen Bingxian, ranked 30th among the 108 general stars. He was actually suppressed to the point of kowtowing 3 times and vomiting blood twice. Slap. The informants from the various factions were all astonished and reported back to the inner city at the same time. The people from the various major powers were shocked once again. That Lin Ling was so domineering that he didn't even give the Imperial Tutor's residence any face and made the Imperial Tutor's student, Wen Bingxian, lose face and run out of the Fire Ancient clan like a stray dog. Furthermore, Lin Ling seemed to be extremely courageous. Not only did he get the second prince to step in, he even got the 2 dukes and the 3 great pillars to support him. At the mouth of the volcano, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, then they smiled. Lin Ling, you're now a banner of the second prince. Your reputation is actually greater than mine. Many forces have joined my camp because of you. Yunishuan said with a smile as he walked towards Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was considered to have made great contributions, but Yunishuan was different from the other princes. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and wasn't jealous. Furthermore, he knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, as long as he could determine the ownership of the King of the Cloud Sea, he would definitely make himself the King of the Cloud Sea. Lin Ling's goal wasn't just the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, our faction is getting stronger and stronger, and our reputation is getting bigger. We have formed a tripartite balance of power with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. In order to become the King of the Cloud Sea, apart from having formidable martial strength, we also need to have the support of the masses. Duan walked over and said. Having the support of the masses meant having the hearts of the people. Obtaining the hearts of the people meant obtaining the world. In the tripartite balance of power, the three kingdoms were competing for resources. The various factions and experts were the resources and the hearts of the people. Whoever had the most resources would have the hope of becoming the King of the Cloud Sea. Right now, the Second Prince had plenty of resources and was only slightly weaker than the Crown Prince. However, he was on par with the Third Prince and might even have a higher reputation. The factions in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom are the reclusive aristocratic clans, the various city lords, the various generals, and the civil and military officials. If we can recruit them all into our faction, then the Second Prince will definitely become the King of the Cloud Sea. Sovereign King Li said. Lin Ling frowned and pondered for a moment. He then said, right now, most of the factions are just watching from the sidelines. Furthermore, it is rather difficult to recruit them. Why don't we recruit the various princes first? They might not have much influence, but they represent the Cloud Sea Empire. Once this statement was out, everyone's eyes lit up. They had nearly forgotten about the various princes' factions. After all, they had treated the various princes' factions as opponents from the start. They didn't expect to pull them into the same faction. Incredible. I always thought that Lin Ling had exceptional talent. I didn't expect him to be so far-sighted. Sovereign King Li praised. Many people nodded in agreement. Let me handle this. I should be able to persuade the 20 over princes. However, there is one that might be more difficult. It is the 14th prince. He has 7 generals under him. All of them are at the heavenly spirit realm and are extremely loyal. The 14th prince doesn't like power struggles and likes to play around. He was the most pampered child of the King of the Cloud Sea. He is probably the most difficult to recruit. Duke Duan frowned. 14th brother, I have heard of him. It is because he likes to play around that the late emperor especially liked him. It is said that the late emperor even left behind some treasures for him. His Majesty the Second Prince also recalled. Late emperor's treasures. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The Second Prince nodded and said, all the major factions in the Cloud Sea City know about it. However, 14th brother has the Golden Medallion of Immunity. Hence, the royal advisor residence, the Empress Dowager, and other major factions can't do anything about the Golden Medallion of Immunity. Yes. Furthermore, last year, I heard that the Crown Prince and the Third Prince also tried to get the treasures, but they all failed. Against 14th brother, they obviously can't use force to plunder. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's interest was piqued. Currently, his Flame Legion was still much weaker than the Cloud Sea City's forces. However, if he could get the late Emperor's treasures, then everyone's strength would increase greatly. Moreover, if he could subdue the 14th prince, then the Second Prince's forces would also increase greatly. Alright, let me deal with the 14th prince. Lin Ling smiled. His words caused everyone's expression to change. They found it hard to believe. After all, if the 14th prince was easy to deal with, someone would have gotten the late emperor's treasures. The 14th prince has an eccentric personality. He likes to play around. He has played with all the toys in the world. Subduing him. Yunishuan hesitated. It's just playing around. If I want to satisfy him, it won't be difficult. Lin Ling smiled confidently. With General Lin taking action, you will definitely succeed. Sovereign King Li had great faith in Lin Ling. This disciple of mine is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is proficient in both literature and martial arts. It shouldn't be a problem for him. He Yenshan also smiled. In his heart, this disciple of his was a perfect genius. After he finished speaking, he added, "Disciple, when are you going to draw a painting for me? During this period of time, I have hired a large number of painters, but none of them are as good as you." Ha! Hearing this, everyone laughed loudly. The members of the Fire Ancient clan were also laughing. They saw that Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger. Now, he was already one of the top experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This made them extremely proud. Chapter 312. War God's Great Quintessence, Fiery Annihilation. It was nighttime. Lin Ling sat cross-legged as a faint flame spirit aura emerged from the surface of his body. After witnessing the might of the 108 general stars, Lin Ling knew that he was currently considered a top genius among his peers. However, he was still lacking when compared to the famous experts of the older generation. Therefore, his current goal was to break through the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and enter the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. At that time, even if he met Wen Bingxian again, he was confident that he could make her kowtow and return. Fortunately, he obtained plenty of spirit-type ginseng fruits on Mount War God. It was said that this natural treasure was obtained by the late emperor outside the cloud region and was extremely rare. At that time, the late emperor found a spirit-type ginseng fruit tree and planted it. Until now, no one knew where it was planted and could only obtain the spirit-type ginseng fruit. This magical fruit contained the spirit aura of the Earth Spirit Realm spirit aura seed and was very suitable for Earth Spirit Realm martial artists to cultivate. This fruit is just like the ginseng fruit in Journey to the West. Lin Ling took out the spirit-type ginseng fruit and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but smile. All of a sudden, he was even more curious about the world outside the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. According to his master, outside the three kingdoms of the cloud region, there were many ancient divine regions, tombs of experts, and other strange realms of heaven and earth. Apart from that, there were many experts there, and all of them had the power to split the heavens and earth. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was just the tip of the iceberg. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom wasn't the overlord yet. Therefore, it would take some time to leave the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to experience the world. Lin Ling held the spirit-type ginseng fruit with both hands. That magical fruit was gradually being burned, and streams of spirit aura flowed into his body like dragons. The spirit aura seed in Lin Ling's dantian gradually grew and gradually advanced to the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Time passed quietly. 3 days later, an enormous aura spread out from the volcano. Everyone could faintly hear the roar of flames. Ling has broken through. Ancestor Tai Yen smiled with delight, but he asked his clansmen to seal off the news. Presently, Lin Ling was the center of attention in Ocean of Cloud City. Now that his strength had improved, the various powers would naturally pay attention to him. So, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble if possible. Not only that, other practitioners counted the advancement of the Earth Spirit Realm in years, and some were even unable to break through in their entire lives. It was impossible for others not to be curious that Lin Ling had advanced again in such a short period of time. Even Patriarch Extreme Flame was curious as to how his grandson had cultivated and how he had progressed so quickly. In reality, he didn't know that Lin Ling's increase in strength was closely related to the Blazing Flame arts. Without the Blazing Flame arts, Lin Ling would only be an ordinary genius. Whoosh! A figure shot straight to the bottom of the volcano, passing through the ancestral grave and then through the savage valley. He reached the deepest part of the volcano, where the flames were exuberant. Even the Fire Ancient clan, the Imperial Fire clan, didn't dare to rashly come here. The earth core fire is indeed ferocious. Lin Ling stood there quietly. A layer of flames appeared on his body, adding a touch of vigor to his handsome face as he indifferently looked at his surroundings. The reason why he came here was because he had reached the late stage of the earth spirit realm. His strength had greatly increased, and he wanted to try out the second style of the war god fist, blazing annihilation. Only by reaching the late stage of the earth spirit realm would the second style of the war god fist have enough spirit chi to support it. Only then would the three great concepts be able to perfectly merge together. The 9 nether heavenly flames concept, the 7 blades talent concept, and the war god concept. Among them, I'm most familiar with the 9 nether heavenly flames and the 7 blades heavenly flames. They are also my future path of martial Tao. However, the war god concept is not a concept that I created, so it's still not considered a divine transformation realm. Lin Ling murmured. He was still standing there quietly, but the flames outside his body were even more exuberant, as if they were going to burn the earth core fire into nothingness. Those flames were intertwined with blue and white flames, constantly swallowing and spitting, making him look like a flame god. He stretched out his fist, and a dark golden light appeared. That was the battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the power. Battle the heavens, battle the earth, battle the god of war. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. His clothes fluttered and danced, and the flames around his body also jumped. It felt like a raging fire being blown by a strong wind. Rumble. The earth shook at this moment, and an endless battle intent spread out. At this moment, Lin Ling's fist was not only dark golden, but it was also wrapped in blue and white flames. The 3 great concepts had completely merged together. This fist was the war god fist, but it also looked like the flame fist. What a powerful force. After this style was charged, it actually drained all the spirit chi and flames in my body. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and 2 wisps of flames jumped wildly in the depths of his pupils. Although he could barely use the fusion of the 3 great concepts, it was obvious that it wasn't going smoothly. With his current strength, using the second style, blazing annihilation was obviously a little overwhelming. War god fist, blazing annihilation. When his aura reached its peak, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A tyrannical aura erupted, and the flames were like a sea. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. An ancient flaming war god appeared, and his fists were like fire, as if they could destroy all demons. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, and it was as if he could shatter the sun and moon. Rumble! In front of him, an unparalleled force swept out, and the earth cracked open layer by layer. Wherever the fist passed, the stone walls turned into golden light, and everything turned into nothingness. A huge and bottomless hole appeared, and this hole was so big that it could fit a city. In other words, the power of this fist could destroy a city. And around the hole, flames burned wildly, burning the heavens and the earth. Bang! As for Lin Ling, who had used this terrifying fist, he could only look at the shocking destructive power with a bitter smile, and then he fainted. This war god fist was extremely terrifying, but with his current strength, it was still difficult to control. After this punch, he had completely lost the ability to fight. Rumble. Lin Ling didn't know that the might of his punch had caused the entire outer city to tremble. Countless people gasped and thought that the ground had cracked open. This was especially true for the ancient Flame Clan, whose huge volcano had cracked open. What exactly is going on? Ancestor Extreme Flame was in a state of panic. He thought that the end of the world had arrived, and he was completely unaware that it was just the work of his grandson. After an entire 3 days, Lin Ling finally walked out from the depths of the earth. His face was quite pale, and he was shocked when he recalled the might of that punch. However, when he arrived at the surface and saw the Fire Ancient clan in chaos, the corners of his eyes twitched. The might of that punch seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. At this moment, all the buildings in the Fire Ancient clan had collapsed, and everyone was in a hurry. They were even wondering if the heavenly tribulation had arrived. Moreover, he found out from the members of the clan that it wasn't just the Fire Ancient clan that was in chaos, and it was the same throughout the outer city. A large number of restaurants and markets were shaken by the aftershocks and collapsed, causing the streets to be in chaos. Ancestor Extreme Flame's voice resounded, and it was filled with worry. It caused Lin Ling's helpless smile to grow even wider. "Stinking kid, where did you run off to? I was so worried. Hurry up and help us rebuild our home. Alas, the world is too ruthless." Just a single upheaval caused the Fire Ancient clan to be reduced to nothing. Chapter 313. Heading to the 14th Prince's manor on the next morning, Lin Ling left the Fire Ancient clan and headed for the 14th Prince's manor. The heavenly concubine was accompanying him. The reason why he brought the heavenly concubine along was that she was the smartest among all of them. She should be of great help to the 14th Prince. As for the 14th Prince, Lin Ling found out from the second prince that this person disliked imperial authority and was cynical. He was the late emperor's most doted son and was also the guardian of the treasures left behind by the late emperor. The 14th Prince didn't have any martial strength and was only interested in playing. He wanted to play with all sorts of novel things in the world. Furthermore, he was most interested in chess and was extremely proficient in it. "Heavenly concubine, I said before that once I settle my matters here, I will leave the Heaven Mystics Kingdom with you to meet your old friend. As a condition, you have to help me today. It would be best if you can settle the 14th Prince." As they advanced, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Humph, you profiteer. You don't want to suffer any losses and always want to exploit me." The heavenly concubine snorted and was extremely displeased with Lin Ling. This young man was boorish, rude, and crafty like a little fox. She was always at a disadvantage. In fact, she could just flick her sleeves and leave. However, she was exceptionally curious about Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lin Ling was her senior sister's subordinate, and she wanted her senior sister to meet this relative. Hence, she had been following Lin Ling. "There isn't much entertainment in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom except chess. My chess skills are considered average, and you are the military advisor. If the 14th Prince wants to discuss chess skills, then I will have to rely on you." Lin Ling added. "Don't worry. As long as it is about the formation of infantry, I don't fear anyone." The heavenly concubine spoke with extreme confidence and then said, "I heard that the 14th Prince is cynical. If you want to enter his manor, you must have some novel toys. Are you prepared? Kiki, in front of me, he dares to claim that he can play with everything in the world." Lin Ling smiled confidently. He came from the previous world, where the entertainment industry was developed. There were mobile phones, computers, videos, games, and many other things that could make people forget about leaving. How could the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's entertainment be compared to that place? Not long after, the two of them entered the inner city and walked in one direction. Then, a huge manor appeared before their eyes. There was an endless stream of people going in and out of the gate. Some of these people were holding cricket jars, and some were holding demonic beast chickens in advance. It seemed that they wanted to give the new toy to the 14th Prince so that they could get the opportunity to enter the manor. "I'm sorry, crickets. His Majesty the 14th Prince has said that he's tired of playing with this thing. There's nothing new about it. Anyone who gives him a cricket is not allowed to take a step into the manor. Cockfighting. The 14th Prince has already won the Chicken King competition twice. He no longer cares about cockfighting. Scram." The guards at the entrance of the mansion were quite arrogant. Anyone who came would be chased away. Only a few people were allowed to enter. It was obvious that the 14th prince possessed the treasures left behind by the late emperor, and it caused many people in the city to cast covetous gazes towards him. However, the 14th prince possessed the golden token of immunity, so they couldn't use force against him and could only curry favor with him. Unfortunately, the 14th prince had already played with everything in the world. It would be very difficult to please him. This 14th prince is really an interesting person. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the city, many people thought that the 14th prince was trash, but he didn't think so. Perhaps it was like a poem: the world laughs at me for being crazy, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. The 14th prince had such a personality. He enjoyed a free and easy life and wasn't bound by power. Who are you? State your name. At this moment, a cold voice sounded towards Lin Ling and the heavenly princess. The heavenly concubine quickly looked towards Lin Ling. She knew that if they wanted to enter the manor, they would have to take out rare and novel items. However, she naturally couldn't think of anything suitable. So, she could only look at Lin Ling. I'm Lin Ling. Tell the 14th prince that I've brought 3 strange items. If he wants them, he has to come see me personally. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused many people to stare at him. This young man was really arrogant. He actually wanted the 14th prince to come see him personally. Moreover, they had never heard of the name Lin Yiming. Young man, you're so arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes said. He was one of the 3rd prince's men and often came to curry favor with the 14th prince. It was because he was a playboy that the 3rd prince had assigned him such a task. It was exactly the right thing to do with the 14th prince. Of course, he had failed every time. Who do you think you are? Scram! Lin Ling had already seen that this young man was one of the 3rd prince's men. Towards an enemy like the 3rd prince, he naturally wouldn't be polite. You! The playboy clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Telling him to scram was equivalent to stepping on the 3rd prince's face. He sneered, I don't know where this country boy came from, but he's so arrogant. However, I want to see if you can take out anything novel. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. He took out a crystal bottle and handed it to the guard. This is the first novel toy. Give it to the 14th prince. After he sees it, he will definitely come to see me. The guard took the bottle and looked at it carefully. His face was filled with doubt because the bottle was filled with a transparent liquid. It looked very ordinary. However, the young man in front of him was very confident. Moreover, the 14th prince wasn't like the other princes. He only cared about novel toys. As long as there was a novel toy, then he had the right to speak. Therefore, after calmly saying that, he turned around and entered the manor. That's a toy. It's just a bottle of waste water. Just you wait. You dare to tease the 14th prince. You're dead. The playboy young man on the side thought that Lin Ling had something novel. However, when he found out that it was just a bottle of water, he immediately laughed mockingly. If you talk nonsense again, I don't mind smashing you into the street. Lin Ling said coldly. The playboy young man's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. He wanted to stay and watch Lin Ling's show. At this moment, in the manor, several figures were sitting, drinking tea and chatting slowly. Lu, you're still so carefree. One of the young men in embroidered clothes said lightly. He sat boldly, wearing a long black robe. His face was resolute, and he had a domineering aura that looked down on everyone. He looked at a young man of about 20 years old opposite him, and a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes. That young man was his 14th brother. He had no fighting spirit and was frivolous. He was a disgrace to their prince. If it wasn't for the fact that his 14th brother had the death exemption golden medallion and the late emperor's treasure, he, Yuni Tian, wouldn't even bother to come here. Yuni Tian was the current first crown prince. Royal brother, I'm not like you. I only want to live a carefree life. I have no interest in the throne. Not far away, the pale-faced young man smiled faintly. He naturally knew the purpose of the crown prince's visit. It was definitely for the late emperor's treasure. However, although he respected the crown prince, he wasn't afraid. Chapter 3:14. Tempted by three things, Yael, why don't you hand over the things that King Father left behind to me for safekeeping and become a carefree king? The crown prince drank a mouthful of wine and asked. That won't do. King Father is just going out and will be back any time. If he doesn't see the treasures when he returns, he will definitely blame me. The youth smiled and shook his head. He might look like a hedonistic young master who was frivolous, but he was actually very astute. The crown prince Unitian's eyes turned cold, but he concealed it well and smiled. Your Majesty Yael, someone outside delivered a new toy. He said that if you like it, you can receive it personally. Right at this moment, a guard walked in and handed over the item that Lin Ling sent over. Oh. Yunyao wasn't dissatisfied and was rather interested. He picked up the bottle and opened it. Instantly, a fresh smell was emitted, causing his eyes to light up. This person is so arrogant. It is just some rouge and powder, and he dares to bring it into the manor. The crown prince Unitian had a powerful cultivation and naturally smelled the fragrance from the bottle. He immediately laughed with disdain. However, Yunyao shook his head and said, Imperial brother, you have belittled this bottle. I can say that this is probably the only bottle in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, the creator is ingenious and could actually create such a rare and novel item. Once he said this, the crown prince Unitian's eyes turned serious. Yunyao continued, right now, which kind of rouge and powder in the world have I, Yunyao, not seen before? Let's not talk about those that are far away. My residence has 3,000 different kinds of rouge and powder, but this bottle of water in my hand has a refreshing fragrance that lingers for a long time. Most importantly, when this water is sprinkled, mosquitoes won't come near. This is the rouge and powder used by men. He had played with all kinds of things in the world, and so he quickly noticed the uniqueness of this bottle of water. He was extremely tempted. The crown prince Unitian frowned slightly and didn't say anything. This person who delivered the water was rather intelligent and had investigated the 14th brother beforehand. He knew of the 14th brother's preferences and knowledge, and so, he came up with the right medicine. It was obvious that he had won the favor of the 14th brother. Up until now, everyone had been trying to curry favor with the 14th prince in order to obtain the treasures left behind by the late emperor, including him, the crown prince. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a competitor made him very unhappy. This plaything has won my heart. It's worthy of me personally welcoming it. Yunyao took a large step forward and followed the guard. At this moment, outside the manor, Lin Ling was quietly waiting, but there was still no news. This made the heavenly concubine lose hope. Meanwhile, the hedonistic young master, who had been watching the show from the side, was gloating. You want to win the 14th prince's favor with a bottle of water? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you, I've been here 21 times under the orders of the third prince, but I still haven't had the chance to enter the manor even once. Yes. That's because the third prince is a piece of trash, and you are also a piece of trash. Lin Ling said without even looking at him. You've got guts, daring to insult the third prince. But now, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll bear the wrath of the 14th prince. Playing with him isn't something that can be avoided with just a few words. The hedonistic young master said coldly. At this moment, a figure walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Are you Lin Yiming? Please come in. His Majesty the 14th Prince. Looking at that person, everyone outside the door widened their eyes. That young man had actually made the 14th Prince personally come to invite him. Piece of trash. Lin Ling said mockingly to the hedonistic young master. Then, he strode into the manor, causing the hedonistic young master's expression to become extremely ugly. The manor was very big. Lin Ling followed the 14th Prince to the garden, where he saw many people sitting, drinking and laughing. Lin Yiming, you've created the first bottle of perfume for men. Moreover, this perfume's effect isn't weak. It can repel insects and mosquitoes. Yunyao didn't put on any airs and smiled at Lin Yiming. Moreover, he didn't expect that the person who created such a novel thing was a young man. Your Majesty is overpraising me. Lin Ling bowed indifferently. The reason why he used a fake name was because he didn't want Yunyao to know which camp he was from. After all, if he revealed his real name, Yunyao would be wary. You don't have to be so courteous with me. That's right, what's the name of this bottle of perfume? Yunyao smiled and waved his hand. Ancient Dragon Water. Lin Ling smiled gently. Yunyao liked novel things. To be honest, Lin Ling could create countless things that Yunyao liked. Therefore, he was very confident that he would be able to meet Yunyao. That's right. Here are 2 more items. Your Majesty, please take your time. Lin Ling took out another novel toy. It was the Rubik's Cube. This? Yunyao was instantly curious. Such a strange item was rarely seen in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This item is called the Rubik's Cube. It has 6 colors and 6 sides. The test of intelligence is to mess up the colors of the 6 sides and then restore the colors. Lin Ling demonstrated and handed it to Yunyao. Interesting. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. Yunyao was very curious and was a little excited. Everyone in the garden focused their eyes. It was also their first time seeing such a strange item. Even the heavenly concubine was surprised. She didn't know how Lin Ling came up with such a strange item. This is just one of them. I heard that your Majesty likes chess. Therefore, I brought a chess set. I hope your Majesty will like it. This chess set is called Chinese chess. Lin Ling took out another item. The current chess game in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was mainly Go. There was no Chinese chess. Therefore, when the Chinese chess set was taken out, Yunyao was even more excited. Lin Ling explained the rules of chess to Yunyao. Then, he played a game with Yunyao, which made Yunyao even more excited. This chess set is just like a battlefield. It is like walking in the fields and horses moving in the sun. The rules are so perfect, and there are so many ways to play. Sir Lin Yiming, not bad at all. Yunyao praised. Who exactly is this Lin Yiming? Many people from the major factions in the garden frowned. After that unfamiliar youth arrived, he immediately obtained the recognition of the 14th Prince and became their competitor. This youth is rather incredible and is quite shrewd. The Crown Prince, Unitian, narrowed his eyes. He had prepared for 2 years and asked his subordinates to constantly search for novel items. Only then did he barely satisfy the 14th Prince. However, that youth only used it once. Come, sit. The novel toys made Yunyao's mood very good. He took the initiative to invite Lin Ling to take a seat. Lin Ling cupped his hands politely and sat down with the heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine, who was at the side, was even more shocked. She believed that she was very knowledgeable and had the ability to predict the future. However, when compared to this youth seemed to have surpassed her in every aspect. He was simply perfect. In just a few days, he created a rare chess set. She had seen this chess set before. The rules were perfect, and there were so many ways to play it. It was definitely going to be passed down through the ages. Furthermore, this profound chess set was created by this youth and not an old man who was close to 50 years old. It made her feel like she was in a dream. She even suspected that under this youth's childish face, there might be an ancient heart hidden. "Ha, you came to my residence to have fun. The more fun you have, the more important it is to abandon your worries. Come, let's drink." Yunyail's voice echoed, but his cup was raised towards Lin Ling. Chapter 3:15. The first meeting of the enemy. Many people were even more jealous. If that youth and the 14th prince were to get closer, the deceased emperor's relic would probably be taken away by that youth. "Sir Yiming, where are you working now?" Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. Everyone looked over and realized that it was the crown prince who spoke. Lin Ling also looked over and asked with doubt, "May I know who you are?" His Majesty the Crown Prince took a sip of wine and placed the cup gently on the table. His every action seemed ordinary, but it carried the aura of a great emperor. After a while, he said, "I am His Majesty the Crown Prince, Yunitian." His words were extremely calm, as though he was the sun, moon, and stars just by sitting there. He was the emperor who looked forward to the future. He might have concealed that emperor's aura very well, but it would still be emitted inadvertently. Seeing that the crown prince took the initiative to speak, everyone knew that the crown prince thought highly of that youth and wanted to recruit him. Hence, the crown prince proudly spoke of his background. "Crown Prince." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. In the depths of his eyes, there was a murderous intent that was silently flashing. It was that youth who forced his father to his death. He finally met his enemy. Back then, Lin Chen was the most dazzling star of the outside races. He was fortunate enough to be recognized by the crown prince and brought into the inner city. Who knew that Lin Chen would fall in love with someone from the Stone Saint Kingdom, which caused dissatisfaction in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? At the crucial moment, the crown prince pushed Lin Chen out and forced Lin Chen to his death. From then on, Lin Chen was replaced with a wise and just image. It could be said that the crown prince used Lin Chen as a stepping stone to become famous, and Lin Chen was just a tool for the crown prince to become famous. Furthermore, Lin Chen had to bear the infamy for his entire life. In the crown prince's heart, Lin Chen's death was an honor. Since Lin Chen was able to contribute so much to the crown prince, Lin Chen's death was worth it. "If Sir Yiming does not have a job, you can consider coming to my side." Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the crown prince, Yunitian, spoke indifferently. He had stated his objective. This was an invitation. Everyone around was envious. Lin Ling quietly sat there. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but the murderous intent in his heart erupted like a volcano. The heavenly concubine beside him also sensed it. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Her soft, boneless hand quietly reached out and gently pressed on the back of Lin Ling's hand. The heavenly concubine also knew the cause of Lin Ling's father's death. Therefore, she knew that Lin Ling wanted nothing more than to kill this young man with the domineering aura of a king. The gentle pat on his hand was like a bucket of water that woke Lin Ling up. The killing intent in his eyes disappeared and he returned to his normal self. He knew that the heavenly concubine was reminding him that the current him was not the crown prince's match. "Are you inviting me?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine and asked. "Yes." Yunitian nodded his head proudly, as if being able to be under him was a great gift. "You think you're qualified to invite me? Are you the Cloud Sea King? Or are you the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? As of now, I don't think you are that impressive. Hence, if you want to invite me, you are too weak." Lin Ling put down his wine cup and spoke with a pause between each word. His words had a hint of disdain. Silence. The garden was dead silent. Everyone had widened their eyes. That young man was invited by the crown prince, and he rejected it. That was fine, but he even dared to mock the crown prince in front of him. It seemed like he was extremely disdainful of the crown prince. Yunitian's expression froze for a moment before it became emotionless. That young man dared to mock him and didn't even have a trace of politeness. He didn't even treat him as the crown prince. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a situation. However, he didn't seem to reveal any anger as he spoke indifferently. "You said that I am not qualified. Do you think that there is someone more qualified than me? There are plenty of people who are more qualified than you. Let's not talk about those far away. Even the second prince is above you. Do you know what you have done during this period of time? Your reputation and strength have improved greatly, right? You're still walking the same old path. I'm afraid it won't be long before you decline. Such a person still has the nerve to invite me. Moreover, you look so arrogant. I don't understand who gave you this arrogance." Lin Ling spoke coldly. The hatred of his father's murder was irreconcilable. So, no matter how strong Yunitian was, Lin Ling would still grit his teeth and face him head-on. However, his words were also true. During this period of time, the second prince was like the sun in the sky. His reputation had almost caught up to the crown prince. Since that was the case, what right did the crown prince have to be arrogant? Most importantly, if I become your subordinate, would I sacrifice myself for you again? I am not that stupid. I would rather become the 14th prince's subordinate than be stupid enough to become your subordinate. Moreover, you don't have the bearing of an emperor. I'm afraid that the position of King Yunhai has nothing to do with you. Lin Ling spoke again, causing the people in the garden to gasp. This young man was so arrogant. He was simply fearless. Especially when he said that the position of King Yunhai had nothing to do with him. This sentence was simply a great offense. What you said is true. However, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It all depends on the final moment. Yunitian's voice became colder and colder. He took the initiative to invite him but was met with ridicule and disdain. It was as if he was begging the young man, but the young man did not even spare him a glance. This young man was so frivolous. Did he want to die? However, Yunitian was very shrewd. Although he was angry, his face remained calm. Perhaps in his heart, although the young man in front of him dared to go against his will, in the end, he was just a restless ant. Ants would make people unhappy, but obviously, they would not be able to make people completely angry. Then let's wait and see. Lin Ling sneered. He picked up his wine cup and drank, no longer paying attention to Yunitian. As for Yunitian, he looked deeply at Lin Ling before he started drinking as well. His kingly demeanor made many people's hearts skip a beat. No wonder he was His Majesty the Crown Prince. No one could see through him. Hee, you're only allowed to have fun here. You're not allowed to talk about other things. Everyone, drink. After drinking, we'll play an exquisite game of chess. At this moment, the 14th prince, Yunyail's voice sounded. He seemed to be reminding His Majesty the Crown Prince that this was his territory. His Majesty the Crown Prince was indifferent. He continued to drink his wine as if nothing had happened. That calmness made people's hearts palpitate. Yunitian is really powerful. Lin Ling also remained silent. He attached great importance to Yunitian, who was rumored to have the domineering aura of an emperor. This opponent was really strong. After drinking, Yunyao brought everyone to a stone chess table in the garden. He smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. I have a rule here. If you can win my exquisite game of chess, then I'll let you take a look at the relic. This rule has been in place for a few years, but no one has been able to break it. Today, I hope there will be an exception. Also, until now, other than one person, no one has won. Chapter 316. Chapter 316 Exquisite Chess Game. Each person has 3 chances. If you fail, you can only try again next time. After Yunyao sat down, his aura quietly changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he was like a god of war who controlled thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the world. I represent Sima Jin Shan Wang to start the first 3 rounds. An old man who was close to 50 years old sat down. He stroked his beard and spoke with great confidence. Then, the black and white chess pieces fell down, and the 2 of them fought on the chessboard. The old man was calm at first, but soon, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he lost all 3 games. The chess saint has also lost. The 14th prince is indeed the real king of the exquisite Go game. Many people secretly sighed. They had studied this chess game for many years, but unfortunately, they still weren't Yunyail's match. Yunyail's chess was unpredictable. Let me. Another person sat down. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he was completely killed, and his face was pale. On the other hand, Yunyail's expression was calm. From beginning to end, he didn't sweat at all. Then, everyone took turns to go up, but the result was the same. This made many people realize that it was not easy to obtain the late emperor's treasures. 14th brother, let me do it. Not long after, the crown prince also sat down. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of arrogance in his expression. Brother, you've already been here 3 times. Although your chess skills have improved each time, you're still a little short of breaking the exquisite chess game. Yunyao said with a faint smile. Soon after, the black and white chess pieces landed. After the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, His Majesty the Crown Prince was also defeated. This caused the Crown Prince's eyes to continuously flicker. Back then, Yunyao was doted on by the previous emperor. Most likely, he also received a portion of the previous emperor's true teachings. Yunyao shook his head and said, Imperial brother, you've lost. In this exquisite chess game, the killing intent is intertwined. A single wrong move can cause the entire game to be lost. In this game, I used the black pieces to defend against the enemy. The fastest I could swallow the white pieces was 3 moves, and the slowest was 35 moves. Imperial brother, you're already pretty good to be able to last until 32 moves. 14th brother is the best. His Majesty the Crown Prince praised, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an imperceptible cold light. If it weren't for Yunyail's death exemption medallion, he would have already killed his 14th brother. Who else? Yunyao chuckled and continued. Everyone was silent. They had all lost. They were not Yunyail's match at all. Heavenly concubine, how is it? Lin Ling looked at the ancient stone chessboard. It was crisscrossed like a 1,000-year-old battlefield, and there was a line of words carved on the side of the stone, the pact of the late emperor, the exquisite chessboard, laughing at all living beings, who can break it. If this was the case, then it would be extremely heroic, looking down on all outstanding heroes. If it was any other chess game, I would have 100% confidence. However, the exquisite chess game is a unique chess game. Other than the person who set it up, it would be very difficult for others to solve it. I only have 30% confidence. The heavenly concubine frowned. 30% was already very strong. The others only had 10%. Alright, you try. It's best if you can beat him within 3 rounds. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Then, the heavenly concubine also sat down. Yunyao looked at the heavenly concubine indifferently, smiled, and then started the game. Everyone was watching. The crown prince frowned. He had lost earlier and was very unwilling. However, now that he thought about it, it seemed that other than him, no one else had a chance of winning. So, when he thought about it, he felt a lot better. At least, if he wanted to obtain the late emperor's will, he still had the greatest hope. However, this thought changed after the heavenly concubine sat down. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes kept flickering, blooming with light of wisdom. This made Yunyail's expression become serious. This is the first time I've seen the 14th prince's serious expression. It seems that he has met his match. When the crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not dare to underestimate the girl. However, although the heavenly concubine was strong, Yunyail was the local snake. The game was set up by him, so the heavenly concubine was only slightly stronger than the others. She only lost after 50 moves. Amazing! The first person to reach 50 moves has surpassed my brother. Yunyail said with admiration. There are 2 more rounds. Again. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from the heavenly concubine's forehead and encouraged her. The heavenly concubine nodded and continued to calculate. The 2 entered the game again. The crown prince's expression did not change, but he was clearly unhappy. This youth called Lin Yiming was very mysterious. The girl's chess skills were terrifying. In this way, she had surpassed the crown prince. Who is this Lin Yiming? The crown prince's heart was filled with doubts. As for Lin Ling, he quietly watched the game. Although his chess skills were very ordinary, he wanted to do his best. Gradually, his eyes lit up. His soul force condensed and the eye of time quietly appeared. The 1,000-year chess game had been going on since ancient times. In the long river of history, there were many powerful cultivators sitting in it. They seemed to be playing chess, but they were actually tempering their hearts of martial arts. Every single one of them had returned in defeat. No one had ever won. If they lost, they would lose everything. In the long river of history, the chess game was created by the previous emperor. However, there was one person who won and gained the previous emperor's favor. That person was the 10-year-old Yunyail. In the 49 moves, she admitted defeat at every move. On the 49th move, she made an unremarkable move and won on the 50th move. Father, at the beginning of this game, we have to take a loss as a defense. We have to persist for 49 moves before we can swallow the white pieces in one fell swoop. No matter how the black pieces are played, the white pieces will win the game. A childish voice sounded. It was Yunyail. Ha, Yal is amazing. You are the first person to solve the game. Everyone fights for benefits. Who would be willing to give up benefits and give up 48 moves in a row? The previous emperor's voice sounded, making Lin Ling's eyes light up. His chess skills were not as good as the heavenly concubine's, but he saw the process of the game and remembered how the white piece moved. This meant that the game was not difficult. You have lost, but your potential is not bad. At this moment, Yunyail's voice sounded. The heavenly concubine lost the second game again. She only made it to the 52nd move. A loss is a loss. What's the difference between 1 move and 52 moves? The crown prince's calm voice sounded. Clearly, he was unhappy that the heavenly concubine had made more moves than him. You made the most moves before, but I didn't see you say that. Now that someone has surpassed you, are you jealous? Lin Ling had already retreated from the eye of time and sneered at the crown prince. What's the use of having a sharp tongue? If you have the ability, why don't you go? The crown prince said calmly. His expression was still calm as if he was playing a game with a child. Clearly, Lin Ling was still not enough to enter his eyes. Alright, since the crown prince invited me, I will go for the third game. However, it is too boring to just talk about winning and losing. Why don't we make some bets? Lin Ling said slowly. Chapter 317. Breaking the game. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and the crown prince. They knew that the two of them were about to fight. Lin Ling's courage shocked many of them. But since the Crown Prince dared to accept the bet, what right did Lin Ling have to be proud of? If you want to bet, bet your life. Do you dare? Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the Crown Prince with cold eyes. Bet your life. Everyone was stunned and gasped. The stakes were huge. This young man dared to say that he would bet his life on it. Don't say things like you're the Crown Prince, and I'm just a commoner, and I don't deserve to die. Just tell me, do you dare or not? Lin Ling's aura became even stronger, forcing the Crown Prince to swallow the words he wanted to say. Indeed, he wanted to say that Lin Ling's life was not as precious as his. Besides, no one has been able to break the game for 1,000 years. If I bet my life, I only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. But you, the Crown Prince, will win for sure. So, do you want to bet or not? Lin Ling said coldly. He's really betting. Everyone's breathing slowed down. They agreed with Lin Ling's words. Although the young man's life was not as precious as the Crown Prince's, the young man's chances of winning were very low. Basically, he would lose. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, had a 99% chance of winning. He could easily take the young man's life. So, this was a fair bet. Everyone looked at the Crown Prince, waiting for his answer. The Crown Prince's pupils constricted. For the first time, he looked serious. It was difficult for him to make a choice. Although he knew he would win the bet, he didn't know why he didn't dare to take the risk. Perhaps this fear was because the young man in front of him was too mysterious. Do you dare or not? Lin Ling looked at the Crown Prince and shouted again. The Crown Prince was silent. He looked at Lin Ling deeply. At first, he disdained Lin Ling's mockery. He thought of Lin Ling as an ant. No matter how arrogant the ant was, the eagle would not be angered. But gradually, he realized that this young man was much more powerful than he imagined. I don't dare to bet. Your Highness, it seems that you are only so-so. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. He knew that the Crown Prince did not dare to bet. He was hesitating. You win. The Crown Prince looked deeply at Lin Ling and said softly. That sentence made the people around him suck in a breath of cold air. The Crown Prince actually took a step back in front of this young man. Heavenly concubine, let me do it. Lin Ling ignored the Crown Prince and patted the Heavenly Concubine's shoulder. He then sat down in front of the Heavenly Concubine. Your Excellency Lin Yiming, you are incredible. I might not care about the matters in the Cloud Sea City, but I do know a thing or two about it. You are the only one in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who is as domineering as Lin Yiming. You are the only one who can force my Emperor brother into speechlessness. Yunyao looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This young man made him even more curious. Who exactly was this Lin Yiming? Kiki, I am just not used to seeing some people putting up an act. Come, let me see your exquisite chess game. Lin Ling had a good impression of Yunyao. Hence, he smiled and spoke. I hope you can break my chess game. Yunyao withdrew his thoughts and looked at the chessboard with a grave expression. Lin Ling thought to himself, I can't even break your chess game. Only you can break it. Subsequently, the two of them gently placed down their chess pieces. On the stone chessboard, black and white gradually became distinct. The seemingly peaceful chessboard was actually filled with murderous aura. Does this Lin Yiming know how to play chess? Why is he walking towards a dead end? After watching silently for a moment, everyone was shocked. They originally thought that since Lin Ling had the confidence to bet his life with the Crown Prince, his chess skills must be profound. However, from the looks of it, he was just courting death. Ah, why is it like this? The Heavenly Concubine's beautiful eyes widened. From her experience, Lin Ling was indeed courting death. The crown prince had a rather gloomy expression. Previously, when Lin Ling confidently bet his life with him, he thought that Lin Ling would be different. However, from the looks of it, he was played. Lin Ling wasn't even comparable to him. What angered him the most was that he was actually frightened by Lin Ling and didn't dare to speak. He had lost the dignity of an emperor. Everyone watched silently. At first, they were confused, but gradually, they couldn't help but laugh at him. This young man was courting death. Losing was only a matter of time. On the chessboard, one wrong move could lead to the loss of the entire game. As for Lin Ling, if he made a wrong move, he would lose countless games. Everyone was laughing at Lin Ling. Only Yun Yile's expression was serious. He was even becoming impatient. The young man opposite him seemed to be courting death, but until now, he still hadn't erased all the white pieces. It seemed like he was admitting defeat. It seemed like he was about to lose, but in reality, he was preparing the most terrifying fatal blow. Unfortunately, other than Yun Yile, who was directly involved, how could the others understand? "Are you here to make a fool of yourself?" the crown prince said in a low voice. He was in a very bad mood at this moment. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling gently place down a chess piece. Then, his calm voice sounded, 49th move, you lost. 49th move. Lost? His Majesty the 14th Prince lost. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They thought they had heard wrong. At the same time, a dispirited voice sounded at the same time, 50th move, all defeated. Your Excellency Lin Yiming, I lost. Sigh. Yunyao stood up with a sigh. The garden was silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. The game was actually broken by this young man. Moreover, the young man's chess skills were showing signs of defeat at the beginning. No one expected him to turn defeat into victory. They couldn't understand it at all. How is this possible? The crown prince's face changed dramatically. The exquisite game had been played for thousands of years. Finally, someone had broken it. This also meant that the young man had entered the relic before him and could even seize the treasure. In this way, his 2 years of hard work had gone down the drain. Moreover, he had previously mocked Lin Ling for making a fool of himself. But now, the outcome of the game had given him a heavy slap in the face. His heart, which had always been calm, was finally filled with anger. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling stood up as well. Compared to Yun Yile, who was sweating profusely, he looked rather relaxed. Of course, during the entire game, he didn't even need to use his brain. He just placed the chess pieces according to his memory. I said before that whoever could break the exquisite game would be able to enter the relic. Your Excellency Lin Yiming, you are the first person from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to enter. Yunyao wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Lin Ling with deep shock. The exquisite game. Up until now, this young man was the first person other than him to complete such a pioneering feat. His words made everyone jealous. Of course, the shock in their hearts was even more intense. Did you all collude with each other? Right at this moment, a powerful aura burst out. The crown prince's deep voice echoed. Since he came to the manor, he had been enduring silently. When facing the 14th prince, he had treated him with respect. But now, he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, 2 years of hard work had gone down the drain. How could he bear it? Chapter 318. The late Emperor's inheritance. Brother, it's not like you don't know my reputation. I only look at the exquisite chessboard, not the person. Since he can solve the exquisite chessboard, then he can enter the land of the lost treasure. This is my principle. However, Yunyao obviously wasn't afraid of the crown prince as his expression turned cold. What does it have to do with me? In any case, the late emperor's inheritance belongs to me. The crown prince's aura was getting stronger and stronger, causing the flowers and plants in the manor to dance and the fallen leaves to form giant tornadoes. The crown prince is so powerful. He is definitely a formidable martial artist in the heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time he saw the strength of his enemy. However, the stronger the crown prince was, the stronger the battle intent in his heart. His desire to become stronger was even stronger. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Imperial Brother can roam the 4 seas, but there is one place you can't. That is, the Pleasure Manor. This manor doesn't belong to me but the late Emperor. Yunyao squinted his eyes and spoke word by word. He wasn't afraid of the Crown Prince's powerful aura at all. The late Emperor's manor. Everyone's eyes flickered as they finally understood why this manor was so special. It turned out that the late Emperor took the time to relax in this manor when he was busy. Your Majesty, please excuse me. Today, I have to ask you to leave the manor. Swish. 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 Right at this moment, several afterimages appeared. It was unknown when 7 mysterious figures appeared in the garden. These people were like ghost generals and reclusive experts. Indifferent voices floated out from their mouths. The 7 generals of the king. The crown prince's eyes flickered with cold light. He naturally knew about the 7 mysterious individuals. They were the late emperor's personal guards and were extremely powerful. Of course, he wasn't afraid if it was a one-on-one battle. The most terrifying thing was that these 7 individuals could form a military formation which could burst out with the strength of a heaven spirit realm expert. Your Majesty, please leave the manor. The 7 mysterious figures yelled out again with extremely powerful aura. Yunyao, you are good. And Lin Yiming, I don't know your background, but if you dare to offend me, there will be no place for you to stay in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Crown Prince's expression constantly changed before he finally spoke in a deep voice and left with large strides. Looking at the departing figure, many people were secretly surprised. They knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince had said that he was invited out, but in reality, he was chased out. They couldn't help but look at the young man named Lin Yiming. His Majesty the Crown Prince was so humiliated today, and even shed all pretenses of cordiality. It was all because of this young man. Where did this young man come from? Lin Yiming. He had never heard of this name before. At this moment, Lin Ling was still shocked in his heart. Because the imposing auras of those 7 fellows were extremely terrifying. Looks like Ocean of Cloud City really is like an ocean, and there are even more hidden experts than I imagined. The 7 people were shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. After they invited the Crown Prince out, they bowed to the 14th Prince and disappeared. Here, no one is allowed to behave atrociously. You must act according to the rules of the joyous paradise. Otherwise, you will be kicked out. Yunyao looked at the remaining people and said. He once again stated the rules of this place. Perhaps in the joyous manner, he was the true king. We naturally understand. The others all smiled and said. Your Excellency Lin Yiming, you are the first to solve the exquisite chessboard after I set it up. According to my rules, you have the qualifications to enter the place where the late emperor left behind the treasure. Yunyao looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. He had a good impression of this handsome young man who wasn't afraid of authority. Most importantly, he noticed that this young man had the same temperament as him. They were both free and uninhibited, and they weren't bound by authority. This young man was a truly sensible person. However, you only have the right to enter the late emperor's treasure. Whether you can enter or not will depend on your luck. Yunyao said again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he said with some doubt, could it be that the late emperor's treasure is dangerous? Yunyao's expression turned solemn, and he nodded and said, although I'm the guardian of the treasure, I've never entered it before. Moreover, I can't because there are too many heaven and earth formations inside. Without a certain level of strength, it's impossible to enter. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the treasure really wasn't easy to obtain. Follow me. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, Yunyao also shook his head helplessly. Regarding this, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Then, the two of them walked deeper into the garden. The remaining people in the garden didn't feel good. The late emperor's treasure was protected by the 14th prince, and all the major forces had been eyeing it covetously. However, they had all returned in failure. Today, a nameless young man had entered first, which made them very unhappy. Of course, they still felt a little comforted. After all, the late emperor's treasure wasn't so easy to obtain. It was said that there were all kinds of powerful formations. If one overestimated himself, it was possible to die in the formations. He's so powerful. The heavenly concubine didn't think so much. She was still surprised by Lin Ling's victory in the third game. She had lost 2 games in a row and had lost her confidence. However, in the third game, Lin Ling had turned the tide and turned defeat into victory. This made the heavenly concubine, who had always been good at infantry formations, feel a strong sense of defeat. At the same time, she was even more curious about this young man. Lin Ling, do what you can. It's fine if you fail, but you must withdraw in time. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Furthermore, you have solved the exquisite chess game. You have the right to enter the late emperor's treasure at any time. Yunyao said as he walked. He was only the guardian of the treasure and had never practiced martial arts. Therefore, he had no interest in the treasure. Lin Ling nodded. He could vaguely guess that Yunyao didn't think highly of him and believed that he wouldn't be able to obtain the late emperor's treasure. Perhaps the formation left behind by the late emperor was truly terrifying. A moment later, the two of them arrived in front of a huge tomb. This tomb was ancient and a cold wind emanated from it. It seemed lonely and mysterious. We're here. The late emperor's treasure is in the tomb. You can go in. Yunyao said respectfully as he looked at the tomb. I'm afraid this tomb wasn't built by King Yunhai. It was here a long time ago. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He nodded at Yunyao and walked into the tomb. There was an ancient tomb path in the tomb. There were only fallen leaves on the ground. Just as he walked into the tomb path, a mysterious aura spread out. This aura made Lin Ling feel a sense of danger. He couldn't help but stop. It was said that this tomb was an array formation. Even the 14th prince hadn't entered. If he wasn't careful, he might easily die in the tomb. It was better to be safe than sorry. Lin Ling pondered as he quietly looked at the tomb path. Outside, Yunyao's face was solemn. The tomb was dangerous, but there was nothing he could do to help. He could only hope that Lin Ling would be able to retreat. Array formation. It looks like I can only use the eye of time to see it. Lin Ling took a deep breath and gathered his soul force. His eyes quietly shined with a green light. Everything in front of him changed. Chapter 319. King Yunhai, he's so strong, it's King Yunhai. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Although he was looking at the passing of time, seeing King Yunhai for the first time still gave him a great shock. The figure looked into the distance and smiled as if he was looking down on the world. Then, he walked into the tomb with mysterious steps. Those steps were very mysterious, and Lin Ling couldn't see through them immediately. He suddenly became expectant, that movement technique might be the way to enter the formation. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling still stood quietly. In his eyes, the mysterious figure kept going in and out of the tomb. The figure's steps were very mysterious and carried a sense of resonance with heaven and earth. It was as if the person's path was the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Ling was also very sure that it was a powerful movement technique. This piqued his interest. Currently, the martial arts he'd learned were mainly offensive, and he knew little about movement techniques. But now, he could make up for this flaw. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and just watched silently. Heavenly King Mirror Steps. After a long time, Lin Ling finally learned the name of the martial art. It was a sky-rank martial art, and was divided into 3 realms. The first was Heavenly King Mirror Steps. It had the speed of reflections and could produce lifelike afterimages. The second realm was Heavenly Wings. It allowed one to fly and move as fast as lightning. The third realm was 8 Directions Realm King. It could produce 8 images that moved according to the master's will, but had no offensive power. A sky-rank martial art. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he'd encountered such a profound martial art, and it was very frightening. If he could learn it, he would have the ability to fly in the air in the earth spirit realm. As for the third realm, 8 Directions Realm, it was an avatar. Although it had no offensive power, it could definitely bewitch enemies. However, a sky-rank martial art was broad and profound, and not something an earth spirit realm cultivator could learn. As for the Heavenly King Mirror Steps, it was even more difficult. Not only did it have high requirements for one's realm, it also required a certain amount of soul strength to learn. Soul force was innate, and it was the most difficult ability for a martial artist to control. Up until now, there hadn't been any martial arts that could increase soul force. However, soul force had always been Lin Ling's forte. Ever since he had awakened his eyes, his soul force had been increasing day by day. Now, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was any other Earth Spirit Realm practitioner, they likely wouldn't be able to learn this martial art, but I may not be able to. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He sat down cross-legged and silently watched the mysterious figure display the technique. Time was undoubtedly the best teacher. It was not like an ordinary teacher who would get tired and hide their own selfish motives. Instead, it could follow Lin Ling's wishes and continuously display martial arts until Lin Ling mastered it. Time passed quietly. In the tomb, astral winds blew. A figure weaved through the tomb like lightning. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked, because that figure actually produced afterimages, as if there were 2 youths. This was the first stage of the Heavenly King Mirror Image Steps, Mirror Image Steps. After a long while, the figure finally passed through the tomb that was fraught with danger, and there was a cliff in the depths. Looking around, the mist beneath his feet was faintly discernible, concealing unknown dangers. In the distance, there was another cliff. It seemed that one could only go further by going to that cliff. It's a good thing that I've learned the Heavenly King Mirror Image Steps, otherwise I would have been stuck here. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had time as his teacher, and possessed a strong soul force. Therefore, he had finally learned the second stage of the Heavenly King Mirror Image Steps, Heaven Wings. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and a dazzling light appeared behind the youth's back. Then, 2 wings of light sprouted out like bamboo shoots after the rain. If one looked carefully, one side of the wings was blue, and the other was white. There was even a faint flame rising on the surface. Whoosh! Lin Ling leapt out as the wings behind him exploded with terrifying astral winds, bringing him towards the cliff on the other side. Roar! At this moment, under the cliff, a large number of demon beasts as black as eagles flew out and chased after Lin Ling. Those demon beasts' eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light, and they were extremely terrifying. However, Lin Ling's heaven wings were extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a gorgeous flame afterimage in the sky. In just a few breaths, Lin Ling had reached the cliff on the other side. The strange bird on the cliff let out a cry, but it didn't catch up to Lin Ling, so it went into hiding again. Flying for the first time feels pretty good. Lin Ling smiled joyfully. The feeling of flying in the sky gave him the feeling of being the lord of the sky, and he liked this feeling very much. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't tried flying before, but the Earth spirit realm could only fly for a short period of time. That wasn't flying, but merely hovering in the air, like movement techniques and martial arts. But now, he could truly fly. Moreover, his flying speed was even faster than many sky spirit realm practitioners. Halt, this is my treasured land. If you wish to enter, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. At this moment, a voice came from in front of him, causing Lin Ling to look up. He saw a hazy fog in front of him, and a golden figure appeared. It was tall and burly, like a celestial emperor descending. He looked down at Lin Ling with disdain in his eyes. Who are you? Lin Ling frowned slightly, and a cold voice floated out from his mouth. I am the king of the cloud sea. The ancient figure emitted a voice as fearful as the heavenly might, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. He had a feeling that the figure in front of him wasn't the king of the cloud sea, but an illusion left behind by the king. Or rather, it was the power left behind by the king's soul, just like the octagonal mirror king's doppelganger from the third realm of the heavenly king of mirror image steps. This illusion didn't have the ability to attack, but it could intimidate the soul. And the king of the cloud sea's soul power was obviously extremely strong. You want me to kneel? Lin Ling's expression became serious. I am the king of the cloud sea. Everything under the heavens belongs to me. When you mortals see me, how can you not kneel? The heavenly might sounded again, and then a powerful pressure rushed towards Lin Ling. It was a pressure on his soul, and also a pressure on his aura. Lin Ling's expression changed. The king of the cloud sea's illusion was forcing him to kneel, or else he wouldn't be allowed to move forward. If he was really someone from this world, then perhaps he would kneel. But Lin Ling wasn't from this world. When he first came to this world, he had been bullied and tortured. He had relied on his pride to reach where he was today. He didn't kneel to the heavens, nor did he kneel to the earth. Unless it was his true family, his pride wouldn't allow him to kneel to anyone. Lin Ling clenched his teeth and raised his head. He raised his clear eyes and looked at the illusion in front of him. What if I don't kneel? Then die. The cold and emotionless voice sounded, as if it wanted to crush Lin Ling's martial heart and humiliate the pride hidden in Lin Ling's body. Not to mention that you are the king of the cloud sea, even if you were the true heavens, I still wouldn't kneel. The heavens are heartless and treat all living things as dogs. From the day I, Lin Ling, came to this world, I relied on myself. I didn't have a good family background that the heavens bestowed upon me, nor did I have outstanding talent. All I had was a tenacious heart. Since I relied on myself to grow up, then why should I fear the heavens? Why should I kneel to the heavens? Chapter 320. A great harvest, die. A tyrannical pressure assaulted him, causing Lin Ling's entire body to tremble. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and that brilliant heavenly prowess seemed to be forcing Lin Ling to kneel. However, Lin Ling's eyes were still resolute. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He still stubbornly refused to kneel. Perhaps to others, if they could reach this point, what harm was there in kneeling? As long as they kneeled, they would be able to obtain endless treasures. However, Lin Ling had his own principles and his own pride. His goal was to surpass the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. If he kneeled today, his goal would be disintegrated. He had lost to the strongest person in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, the King of Yunhai. His future achievements would never surpass the King of Yunhai. This was something that Lin Ling didn't wish to see. You are very impressive, the King of Yunhai, the sovereign of the entire Heaven Mystic's kingdom. It is a pity that everyone will kneel to you, but I will never kneel to you. I want to surpass you. The battle flames in his heart flared up. Lin Ling's eyes appeared with the illusion of the ancient battle god, causing his battle intent to rise crazily. The battle god concept was also silently transforming to perfection. At the same time, his soul power also spread out like water. His eyes quietly turned into a strange green color, like the eyes of a demon god. It was also like the boundless demon eyes, which seemed to see through the ancient times and the long river of history. A smear of ancient vicissitudes was quietly revealed in his eyes. In this world, the strong are revered. If you are stronger than me, then you can bully me. However, one day, when I am stronger than you, I will definitely bully you. In my heart, you are not some king. You are just a martial artist who has cultivated for a longer time. With a deep yell, the tyrannical soul spirit and battle intent burst out, causing Lin Ling's clothes to flutter. Right now, he was just like an ancient battle god as he took a step forward. Paw! The illusions in the fog began to sway, like ripples in the water. You! In that illusion, a voice of disbelief was heard. All you have is that I have cultivated for a longer time. I don't understand what qualifications you have to make me kneel. Lin Ling took another step forward. An aura that was no weaker than King Yunhai's swept out. It caused the fog in front of him to churn. Perhaps it was because of the pressure, but at this moment, Lin Ling's soul force crazily rose. It wasn't much weaker than King Cloud Seas. A mere mortal dares to defy the heavens. King Cloud Sea's illusion sounded like the wrath of the heavens. Can you represent the heavens? Lin Ling took another step forward, causing cracks to appear on the illusion. Even if you can, why should I fear you? He took another step and an aura even stronger than King Cloud Seas broke the illusion like glass. A voice filled with shock and anger drifted away with the wind. At the same time, the fog quietly dispersed. Lin Ling breathed heavily. He was still shocked, but when he looked ahead, he was surprised. There was a tree as tall as a person. It looked ordinary and lush, but there were many human-shaped fruits hanging from it. It was the spirit ginseng fruit. It was said that when King Cloud Sea left the cloud domain, he brought back a divine tree from an ancient place. Later, he hid it in Cloud Sea City. Until now, no one knew where it was. Who would have thought that the divine tree was hidden here? This was a heavenly treasure. Looking carefully at the tree, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This trip wasn't in vain. If he could obtain this spirit ginseng fruit, then he wouldn't lack the cultivation resources he needed to reach the earth spirit realm. Moreover, he could use the spirit ginseng fruit to cultivate a large number of earth spirit realm subordinates. King Cloud Sea, you're just a so-so. Sigh. Lin Ling looked back at the dissipating fog and shook his head. Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of this mysterious King Cloud Sea. If he was sincere, then Lin Ling would treat him as King Cloud Sea. However, the illusion he left behind had been suppressing him. Since that was the case, Lin Ling didn't need to give him any face. All the treasures here are mine. All right. After resting for a while, Lin Ling found that his soul force had reached an even more terrifying level. Unfortunately, he didn't know any soul force martial arts, so he didn't think too much about it for now. Then, he looked at the divine tree as tall as a person and a smile appeared on his face. The tree looked ordinary, but it emitted a mysterious aura from time to time. Obviously, it was very valuable. Moreover, there were many spirit ginseng fruits hanging on the tree. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let go of these fruits. He put the large number of spirit ginseng fruits into his rune bag and looked at the divine tree. After pondering for a while, he pulled up the tree and put it into his rune bag. He was prepared to plant this tree in the Fire Ancient clan so that his family and friends could benefit from it. Then, Lin Ling walked around again. In the corner, he saw a large number of spirit crystals. There were so many that he couldn't count them. His eyes widened and the ecstasy in his heart became even stronger. If he didn't take these treasures away, then it would be a waste of Lin Ling's effort to come here. After putting away the spirit crystals, Lin Ling saw a large number of ancient books. They seemed to be books that recorded the deeds of King Cloud Sea. Lin Ling quietly read them. King Cloud Sea had left the Cloud Domain and went to a stronger world. That was the 100 Domain land. It was a powerful world formed by 100 Cloud Domains. In that place, King Cloud Sea was only an ordinary warrior. He didn't have the qualifications to show off his strength. So strong. Lin Ling was secretly surprised, but it made him yearn for it even more. Currently, he already knew that the Cloud Domain was divided into the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. However, there were 100 other powerful regions in the outside world that made people yearn for it. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, he wasn't considered the strongest in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, he still needed some time to leave the Cloud Domain. This spear. Lin Ling's eyes looked around and suddenly landed on the corner where a spear was inserted into the ground. That spear was completely black and had ancient cloud patterns on the surface. It emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Furthermore, it seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's arrival. That black spear actually swayed. Interesting. Lin Ling smiled slightly and grabbed the spear with his right hand. Just as he was about to pull it up, he frowned at the next moment. This spear was very heavy. Lin Ling was very clear about his own strength. After all, his Sword of Brilliance Resurgence was already 30,000 kilograms. However, he was still able to use it to perfection. Yet, with his strength, he actually couldn't lift that spear. Hence, he was sure that this spear was at least 200,000 kilograms. Currently, my Sword of Brilliance Resurgence is no longer able to match my strength. Especially when I execute the first generation flame art, the Sword of Brilliance Resurgence feels like it's about to be burned. Hence, I should change my sword. This spear is very suitable for me. Lin Ling smiled slightly. His entire body's aura exploded. The three concepts merged together and formed a powerful force. Both his arms were emitting flames. He then grabbed the spear on the ground and slowly pulled it up. Although the speed was slow, it was only a matter of time before he pulled the spear out. Clang! A deafening sound echoed. The moment the black spear was pulled out, an ancient voice sounded in Lin Ling's heart. Chapter 321. Black sword with cloud patterns. This was an extremely mysterious weapon that could change according to the user's will. One only needed to drip a drop of blood on it to become its master. What a powerful weapon! Lin Ling was overjoyed after sensing it. He used his soul force to calm the black spear down. Then, he dripped a drop of blood on the black spear. The spear quietly transformed into a huge black sword the size of a door. The sword was completely black with mysterious cloud patterns on its surface. It weighed 200,000 kilograms. Its weight alone was enough to shock an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. First generation flame art, Heavenly Fire Prairie. Lin Ling's body was burned by the flames. When he reappeared, he raised his sword high. A taboo flame danced on the black sword. The Sword of Brilliance Resurgence couldn't withstand the power of the first generation flame art. But now, the black sword could. With this, the time he needed to use the first generation flame art would be greatly reduced. No wonder so many people coveted the treasures of the late emperor. There are indeed many treasures. Unfortunately, they all belong to me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling took another look and swept all the treasures away. He then strode away. Now that he had taken all the treasures, this place was worthless to him. Following the path he came from, Lin Ling appeared outside 3 days later. Yun Yao was still waiting. When he saw Lin Ling, his face lit up. Sir Yiming, you succeeded. Lin Ling thought for a while and didn't hide anything. He told Yunyao about how he entered the treasures of the late emperor. After all, Yunyao was a straightforward person. He didn't want to lie to him. That's great. It seems that my mission is complete. Yunyao laughed loudly. He seemed to be even happier that the late emperor's treasures were taken away. Then, he saw Lin Ling's puzzled gaze and couldn't help but explain with a smile. Yunyao wasn't a martial artist, but the late emperor left the treasures to him. This made him extremely vexed. He wasn't interested in the treasures. He only wanted to wander around freely. But he was trapped by the treasures. Now that the treasures were in Lin Ling's hands, the shackles on his body were released. He could finally be the king he wanted to be. Hearing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but be speechless. The late emperor's treasures were treasures that everyone yearned for. But in Yunyao's heart, they were as valuable as dirt. Of course, this style was Yunyao's personality. I'm sorry, Brother Yun. Actually, my name isn't Lin Yiming. I used this name because I didn't want you to be wary of me. My real name is Lin Ling. I'm from the second prince's camp. Since the other party was so open and aboveboard, Lin Ling did not hide his identity. You're Lin Ling, the most famous person today. I've told you, if I knew you, I would's of brilliance. Yunyao paused for a moment and spoke with surprise. He then looked at Jiang Yi with admiration. You know that I don't like to learn martial arts. Instead, I'm interested in novel things. I heard that you are the top scholar and proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Especially painting. You even created a novel painting art. I have been wanting to visit you for a long time. Lin Ling was extremely surprised when he heard this. This Yunyao was indeed special. If he knew this, he wouldn't have brought 3 novel things and would have paid a visit directly. He then explained his purpose for coming. He wanted the 14th prince to support the second prince. In fact, I don't have any interest in the king of Cloud Sea. But second brother is a good person and is more benevolent than big brother. If you want me to support him, it won't be a big problem. Furthermore, I have been paying attention to you and realized that you are a strange star. You rose up in a short period of time, but you have quietly changed the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, I trust you. Yunyao looked at Lin Ling and said. He seemed to have agreed to join the second prince's faction. That's good. I can also promise you that if the second prince becomes the king of Cloud Sea, you will be the king of freedom. Lin Ling promised. You know me well. Just based on your promise, I will agree. Yunyao laughed heartily. The two of them walked side by side and returned to the garden. Everyone had left, except for the heavenly concubine who was still waiting. When Lin Ling told her about what happened, the heavenly concubine stood there in a daze and didn't seem to be able to react. She didn't think that Lin Ling actually entered the late emperor's relic and settled the 14th prince. It seemed like nothing could stop this youth. Alright, we have stayed here for a long time. It is time for us to return. Lin Ling didn't bother about the astonished heavenly concubine and bowed to Yunyao before bidding farewell. As the two of them walked down the street, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes flickered. Previously, she had actually performed a divination for the late emperor's relic. However, the result was that no one could touch the relic. However, her divination failed. Lin Ling had successfully entered the late emperor's relic. That kind of mystery seemed to exceed the shackles of heaven and earth. This result caused her to be extremely shocked. As for Lin Ling, he didn't know what the heavenly concubine was thinking. He looked ahead and frowned slightly. At this moment, there seemed to be fewer people on the street than usual. Moreover, there were many people gathering in the same direction in the distance. It seemed like something had happened in Cloud Sea City during the 3 days he had been in the late emperor's relic. Brother, did something happen? On the way, Lin Ling politely asked a person who was in a hurry. Don't you know? 3 days ago, the third prince, the imperial advisor's residence, and Wang Haiwang jointly announced the dragon and tiger contest for hegemony. They said that they wanted to recruit all the heroes in the world. As long as they were experts above the martial spirit realm, everyone was qualified to participate. If they were able to obtain a decent ranking, they would be able to obtain any reward from the three factions. That person looked at Lin Ling with doubt but still explained. 3 factions. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed like the 3 factions might have formed an alliance. Wang Haiwang, one of the 4 kings, was already a subordinate of the third prince. The imperial advisor's residence, which had countless students, actually interfered. It seemed like they were going to support the third prince. As such, the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom changed again. The third prince's faction was on par with the second prince again. Both of them had the strength to catch up to the crown prince. However, the 3 of them were all Lin Ling's enemies. They created the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony just to recruit the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's experts. Your Majesty, the third prince, King Wang Hai, is my enemy. As for the imperial advisor's residence, I didn't provoke him back then, but he claimed to be the teacher of all the princes and wanted my life. Since that's the case, I can't let their wishful thinking go as they wish. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with cold light. He then took out a black mask from his runic bag and gently put it on. This mask was found in the late emperor's relic and was kept along with it. Chapter 322. Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony. Right now, the plaza of the Cloud Sea City was filled with people and bustling with noise. Today, the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony will be held in the name of the Imperial Advisor residence. It is to nurture the rising talents and contribute to the prosperity of our Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the vast plaza, a loud voice echoed. A white-robed youth had one hand behind his back and a warm smile on his face as he looked at the surrounding martial artists. He was the third prince, Yun Yifan. Currently, there were plenty of hidden experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but most of them didn't join the various factions. Hence, he wanted to recruit those prodigies through the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony. Third prince, with your words, we pledge our lives to follow you. TSK. It is said that if the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony is dazzling enough, they will be able to enter the Imperial Advisor residence to study. The Imperial Advisor residence is where all the princes study. We actually have such honor. Then we have to work hard. There was a lot of discussion in the plaza, and many hidden experts were tempted. They didn't know that the people who were secretly talking were the second prince's men. The rules of the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony are very simple. All Earth Spirit Realm martial artists can participate, and there is no age restriction. Of course, the younger, the better. Since it is the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony, it will naturally be an elimination system. If all the prodigies are confident, you can eliminate everyone. As long as you can sweep through all the prodigies, this old man will focus on nurturing you. Right at this moment, an elder's calm voice echoed. He had a benevolent expression, and his hair was all white. He looked like an otherworldly immortal. It's the Imperial Advisor. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. The Imperial Advisor was one of the most mysterious and powerful figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was said that he was an elder who followed the King of Cloud Sea to conquer the world. No one would have expected that the low-profile Imperial Advisor would appear today. But since the Imperial Advisor was personally making an appearance, it meant that the Dragon and Tiger contest for hegemony was important. Of course, I, Tian Xuanzi, have always treated everyone equally. Even if you are weaker than others, as long as you can win 3 matches, you will be able to enter the Imperial Advisor residence and become a general under the third prince. Tian Xuanzi took a sip of tea and spoke in a friendly tone. Many people were tempted by these words. However, what they didn't know was that the Imperial Advisor's residence and the third prince had long since planned to capture them all in one fell swoop. They had recruited all the elites and experts here. Their plan was very good. First, they would raise themselves up high, making people admire and respect them. Then, they would worship the mysterious third prince even more. Apart from being trained by us, the top 10 will also receive a spiritual ginseng fruit. As if sensing that the atmosphere had not reached its peak, the third prince smiled faintly again. Boom! Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The spirit ginseng fruit was the greatest treasure in the earth spirit realm. This kind of reward was enough to make one give it their all. I'll go first for the first round. I'm Zhan Tianyun. A figure leapt onto the vast stage. It was a young man who'd just turned 20 years old. His strength was at the middle stage of the earth spirit realm, a cultivation that shocked many people. After all, reaching the middle stage of the earth spirit realm at the age of 20 was extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Most of the commanders and generals only had this strength when they were around 25 years old. Isn't everyone surprised by my cultivation? Kiki, in fact, I'm not considered a prodigy or elite. It was only after I entered the Imperial Advisor's tutelage that my strength improved by leaps and bounds. The current number 1 martial scholar, Wu Gang, Lin Ling, they are still weaker when compared to the prodigies nurtured by the Imperial Advisor. It's just that the Imperial Advisor wanted us to keep a low profile, which is why very few people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom know about us. Zhan Tianyun was very satisfied with the surrounding gazes and let out an indifferent smile. His words had proven the prowess of the Imperial Advisor's residence and was obviously bewitching everyone. Incredible. Everyone was even more shocked and had even more respect for the Imperial Advisor's residence. Who will go for the first round? Zhan Tianyun stretched out his hand and spoke with disdain. The first round was obviously a good start, which was why the Imperial Advisor's residence sent someone out. At least, they wanted to let all the prodigies know that the Imperial Advisor's residence might keep a low profile, but their students were much stronger than the martial scholars of the past. There was silence in the surroundings, and all the prodigies were filled with excitement. The Imperial Advisor's residence and the second prince have extraordinary boldness. I wonder if the Imperial Advisor's residence is as powerful as everyone imagines. Right at this moment, an elegant figure leaped onto the stage and landed, smiling as he looked at Zhan Tianyun on the stage. When everyone saw this person, their eyes lit up. This person was wearing a black mask and had a giant black sword on his back. He had a slender figure, and there was a hint of evil charm in his elegance. From his voice, he didn't seem to be old and probably wasn't even 20 years old. Such a youth actually dared to go for the first round. You are wearing a mask. Could it be that you have some secret that no one can see? Zhan Tianyun stared at the youth and smiled. There isn't anyone that I can't see. I just can't be bothered to see some people. But if you want to see my true face, you just have to defeat me. The youth's voice was calm and had a faint magical power, making everyone curious about the face behind the mask. He was Lin Ling. You are very confident. But no matter, I'm not interested in your true face. I just want to display the Imperial Advisor's residence's foundation in the first round. Let me give you a word of advice: if you can't beat me, then leave the stage yourself. Fists and legs have no eyes. I can't control my strength and hurt you. Zhan Tianyun continued to smile. He had to convince his opponent in the first round and also display his elegance. It was a good thing that his opponent wasn't very old. Although he couldn't see through his opponent's cultivation, he still had a trace of confidence. Then thank you. I've also admired the Imperial Advisor's residence for a long time. I hope that you can give me some pointers. Lin Ling smiled faintly under the mask and slowly drew out the cloud-patterned black sword on his back. This sword was originally called the cloud-patterned weapon, but Lin Ling had seen the cloud patterns carved into it and thus named it the cloud pattern black sword. Of course, the most frightening thing about this sword was that it weighed 200,000 kilograms. Giving you pointers is naturally not a problem. The Imperial Advisor's residence has always cherished talents. You've reached the Earth Spirit realm at such a young age, you're worth nurturing. Zhan Tianyun stretched out his right hand and displayed a strong aura. A large number of stars appeared behind him, making him seem as mysterious as the night sky. He then took a step forward and pointed with his right hand. Starry sea explosion. Pop pop pop. Countless meteors streaked across the sky in beautiful trajectories, attacking Lin Ling. It was obvious that his spirit body was extremely unique. It was the starry sea body and could transform the power of the stars in the sky for his own use. It was extremely powerful, and he'd also comprehended a great concept. It was a pity that his cultivation level was only at the mid-earth spirit realm, so he didn't notice at all. Lin Ling was at the late earth spirit realm. What a powerful martial art. My lord, you must show mercy. Lin Ling let out a surprised cry as the sword in his hand seemed to strike out randomly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Zhan Tianyun nodded confidently. He didn't see Lin Ling's sword strike at all. An unparalleled battle intent swept out, shattering all of the bright stars. However, the sword didn't stop and continued towards Zhan Tianyun. Chapter 323. Humiliation. Bam! Zhan Tianyun had just finished speaking when the black greatsword smashed him to the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling didn't even raise the sword, and just let the 200,000 gene sword press down on Zhan Tianyun's body. My lord, you seem to have been smashed to the ground. Don't go easy on me. Lin Ling's puzzled voice traveled out, causing the entire arena to fall silent. Zhan Tianyun was the favorite student of the Grand Tutor's residence, and the youngest Earth Spirit Realm genius. He had proudly said that he would give pointers to the dark-faced youth, but who would have thought that he would be smashed to the ground with a single blow? This! The crowd exclaimed in shock, and couldn't speak for a moment. The scene before their eyes was too different from what they'd imagined. Your sword. Zhan Tianyun spat out a mouthful of blood and looked angrily at Lin Ling. The sword pressing down on him was too heavy, and he couldn't get up at all. My lord, don't go easy on me, I want to see the might of the Grand Tutor's residence. Lin Ling's light laughter traveled out, causing Zhan Tianyun to spit out another mouthful of blood, feeling that he'd lost all face. He'd thought that he was an expert, a hidden genius, and had been dismissive of Lin Ling. But now, he'd been ruthlessly slapped in the face, immobilized by a single sword. This first battle of the Grand Tutor's residence was a humiliating one. On the other side of the high platform, the Grand Tutor and the others frowned, their expressions somewhat displeased. The turn of events had exceeded their expectations, and Zhan Tianyun was too disappointing. Pick up the sword if you dare, I wasn't serious just now. Although the surroundings were silent, Zhan Tianyun could feel endless mockery. How would he explain himself to the Grand Tutor's residence now that he'd lost face in the first battle? Are you stupid? Weapons are also one of the methods in a battle. You told me not to use my sword, that's the same as telling me not to use my martial arts, to stand there and let you hit me. Is this how the Grand Tutor's residence bullies others in their first battle? Lin Ling's mocking voice traveled out. That's right, the Grand Tutor's residence doesn't seem to be as strong as we thought. The crowd was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. That Zhan Tianyun had asked his opponent not to use a sword, but he himself had used a powerful martial art. This was clearly unfair. Zhan Tianyun actually had the nerve to say such words that were close to idiocy. You have an unfair advantage. Zhan Tianyun's face was red with anger. I'm a little disappointed in the Imperial Preceptor's residence. How can they blame others after losing? I had an unfair advantage. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that my cultivation is higher than yours by an entire realm. Lin Ling snorted coldly, and the ridicule in his voice became even thicker. What? Zhang Tianyin's pupils constricted. He'd felt that he couldn't see through this youth earlier, but because the youth didn't seem old and he'd reached the mid-earth spirit realm at the age of 20, he was confident that the youth's cultivation level couldn't compare to his. But now that Lin Ling said this, he realized that Lin Ling's cultivation was vague because he was stronger than him, and his pride was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Ling. This black-masked youth's realm is terrifying. He's actually at the late stage of the earth spirit realm. Many people looked at Lin Ling and sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that it was already amazing that the Imperial Preceptor's residence could cultivate a 20-year-old mid-earth spirit realm cultivator. But now, the youth had also slapped the Imperial Preceptor's residence in the face. The Imperial Preceptor's residence was only a so-so. You've lost. Scram. Scram. Ignoring the anger in Zhang Tianyin's heart, Lin Ling withdrew the sword in his hand and kicked Zhang Tianyin off the stage. His gaze then turned towards the Imperial Preceptor and the others in the distance. The Imperial Preceptor and the others wanted to establish their prestige today and let everyone know the strength of the Imperial Preceptor's residence and the third prince. Since this was the case, Lin Ling wouldn't let them do as they wished. Let this world kill that youth if there's a chance. In the distance, all the important figures stared coldly at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had slapped their faces in the first battle, the prestige they'd established earlier had been shaken. Therefore, they couldn't let someone like this live. Young friend's strength is not bad, but his personality is a bit too sinister. He's obviously at the late stage of the earth spirit realm, but he hid his strength and wore a mask to hide his identity. There must be some unspeakable reason for this. At this moment, a figure floated lightly onto the stage. It was a young man who looked like a scholar. He had a faint smile on his face, giving others a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. However, his words were extremely sharp and carried a kind of high and mighty criticism. It's Feng Shi, the Crown Prince's former study companion. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw Feng Shi. Because of the Crown Prince, many people knew this young man. At the same time, because he'd been the Crown Prince's study companion, the young man had benefited greatly. Later on, the Imperial Preceptor had taken him in as a student after seeing his hard work. Feng Shi is at the late stage of the earth spirit realm. Although the level of his spirit body isn't high, but because of the Imperial Preceptor's tutelage, his great intent must have reached the great perfection realm. Many people were secretly envious. One had to know that not every earth spirit realm practitioner could comprehend a great intent, not to mention the great perfection realm. It was obvious that Feng Shi's strength was exceedingly strong under the Imperial Preceptor's tutelage. The sounds of discussion caused Feng Shi to lift his head slightly. He quite enjoyed this feeling. He'd been a servant in the past, but he'd made a name for himself today. So you're a servant? Unfortunately, the pride in his heart was exchanged for the faint laughter of the youth. You! Feng Shi's spring breeze-like smile instantly disappeared as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. You say I'm hiding my strength? How laughable, I've never hidden my strength. It's just that the student from the Imperial Preceptor's residence was too trashy and couldn't detect my level of cultivation. As for me wearing a mask to hide my identity. The mocking smile under Lin Ling's mask grew even thicker. I've come here because of the Imperial Preceptor's reputation, but do I have to report my background? Do I have to say what I've done in the past and where I've been? This makes me feel like I'm not here as a student, but as a servant, with everything being controlled by the Imperial Preceptor. Heh heh, perhaps once the Imperial Preceptor's residence starts a war with the various powers, we students who've come because of the Imperial Preceptor's reputation will become cannon fodder. Silence fell as soon as Lin Ling's words had landed. Everyone's expressions changed. Indeed, they'd come here to be students and wanted to raise their martial Tao level, but not to be servants. They certainly didn't want to be used as a tool by others. What a sharp tongue this youth has. In the distance, the imperial preceptor and the third prince's expressions were ugly. The youth's few words had immediately shaken the hearts of the various elites, and stabbed straight into their hearts like a knife. What a sharp tongue. If you only know how to rely on your mouth, then the imperial preceptor's residence doesn't want trash like you who only knows how to talk and not act. Feng Sher's expression was also exceedingly dark. Rely on my mouth. Right now, you don't seem to have one against me. Since you didn't win, then what right do you have to say that I have a sharp tongue? If that's the case, then aren't you talking too much nonsense? Lin Ling sneered and raised the sword in his hand. Come on, let me see how powerful the servant of the imperial preceptor's residence is. Servant. Chapter 324. Righteous energy piak, piak, piak. Feng Sher's clothes fluttered as a book appeared in front of him. The book kept flipping, emitting the aura of Confucianism. Mountain River Book of Luo. The aura was righteous, like the mountains and rivers, like heaven and earth. Many people around the competition stage felt a sense of worship. They were shocked. This Feng Sher's strength could be ranked among the 108 generals. Heaven and earth have righteous energy, and all things are manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. Feng Sher's voice rang out. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, like a saint. His words seemed to carry the might of heaven. Obviously, although his innate spiritual body was weak, he had already comprehended the great perfection realm. Moreover, he had learned some emperor's domineering aura from following the crown prince. Ignorant child, do you know your crime? His voice was majestic as it pressed down on Lin Ling. How terrifying! As soon as the voice came out, the crowd took a step back. They felt an irresistible feeling. They looked at the black-faced young man and shook their heads. At the same level, the young man's foundation was obviously weaker. In a battle of great perfection realm, he would lose without a doubt. You. What are you playing at? Your whole body is shining like a lantern. Is this the strength you want to show? However, what surprised everyone was that when the righteous energy suppressed him, it was only met with the young man's mocking laughter. Shining like a lantern. The Mountain River Book of Luo was being mocked like a lantern. Everyone was dumbfounded. Stubborn. It seems that I have been too kind. Since that's the case, I will have to use all of my great perfection realm against a stubborn rascal like you. Feng Sher's eyes narrowed, and an even more powerful aura was released. At this moment, his righteous energy had reached the great perfection realm. You dare to insult the imperial advisor. This is the same as insulting a saint. Kneel. This time, the voice was mighty, and it shocked the entire inner city. The light turned into a golden vortex, constantly swallowing and suppressing Lin Ling. Feng Sher wanted to suppress Lin Ling until he couldn't fight back. He even wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, did Lin Ling need to fear him? With Lin Ling's current soul force and the powerful concept of the war god, he didn't even fear King Cloud Sea's aura, much less this slave. Saint. How dare you say that? Righteousness. Do you have it? Boom. An even more powerful aura exploded out, shocking the stage to the point that cracks appeared. A dark golden light blossomed, becoming even more dazzling and ancient. A war god that seemed to have come from ancient times appeared on the stage. That powerful aura caused Feng Sher's heart to violently tremble. He actually felt fear in his heart, as if he was facing an ancient war god. What a powerful battle intent. That's the battle god concept. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the scene. Everyone thought that the black-masked youth's cultivation had reached the standard, but he wasn't strong enough. But now, the youth in front of them was telling them that he possessed the powerful concept of the war god, and it was at the perfection boundary. That was an ancient battle intent that only the war god mountain could learn. The war god's martial arts. Tian Xuanzi's pupils constricted. He'd always wanted to know who that youth was, but now, he was even more confused. Because the youth's battle intent was something that he couldn't figure out at all. After all, battle intent came from the battle god concept. Currently, there were many people in Cloud Sea City who possessed such a concept. After all, it was comprehended by the war god mountain, but no one possessed such boundless battle intent as that youth. You asked me to kneel. What right do you have to do that? Lin Ling's clothes fluttered loudly, and the expression beneath the mask grew even colder. He took a step forward, and his boundless battle intent caused the stage to rumble. Feng Shi's feet stomped, and he took a step back. In his eyes, the person before him wasn't a youth but an ancient war god. There is righteousness in the world, and righteousness is in the heart. Do you have righteousness? You're just a slave. Even now, you're still a dog of the Grand Preceptor's residence. You have no principles, no goals in life, and only know how to follow orders. Lin Ling took another step forward, and his powerful aura pressed down. Feng Shi's face turned pale. The Heaven Mystic's kingdom is in chaos, and all the factions are in conflict. The people who are suffering are the commoners, but you don't know anything about it and don't intend to stop the conflict. Instead, you go with the flow and don't even know what you want to do. What a joke. Is this your so-called righteousness? Lin Ling's voice was like the brilliant heavenly prowess. PFFF. Feng Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. His overwhelming righteousness concept shattered like glass. He did comprehend the righteousness, but it only had the form and not the spirit. He was born as a slave, and he only wanted to become the master, making a name for himself and flaunting his prowess. Hence, the righteousness was just a powerful tool for him, and it wasn't because he possessed the righteousness. I might not have the awe-inspiring righteousness, but I am more upright than you. I use my own strength to extinguish the chaos in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom and allow the citizens to live in peace and prosperity. I am not a saint, but I have my own principles. Are you qualified to compete with me in terms of awe-inspiring righteousness? Lin Ling yelled out again. The boundless battle intent caused Feng Shi's face to turn pale, and he vomited even more blood. Lin Ling didn't have the righteousness, and he knew it and admitted it. However, he had his own principles and knew what could and couldn't be done. He wasn't a saint, but as long as it was within his capabilities and could help the commoners, he would do his best. The various factions didn't send any troops to help with the war in the Sky Fragrance ancient city. Lin Ling led his army to quell the war and saved countless commoners. Right now, Lin Ling wanted to support the second prince as the king of Cloud Sea, which was also to quell the chaos in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Righteousness. Could Feng Shi's righteousness be compared to Lin Ling's? You didn't do anything and didn't contribute anything. You dare to call yourself righteous? If you don't die, what's the use? Lin Ling took another step forward, and an ancient battle intent swept over Feng Shi like a gust of wind. In addition to Lin Ling's immense soul force, Feng Shi's face paled, and he fell to the ground. Then, he stopped breathing. He was shocked to death by Lin Ling. Feng Shi is dead! Exclamation point. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes flickered as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. Feng Shi, who had the concept of righteousness at the perfection stage, originally wanted to use this concept to force the black-masked youth to death. However, he didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot and be shocked to death by the black-masked youth's battle intent. This is the so-called righteousness of righteousness! Exclamation point. Looking at Feng Shi who was scared to death, Lin Ling's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. If there is no evil in your heart, then why would you fear heaven and earth? Just because I questioned you, you were scared to death. It seems like you have done a lot of bad things. Earlier, you seemed to want me to kneel, but in fact, you wanted to use the righteousness of righteousness to kill me. However, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It is hard to imagine how much righteousness there is in the Kingdom Marshal's residence. Lin Ling withdrew his aura and looked into the distance with a faint smile. Chapter 325. Sweep. Alright, you've won 2 rounds in a row. You can leave the stage now. The doors of the Imperial Advisor's residence will be open for you anytime. You're a prideful person, and I'll consider grooming you. Boom. At this time, an ancient voice sounded, like a great bell, like the sound of a saint. It was the Imperial Advisor, Tian Xuanzi. That young man is so lucky to have recruited him personally. Boom. Many people were envious of the Imperial Advisor's residence. Even though they were shaken by the Imperial Advisor's residence's reputation, it was still an honor to be recruited by the Imperial Advisor. After all, only the princes were qualified to be recruited by the Imperial Advisor. The Battle of Dragon and Tiger doesn't seem to have any rules. Boom. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with envy, but he remained unmoved. His face under the black mask was cold. Indeed. Boom. Tian Xuanzi nodded his head. If that's the case, I'll fight a few more rounds. I'd like to see how many geniuses there are in the Imperial Advisor's residence. Lin Ling smiled. Tian Xuanzi frowned. He wanted Lin Ling to leave the stage because Lin Ling had disrupted his plans time and time again. He had even embarrassed the Imperial Advisor's residence. However, the young man seemed to want to show off his strength, so he didn't leave the stage. Feng Shi is really a piece of trash. That young man is detestable. The third prince whispered. Not only did Feng Shi fail to kill the young man, he even made the young man shine like a star. Most importantly, the young man only displayed the battle god's intent, so he couldn't see through the young man's background. You don't have to show off your strength anymore. I already know your talent. Come down, I'll take you as my disciple. Tian Xuanzi said. This was the second time he had invited Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If it wasn't for that incident, he might have respected Tian Xuanzi. However, Young Fading and Tian Xuanzi were the ones who tried to harm him, and he was the one who dealt with them. Moreover, the Imperial Advisor's residence didn't differentiate between right and wrong, and even ordered him to go to the Imperial Advisor's residence to receive his death. Lin Ling didn't care about such a lofty Imperial Advisor at all. Your disciple. Was he very powerful? Previously, I only saw 2 pieces of trash. One arrogantly said that he would give me pointers, but he was kicked off the stage. The other high and mighty wanted to criticize me, but in the end, he played with fire and burned himself. Lord State Preceptor, your students are all trash. It makes me doubt your divine prowess. Lin Ling's calm voice made Tian Xuanzi's eyes narrow. He was everyone's teacher and countless geniuses wanted to be his disciple. But today, this young man said that he could only teach trash. Audacious. You dare to slander teacher like this? Do you want to die? Several young men behind Tian Xuanzi were enraged. This was done in front of so many people. How can this be considered slander? If that's really the case, then the Imperial Tutor's residence has disappointed me even more. They are simply trying to distort right and wrong. Looks like the trash students aren't trash to begin with. They are only like this after being taught by a trash teacher. Lin Ling laughed heartily. This time, his taunting words caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man is so frivolous. He actually mocked the state preceptor as a trash teacher. What a vicious mouth. You're courting death. Tian Xuanzi's students were filled with killing intent. Did I say something wrong? In front of so many eyes, justice is in everyone's heart. Lin Ling stared at Tian Xuanzi without fear. This young man might be frivolous, but his words weren't without reason. Currently, the two students of the Imperial Tutor's residence didn't live up to their reputation. Since this young man had defeated them so easily, he did have the right to question the state preceptor's residence. The crowd broke out into discussion. Some of them agreed with Lin Ling's statement. After all, in this world, only the strong were respected. No matter how powerful the imperial advisor's residence was, and no matter how much people looked up to them, the students they had trained were only a so-so. How could the geniuses of the world be moved? Alright, since you're not convinced, then let the students of the imperial tutor's residence fight with you. You will lose within 3 rounds. Tian Xuanzi's voice turned cold. He didn't achieve the divine prestige he wanted to create today. Instead, he had embarrassed the state preceptor's residence. Since he couldn't force the young man away, he could only follow the rules of the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Otherwise, he would be slapping his own face. Within 3 rounds. Aren't you overestimating your students? How about this? Let all your students fight. I am going to sweep them all. In front of everyone, Lin Ling's heroic voice echoed throughout the inner city. Sweep the state preceptor's residence. This mysterious black-masked young man actually wanted to defeat all the students of the state preceptor's residence. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Then, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose and fell one after another. It was said that the students of the state preceptor's residence had 108 general stars. They were all top-notch experts, but this young man was still going to sweep them all. Furthermore, this young man wasn't even 20 years old. In today's Battle of Dragons and Tigers, even if this young man lost, he would still be able to humiliate the state preceptor's residence. You are too arrogant. Tian Xuanzi's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant and gave him a tight slap. How many years had it been? Apart from the king of Yunhai, who else dared to slap Tian Xuanzi's face in public? No one. Even the crown prince didn't neglect him like this. Ignorant child, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my teacher. A figure crashed down like a meteor. It was a stalwart young man. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a thick scar on his face. He was a general, and even though he wasn't ranked among the 108 general stars, he still had an illustrious reputation in the Cloud Sea City. He was once the judge for the civil and martial scholar examinations, and those who could be judges naturally weren't weak. I, Hao Gaoga, am at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. I have a 9th grade astral body and a perfected great intent realm. I am an upright person. Since you dare to insult my teacher, your only outcome is death. That young man's voice was as deep as thunder. I have no interest in your background, but since you issued a life and death challenge to me, I will accept it. You will die within 3 moves. Lin Ling's expression turned indifferent. His principle was to treat others the way they treated him. Previously, Feng Shi wanted to kill him, so he made Feng Shi bear a grudge in his heart. Right now, this young man wanted to court death, so he would let him do as he wished. You want me to die within 3 moves. You are the first to say such words in the Cloud Sea City. Rage. The young man was enraged and burst out with a tyrannical aura. It was the metal astral body. Rolling great intent realm appeared on his palm and formed a storm. He looked at Lin Ling and struck out. Auspicious horizon. That palm strike was not only ferocious, it was also extremely fast. I overestimated you. Obliterate in 1 move. Kill. Endless astral winds assaulted, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter, but his eyes turned even colder. In the next moment, endless battle intent burst out, and the battle intent of the battle god appeared on his black sword. Swish! A dark golden light flashed across like it was coming from the horizon. Chapter 326. Seeing Wild Blade again. War Dance of the Sun. Cold. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. This was the third-generation flame art, Fire Dance of the Sun. However, Lin Ling didn't use the power of flames to execute it, but the concept of the war god. Although the youth was strong, he couldn't compare to the concept from the war god mountain. When did you appear behind me? Is this the war god martial art? Yes. The youth's eyes narrowed as he spoke with difficulty. Large amounts of blood spurted out from his throat as he fell backwards. He didn't think that this youth's war god concept would be so strong. Furthermore, he had come into contact with martial artists who possessed the war god martial art, but it was his first time seeing such a surging battle intent as this youth. Next. Yes. A cold voice sounded from the stage. Silence. The stage was completely silent. That black-faced youth had once again slapped the royal advisor residence's face. Too arrogant, let me. Yes. Another expert landed. His movement technique was like the wind, and he was as graceful as a willow. The weapon he used was a pair of willow leaf sabers. After he appeared on the competition stage, a strange astral wind inexplicably appeared on the competition stage, making him feel as if he was in a dream. Do you want to fight to the death? Yes. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the newcomer and only had one sentence. Naturally, to be able to defeat my junior brother, how, you are quite capable. Unfortunately, I am at the peak of the earth spirit realm. The ethereal man let out a cold voice. Even now, no one could see through his figure. I will still kill you in 3 moves. Begin. Begin. Lin Ling didn't waste any more words as killing intent flowed out from the depths of his eyes. The other party wanted to fight to the death as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Then, he wouldn't show any mercy. Very confident, but unfortunately, you don't know that I, Feng'an, am best at assassination. Yes. The ethereal voice sounded throughout the entire stage. It was fixed in the void, making it impossible for anyone to see the person's figure clearly. Feng'an. It's the constable of the Cloud Sea Commandant. Yes. Someone recalled and his face suddenly changed drastically. The Cloud Sea Commandant was a government office that was similar to an investigation organization. They specialized in investigating and arresting those top-notch fugitives of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. What they did was assassination. As long as they found someone guilty and the fugitive was on the run, they would be mobilized to eliminate them. Every martial artist that could enter the Cloud Sea Division was an expert killer. Assassins were different from martial artists. They were better at concealment and were better at killing with one blow. Martial artists, on the other hand, were better at fighting with their martial arts. Now that Feng'an had joined the battle, he wouldn't kill the black-faced young man in broad daylight. The Imperial Advisor's residence has gone a bit overboard. That young man has gone against their will, so they have no choice but to kill him. Taking turns to fight him, assassination, and so on. Some of the geniuses frowned and looked down on the Imperial Advisor's residence even more. The Tao of killing is also a type of martial arts. Young man, you're too inexperienced. Do you think martial arts rely on battle intent? If you can't catch my thunderous steps, you'll lose your life at any moment. A voice as cold as the 9 hells rang out, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Die! In the next moment, the willow leaf saber came down like an abyss. With a flash of light in the darkness, the saber slashed across Lin Ling's neck. There wasn't any powerful martial arts. The great concept was completely used on the willow leaf saber. That slash was enough to kill anyone. Dead? Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and sighed. At the same time, Feng An's figure also appeared. He was a slender young man who was as thin as a skeleton. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if life was as ordinary as eating to him. You're also very inexperienced. You think that your movement martial arts can look down on everything. Unfortunately, there is always someone better than you. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out behind Feng An's pupils constricted, and then he turned around with sweat dripping down his forehead. He saw a slender figure standing quietly behind him, and a black sword was slashing towards him. Rumble. Boundless battle intent obliterated everything. How is this possible? Feng An shouted in horror. He turned around and saw that the young man he had obliterated was still there, but it was just an afterimage. He was previously confident in his assassination skills and profound movement martial arts. But now, the young man had used his movement martial arts to slap him, letting him know that there was always someone better than him. And the price was his life. The martial arts that Lin Ling had used previously was the Heavenly King Mirror Steps. Unfortunately, no matter how profound his movement martial arts were, how could it compare to Lin Ling's Heavenly King Mirror Steps? It was a heaven-class martial art. No! Feng An was still shouting in horror, but he had already been enveloped by the black sword. Boundless battle intent instantly tore him apart. At the moment of his death, he suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have stood up for his teacher, and he shouldn't have looked down on this young man. In just a few hours, several geniuses from the Imperial Advisor's residence had been defeated. At this moment, no one in the huge square was talking. Imperial Advisor's residence, trash. But the silence didn't last for long. A short while later, a proud voice resounded, and it slapped the Imperial Advisor's residence in the face once more. What a terrifying genius! He swept through all the geniuses of the Imperial Advisor's residence by himself. The shock in the hearts of the spectators couldn't be described with words as they stared silently at the slender figure on the arena. At this moment, the young man was like a black horse, like a shooting star that was dazzling and radiant. It felt like an extremely unreal scene, like a dream. How will the Imperial Advisor's residence survive in the city if this continues? Tian Xuanzi's face was unprecedentedly unsightly. He spoke to someone behind him, Dao Kuang, let's fight. Battle. A man with fluttering long hair gazed silently at Lin Ling. He licked his lips and walked out slowly with a huge saber on his back. Every single step he took caused the ground to tremble, and an endless gust of wind swept out from his saber. I'm not a genius. I'm one of the 108 generals. Young man, your luck has come to an end. Battle. A voice that shook the heavens resounded, and the boundless saber intent actually caused the hearts of many to tremble. Wait. Even though this little fellow has humiliated the Imperial Advisor's residence, he has also humiliated King Wang Hai. So, Brother Dao, let me fight him. Dao Kuang was just about to step onto the arena when a man in black armor stopped him. It was as if they were discussing how to divide the prey, and they were fighting over who should go up first. General Wan Ma, aren't you being too immoral? The Imperial Advisor allowed me to fight, and you're actually fighting with me for the credit? Dao Kuang shook his head with a smile. He completely ignored Lin Ling and spoke to General Wan Ma. Last time, I went with you to the Fire Ancient Clan, and you owe me a favor. Today, you should return the favor to me and allow me to contribute to King Wang Hai. General Wan Ma said with a relaxed expression. Alright, let me fight in the 100 Generals battle. Yes. Dao Kuang walked back. From the beginning, it seemed like they were determined to kill Lin Ling, and they treated Lin Ling as a favor to each other. Fire Ancient Clan. Yes. On the competition platform, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Were these two the generals who had wanted to go to the ancient Flame clan and start a massacre? You're Dao Kuang. Very well, you'll die within a month. Lin Ling's killing intent spread out as he stared coldly at Dao Kuang, who was walking back. Chapter 327. It's your turn. No matter how strong the young genius was, he was still too young. The 108 generals were all experts above the age of 25. They'd fought great battles with the top experts of the Stone Saint Nation and Serpent Swamp Nation, so why would they care about these young geniuses? Perhaps these geniuses would surpass them in the future, but that was impossible right now. Kid, you seem to be ignoring me. The myriad horse general strode onto the stage and looked coldly at Lin Ling. Yes, so what? Yes. Lin Ling hung the black sword lightly on his back and stared at the myriad horse general with the same murderous intent. Interesting, very interesting. Dao Kuang and I treated you as prey before and were also ignoring you. We were discussing who would kill you, but you ignored me in the next moment. Is this because you don't want to lose momentum and are trying to be brave? The myriad horse general laughed loudly with a hint of mockery in his laughter. If you think so, then so be it. Either way, your fate is death. Lin Ling said coldly as battle intent surged from his entire body. Dark golden light bloomed like a sea urchin, giving him a touch of the charm of an ancient war god. This aura was so strong that few would be his match if he was facing a genius of the same age. However, his opponent was the myriad horse general, an expert of the 108 generals. Therefore, many people didn't think highly of him and were even a bit regretful. The young man was such a genius, but the heavens were jealous of his talents. Rumble. The myriad horse general's aura also shot out as the terrifying aura of a magnificent army appeared behind him, making one feel as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Although his level of training was at the peak of the Earth spirit realm, his spirit body and intent were extremely frightening. His strength was likely close to the powerful Earth spirit realm. We ignored you before because we were confident. Now, do you still dare to say what you said before? A cold voice rang out like the sound of a magnificent army. The myriad horse general was the leader of this army as he looked down at Lin Ling from above. What terrifying strength! I seem to have seen the battle strength of a nation's army. That aura was so strong that it caused the surrounding geniuses to be horrified. The 1,000-horse general was too strong. Was this a famous powerhouse? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They didn't know how the masked youth was going to deal with this dark horse. So what? Lin Ling's answer was very simple and short. It was just a very calm sentence, but it made the general of 10,000 horses frown, and a feeling of displeasure quietly appeared in his heart. He, the general of 10,000 horses, had already displayed his powerful strength, but the young man still didn't beg for mercy. He wasn't afraid. He was calm and collected. He didn't like this feeling at all. Sure enough, it's useless to talk nonsense with an ant. An ant doesn't know the strength of an eagle, and doesn't understand the world of an eagle. Since that's the case, you can only die. The 10,000-horse general shook his head, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear vibrated, and the wind of a general swept out. 1,000-horse spear. The voice seemed to come from the void, but it also sounded like a general pointing his spear at the enemy camp. Boom! The stage exploded and turned into dust. The surging aura was like countless hands, crushing everything on the stage into dust. 10,000-horse gallop. Dong dong dong. Like the beating of a war drum, the stage was filled with soldiers. With a single thrust of the spear, 10,000 horses charged towards Lin Ling. This aura is so terrifying. The crowd was in chaos. Some people were already bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked by the aura. Moreover, the dozen people closest to the stage were shocked to death by the aura of 10,000 horses. The 10,000 horse general's intent was extremely terrifying. However, amidst the chaos, a cold voice rang out. A dark golden light blossomed in a dazzling manner at this moment. Chant! A fist seemed to come from ancient times. Not only did it not retreat, but it also smashed towards the army. What? He actually chose to meet force with force. The people in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief. This was because the masked youth's fighting spirit was boiling. He wanted to break through the army with his fist. He was courting death. This was simply courting death. Boom! However, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, the fist was like the fist of an ancient war god. It was invincible and destroyed everything. Boom! The army was hit by the war god's fist. The surging aura shattered like glass and turned into endless golden light. However, the fist did not stop. It went straight for the 10,000 horse general. War god's martial arts. The 10,000 horse general's eyes narrowed. This youth's war god's martial arts were so powerful. Could it be the war general's overlord spear? Or the war king's 6 forms? At this moment, he suddenly panicked. This was because the war god's fist was filled with surging fighting spirit. It was coming straight for him. Formation of 1,000 army. The 10,000 horse general shouted. The surface of his body shone brightly. The formation of 1,000 army appeared and protected him. It's useless. A cold voice drifted from the distance. The dark golden fist was like a hot knife through butter. Bang! The formation of 1,000 army was broken. Bang! The heavy fist landed on the 10,000 horse general's chest. His eyes narrowed. He could not believe his eyes. If his war god's spear was like an army of thousands, then the youth's fist was like an army of thousands. Wherever the fist went, any attack would explode. If you are too arrogant, you will lose your life. Especially in front of an unknown opponent, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't decide the outcome of the battle too early. Don't treat your opponent as your spoils of war. The calm voice drifted into the 10,000 horse general's ears. However, it seemed to be the last words he heard in his life. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Bang! His body turned dark golden. Then, he exploded into endless golden mist and drifted away with the wind. The 10,000 horse general was dead. Everyone's body trembled. The 10,000 horse general's strength was obvious to all. At the beginning, he and Dao Quang treated the black-masked youth as their spoils of war. At that time, everyone thought that they were qualified. However, looking at it now, it was just a joke. He and Dao Quang were the spoils of war. Just as the black-masked youth said, in front of an unknown opponent, it was better to keep a low profile and not decide the outcome of the battle too early. Silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the golden light drifted with the wind, making the youth standing in the center even more dazzling. Dao Quang, it's your turn. I'll wait for you to deal with me. Calm. This time, the sword was pointed at Dao Quang. At this moment, Dao Quang's eyes were wide open, as if he was still in a daze. It wasn't until Lin Ling's voice that he came back to his senses. He suddenly felt as if he had just survived a disaster. Previously, because the 10,000 horse general had wanted to take the credit and fight for him, he had died. If he had gone up earlier, he would have been the one to die. Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ling's voice rang out again. Dao Quang's expression kept changing. However, he did not seem to have any intention of fighting. Perhaps he did not dare. Dao Quang was also afraid of the black-masked youth. The black-masked youth's strength was ranked among the 108 general stars. Wow! This talent is so terrifying. You have to know how old he is. Wow! Chapter 328. Falling at the last step, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the voices around him as he continued to look at Dao Quang. I'll return what I said to the general of 10,000 horses. It's best to keep a low profile in front of an unknown opponent. Don't prematurely decide victory or defeat, and don't treat your opponent as spoils of war. I don't care if you don't fight now, but you'll still die in a month. Sigh. This time, Lin Ling once again stated the date of Dao Quang's death. However, no one laughed at him anymore. Many believed that if it was one-on-one, Dao Quang wouldn't be Lin Ling's match. Enough, you've already proven your strength today. You can enter the arena now. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was the voice of the third prince, Yun Yifan. He stood up and looked coldly at Lin Ling. If it hadn't been for the large number of people watching, he would have long since killed this arrogant youth. This youth had swept away all the geniuses of the Grand Tutor's residence with his own strength, causing them to lose all face and have no place to show their faces. This spirit ginseng fruit is yours, you can leave now. Sigh. The third prince waved his right hand and a ray of light landed in front of Lin Ling. It was a spirit ginseng fruit that countless earth spirit realm cultivators yearned for. If only it was given to me. Some people were secretly envious. The effects of a spirit ginseng fruit were obvious. It could save an earth spirit realm cultivator a year of hard work. Now that the third prince had bestowed a spirit ginseng fruit, this meant that he was afraid of the dark-faced youth. He only wanted the dark-faced youth to leave as soon as possible, otherwise today's battle of dragons and tigers would become a joke. Countless gazes looked at the spirit ginseng fruit, but Lin Ling's expression was calm. He slowly took a step forward, but didn't pick it up. Instead, he lightly lifted his foot and suddenly stomped down. Paw! The spirit ginseng fruit was stomped to pieces. This action caused countless people to stare. What are you doing? His Majesty the Third Prince's eyes narrowed. He had given the precious spirit ginseng fruit and thought that the young man would cherish it and then leave gratefully. He did not expect that the young man would not even bend down to pick it up. Instead, he proudly stepped on the spirit ginseng fruit and crushed it. Looks like the Imperial Tutor's residence is becoming more and more disappointing. Not only are their disciples weak, but they are also so stingy with their rewards. They want to shut the mouths of thousands of people with just a spiritual ginseng fruit. Don't they want today's embarrassing matter to spread? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the third prince. You're here to cause trouble. The third prince's voice was extremely low. What a joke. I defeated a large number of experts from the Imperial Advisor's residence. Am I bullying you with numbers? Or did he win through despicable means? You're saying that I'm here to cause trouble after losing. I thought that since the Imperial Tutor's residence dared to set up the battle of dragons and tigers, they would accept their loss. But in the end, they can't afford to lose. Lin Ling sneered. Many people around nodded. The black-masked young man had defeated many experts and that was obvious. How could he be here to cause trouble? It was just that the Imperial Tutor's residence did not want to lose face. That was why they accused him of having bad intentions. Just because I don't want your spirit ginseng fruit, you think I'm here to cause trouble? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He waved his right hand and a large number of spirit ginseng fruits appeared in his palm. Is the spirit ginseng fruit that precious? Too bad, I have a lot of it. The Imperial Tutor's residence wants to chase me away with just one spirit ginseng fruit. Their courage is too small. The appearance of a large number of spirit ginseng fruits made everyone's eyes narrow. Tian Xuanzi and the third prince were also in disbelief. Too bad, we have a lot of these trash fruits in our hometown. We can feed them to dogs. But now, the Imperial Tutor's residence is treating them like treasures. Lin Ling chuckled again. Smack. After saying that, he crushed the spirit ginseng fruits in his hand. His generosity was like a slap to the Imperial Tutor's residence's face. Everyone's eyes widened. The Imperial Tutor's residence had rewarded the black-masked young man with a spirit ginseng fruit. Everyone thought that the black-masked young man would be flattered. However, the black-masked young man did not care about the spirit ginseng fruit at all. Instead, he took out a large number of spirit ginseng fruits and destroyed them with his own hands. This meant that the treasures in the Imperial Tutor's residence's eyes were nothing but trash to the black-masked young man. This slap was so loud that everyone from the Imperial Tutor's residence felt a burning sensation on their faces. Hee, the Imperial Tutor's residence has lost face. Many people around them secretly laughed. The Imperial Tutor's residence had been slapped in the face by a nameless young man. Everyone could not help but doubt the Imperial Tutor's residence's background. Your students are not strong and you don't have many treasures. It seems that the Imperial Tutor's residence is not worthy of its reputation. Lin Ling looked at Tian Xuanzi and the others. He shook his head and smiled. But if the Imperial Tutor's residence wants me to leave, then I'll leave. After all, the Imperial Tutor's residence is just a gathering place for trash. Then, he strode away. He had achieved his goal. After all, the Imperial Tutor's residence wanted to build up their reputation. That was why they had set up the Dragon and Tiger Battle for Supremacy stage. However, what prestige did they have now? Everyone looked at the young man who left arrogantly. They were shocked. The young man's fame had surpassed the Imperial Tutor's residence. In the eyes of the geniuses, the Imperial Tutor's residence was just a so-so. Who is that kid? Tian Xuanzi's face was extremely cold. The young man had single-handedly disrupted all his plans. Not only did the Imperial Tutor's residence not become famous, but they were even more despised than before. Currently, the only people who have a grudge against us are the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. That young man is still young. The most suspicious person would be the Second Prince's favorite, Lin Ling. The Third Prince said in a low voice. As far as I know, Lin Ling specializes in the Tao of Fire. However, he did not show any fire elemental spiritual body before. Tian Xuanzi frowned. This statement made the Third Prince turn silent. Indeed, he suspected that the young man was Lin Ling. However, all the characteristics of the young man were different from Lin Ling. No matter what, the battle of dragons and tigers has to continue. Otherwise, we will become a joke today. Tian Xuanzi said again. The Third Prince nodded and looked around. He yelled out, "The first round has ended. The Imperial Tutor's residence will not allow anyone to come out for the second round. Which one of you wants to go up?" After his voice echoed out, the entire plaza was dead silent. No one came up, and everyone left one after another. The Imperial Tutor's residence wasn't as mysterious as they imagined. In terms of the students that they nurtured, they were just a so-so. In terms of foundation, they didn't seem to be as strong as they imagined. If they joined the Imperial Tutor's residence, they would be cannon fodder and not the students that were nurtured. As such, there was no point in going to the Imperial Tutor's residence. Let's go. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom has plenty of formidable factions. Why do we have to hang ourselves on one tree? As far as I know, the Second Prince is also recruiting talents. At least, compared to the Imperial Tutor's residence, the Second Prince is more benevolent. Furthermore, the students from the Imperial Tutor's residence are rather reputable. However, their strength is rather unsightly. A few disdainful voices echoed, but the prodigies on the plaza walked even faster. In just 5 minutes, only the imperial tutor and the others were left on the plaza. The entire plaza was extremely silent, and the imperial tutor and the others had ashen faces. Their hearts were filled with rage, but they couldn't vent it. Chapter 329. A new page of Yen Gong. At this moment, the entire city was paying attention to every single move of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. However, when they saw a single young man throw the entire city into chaos, all the members of the various powers were shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they became curious about the mysterious black-masked youth. With such talent, it would be great if they could recruit him into their faction. Unfortunately, before the battle of the dragon and tiger ended, the young man had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Well done. Naturally, the second prince was also paying attention to the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. He could not help but laugh out loud. After a long while, Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine returned to the Fire Ancient clan. The second prince and the others had also arrived. One had to know that the imperial advisor's residence and the third prince, Yun Yifan, had come together in the beginning. Moreover, they had displayed the power struggle between the imperial advisor's residence and the third prince, which made them somewhat worried. But who would have thought that the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy would be a joke? Therefore, everyone gathered at the Fire Ancient clan to talk about that joke. But soon, the heavenly concubine revealed that the black-masked young man was Lin Ling. The second prince and the others were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. From the heavenly concubine's words, everyone knew that Lin Ling had already subdued the 14th prince and obtained the late emperor's treasure. As a result, the Fire Ancient clan fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Then, he took out the spiritual ginseng fruit and prepared to increase the strength of his flame army. Other than that, he planted the tree of God in the Fire Ancient clan's Savage Valley. Impressive. I've always felt that General Lin is a dragon among men. But after seeing you today, I've underestimated you. Most importantly, General Lin is only 18 years old. Sovereign King Li could not help but sigh. He was even more certain of his judgment back then. He had not made the wrong choice. The potential of this young man was far beyond his imagination. Yunishuan also sighed with emotion. Back then, Duke Duan had recommended Lin Ling to him, and then he had borrowed Lin Ling's light to rise rapidly. This young man had completely supported half the sky of their camp. Pass down my order. The late emperor's treasure was taken by Lin Ling. This news must be concealed. After a moment of joy, Yunishuan shouted loudly. Wait. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at Yunishuan and said, I think it's better to spread the news. It's more beneficial for His Majesty. Moreover, more experts will join His Majesty's camp. I agree with Lin Ling's opinion. Duke Duan nodded as well. Although the second prince was their leader, many people knew that the one who had the final say was Lin Ling. Because everything the second prince had was brought to him by Lin Ling. Yunishuan knew this as well, but he wasn't jealous at all. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't fight with him for the Cloud Sea King. Lin Ling's goal was to surpass the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, let's do as you say. Right now, the clash of dragons and tigers had become the laughingstock of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Many people didn't think highly of the third prince again. Using this opportunity, Yunishuan was naturally able to attract more talents. Everyone discussed for a while more and left. Right now, the Fire Ancient clan was more like their main camp. After all the important figures left, the remaining people looked at Lin Ling with eyes of reverence. That youth was only 18 years old. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that this youth with delicate features and a hint of childishness was their leader. Right now, all of you have martial arts comprehension. That is the giant rock of the intent realm of the god of war. You also have cultivation resources. Hence, within a month, I want to see a large number of Earth Spirit Realm martial artists. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said with a smile. Yes, General. Yes. Everyone in the Flame Legion nodded and were filled with fighting spirit. As for Lin Aofeng and the others from the Fire Ancient clan, all of you have to work hard too. Lin Ling looked at his brother and said. Kiki, don't worry. We will not embarrass you. Yes. Lin Aofeng and the others nodded confidently. Although they were of the same generation as Lin Ling, in their hearts, Lin Ling had already surpassed Patriarch Tai Yan. You have fighting spirit. Lin Ling smiled gently. He had to work hard himself. After all, the Battle of 100 Generals was getting closer and closer. It was nighttime, and the Fire Ancient clan was silent. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, his eyes constantly flickering. The Battle of 100 Generals was his next goal. Only after the Battle of 100 Generals would he have the strength to face the Crown Prince. The first time they met, the Crown Prince didn't make a move on him because of the 14th Prince. However, Lin Ling knew that the Crown Prince's terror wasn't limited to that. Furthermore, with the Crown Prince in front and the Marshal behind, Lin Ling had to become stronger at all times. However, at present, Lin Ling was already the youngest and strongest Earth Spirit Realm martial artist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, even if he had countless spirit ginseng fruits, it wasn't suitable for him to break through in the short term. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable. Lin Ling was extremely clear about this point. I wonder if I can open a new page for the Blazing Flame art. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling took out the ancient stone book and revealed a smear of expectation. He was currently able to surpass levels and defeat countless prodigy experts because of the Blazing Flame art. This cultivation technique allowed him to possess two types of innate spirit bodies that could be constantly improved. As for the fire attribute innate spirit bodies recorded in the Blazing Flame art, according to his current knowledge, there were a total of 10 grades of innate spirit bodies. There were all sorts of innate spirit bodies below the 5th grade, but the Fire Ancient clan had the most innate spirit bodies above the 5th grade. Among them, the 6th grade was the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus, the 7th grade was the 8 Desolates Earth Fire, the 8th grade was the Netherworld Lightning Fire, and the 9th grade was the 7 Blades Heaven Fire that Lin Ling possessed. As for those above the 9th grade, it would depend on the Blazing Flame art. I hope it can be opened. Lin Ling concentrated all his attention and circulated the two types of flames in his hands. Gradually, the ancient stone book opened up, and a new world appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. The 10th grade world purifying demonic fire. This was an ancient innate spirit body, and its appearance was 1 in a million. It was said that in the ancient times, those who possessed this innate spirit body would purify the entire world as soon as they were born. This innate spirit body surpassed the 7 Blades Heaven Fire. Its specialty was that it would transform into the Fire Demon King and swallow demonic fire into its body, living off of fire. This was a type of innate spirit body that returned to its original state. This meant that those who possessed this innate spirit body would have an exceedingly strong body, just like the primeval Fire Demon King. Everyone knew that once a cultivator reached the Earth Spirit Realm, they would mostly comprehend great concepts and strengthen their innate spirit bodies. Therefore, they would spend less time training their body. After all, the human body was limited, and it was difficult to increase strength no matter how much one trained. Therefore, they relied on spirit chi to attack their enemies. This way, their power would be greater. However, the world-purifying demonic fire took the opposite path and returned to its origin, strengthening the body. The 9 underworld's heavenly flame's specialty is explosiveness, the 7 blades heaven fire's specialty is sharpness, and the world-purifying demonic fire strengthens the body. Chapter 330. Open 8 gates, I must get this innate spirit body. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation. If he could obtain the world-cleansing demonic flames, he would be one step closer to the nirvana flames. Perhaps, by then, he would be able to look down on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. After that, Lin Ling carefully examined the information. He learned that in order to obtain the world-purifying demonic flame, one's body must be incomparably strong. Then, one must open the 8 hidden gates in the human body. The 8 gates were the gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of death, gate of surprise, and gate of opening. Once the 8 doors were opened, the world-cleansing demonic flame could be accommodated. As expected, the more powerful the innate spirit body, the more difficult it would be to obtain it. Lin Ling didn't mind the difficulty. Instead, he was looking forward to it. At present, his body was extremely sturdy because he had cultivated the 9 dragons' force. He had barely reached the standard. However, it would be difficult for him to open the 8 gates. He would have to borrow the power of heaven and earth to open the 8 gates. On the other hand, the force of heaven and earth was extremely rare. For example, the force of righteousness, killing intent, battle intent, and so on. Luckily, Lin Ling had the concept of the war god. This was an ancient battle intent. He could use this battle intent to open the first gate, and he could use the killing intent of the Flame Legion to open the second gate. As for the next force of heaven and earth, he would have to search everywhere for it. The 8 gates of the human body are too mysterious. Although I can open 2 gates now, I still need to familiarize myself with the human body before I can make my move. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He planned to ask his master He Yen-shan tomorrow. After all, He Yen-shan was a Grand Master Pill Cauldron. He should be more familiar with the human body than him. The next day, Lin Ling arrived at Danding Prefecture early in the morning and explained the purpose of his visit. Although there is also research on the 8 gates of the human body in the Tao of Pills, the Tao of Medicine is better in this field. He Yen-shan stroked his beard. Although he did not understand why Lin Ling wanted to know this, he still explained patiently. As for the medical arts, such as acupuncture, medicinal herbs, and so on, they all belong to the medical arts. However, compared to the alchemy arts, the medical arts were clearly weaker. I can take you to the Imperial Medical Hall. There are a lot of books about medicine there. He Yen-shan said again, and Lin Ling quickly nodded. He wanted to be more familiar with the 8 gates, so he would not give up any opportunity. The two of them walked side by side and arrived at the Imperial Medical Hall in the inner city. The Imperial Physician Hall was where the Imperial Physicians of the Ocean of Clouds Imperial Dynasty gathered. They were specially in charge of treating the injuries of the imperial family, and they were renowned throughout the city. However, He Yen-shan was obviously at odds with the Imperial Medical Hall. Because one was an alchemist, and the other was an alchemist. They had always been competing for their respective fields, so they had always been rivals. Old He, how come you have the time to come to my Imperial Medical Hall? Just as they arrived at the vast Imperial Medical Hall, an old man strode over. This old man was about 60 years old and had a dark complexion. He wore a golden brocade robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked at He Yen-shan with disdain. He Yen-shan might be one of the 3 pillars, but Feng Moshui didn't give him any face. After all, he was an ancient figure who had fought with the King of Cloud Sea and was one of the founding fathers of the kingdom. In terms of status, he wasn't inferior to He Yen-shan. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to He Yen-shan. The only thing he lacked was reputation. He Yen-shan was one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, while he, Feng Moshui, was just the Imperial Medical Hall's principal. Because of this, Feng Moshui had always been unconvinced. Old Feng, it's rare for me to come here. Why don't you welcome me? He Yen-shan stared at Feng Moshui and spoke with an unpleasant tone. You are just a wild doctor. Coming to my Imperial Medical Hall is simply a stain on my sacred place. Speak, what is it? Fong Mosui snorted. Their Imperial Medical Hall treated the relatives of the Imperial family, and He Yen Shan was the doctor for all the martial artists. One was a commoner, and the other was a member of the Imperial family. Naturally, Fong Mosui had a strong sense of superiority. Fong Moshui's tone was too arrogant. If it wasn't for his disciple, He Yen Shan wouldn't have come to suffer such humiliation. He spoke coldly, nothing much. My disciple just wanted to read books on medicine. Your disciple? Fong Mosui sneered, you and I are considered figures of the older generation. Why don't you retire and return to your fields? Why do you insist on participating in the power struggle of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? You are getting worse as you age. He was using his status to mock He Yen Shan again. He Yen Shan's expression turned even more unpleasant. Then are you allowing me to enter or not? Fong Mosui rubbed his chin and didn't reply. He slowly enjoyed He Yen Shan's pleading expression. He might not have joined any faction, but he was still the principal of the Imperial Medical Hall. Without his permission, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to enter the Imperial Medical Hall. Lin Ling looked at the old man quietly with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. His master had humbled himself for his sake. If not for the fact that he wanted to learn the 8 gates, he would never allow his master to be humiliated. Seeing how you are so humble, I can allow your disciple to enter. However, the knowledge of medicine isn't something that can be learned in 3 days and 2 nights. I'm afraid your disciple will end up with nothing. After being greatly satisfied, Fong Mosui spoke slowly. He Yen Shan gritted his teeth. He would endure this humiliation. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, but he didn't flare up for the time being. Then, he entered the depths of the Imperial Medical Hall under the guidance of an Imperial Medical Hall. Where is Senior He Yen Shan? I thought he was great, but he still has to lower his voice in front of the principal. Isn't that so? The principal and He Yen Shan are both founding fathers of the country. The principal isn't afraid of him. Everyone says that the alchemy Dao is amazing, but I don't think it's amazing. He's just fishing for fame. Along the way, many Imperial Medical Hall's doctors mocked and ridiculed him. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. Even if the alchemy Dao was the great Dao, they wouldn't admit it. Instead, they enjoyed the scene of Senior He Yen Shan being suppressed. The books on the alchemy Dao are on the 2nd floor. Go and read them yourself. An alchemist actually came to learn the alchemy Dao. It's a little embarrassing. The Imperial Medical Hall's doctor who led Lin Ling forward said lightly. The alchemy Dao is just a side branch of the alchemy Dao. It doesn't represent everything. I want to learn the alchemy Dao because I want to strengthen my foundation in the alchemy Dao. As for you people, you're short-sighted and think that the alchemy Dao represents everything. I'm afraid your future accomplishments won't be great. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at the Imperial Medical Hall's doctor. His words were filled with ridicule. How bold of you to speak to me in such a tone. Do you know what an Imperial Medical Hall's doctor represents? He's a doctor who treats the relatives of the Imperial family. If you offend me, I can play you to death at any time. The Imperial Medical Hall's expression instantly turned cold. Then I wonder which relative of the Imperial family is your backer. If his strength isn't bad, you can ask him to come find me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said with a cold smile, causing the Imperial Medical Hall's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling. At present, there was no one in Cloud Sea City who didn't know this young man. This young man was a genius who didn't fear even the third prince. Although the Imperial Medical Hall's doctor treated the Imperial family's relatives and formed some connections, if those Imperial family's relatives knew that they had offended Lin Ling, how would they dare to step forward? Why don't you dare to speak? Why? Chapter 331. Poisoned, go on in, but the medical books are broad and profound. It's not something you can learn in 3 days and 2 nights. The imperial doctor did not dare to answer and quietly changed the topic. Trash, other than relying on others, you are useless. Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile as he strode up to the second floor. His disdainful words caused the imperial doctor's face to turn extremely ugly. On the second floor, there were many books, layer upon layer like a sea. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he immersed himself in the sea of books. Perhaps all the imperial doctors thought that if Lin Ling wanted to learn medical knowledge, it would be impossible without several years of cultivation. However, they did not know that Lin Ling's soul force was so strong that he could even learn profound martial arts, not to mention medical books. Time slowly passed. Through the books, Lin Ling became more familiar with the human body and knew how to borrow the power of heaven and earth to open the 8 doors. Moreover, he also had a division in his heart. Medical knowledge was used for mortals with lower martial strength, while alchemy was more profound and was used for martial artists. His master, He Yenshan, was more familiar with martial artists and had a weaker understanding of the physique of mortals. That was why he had sent him to the Imperial Doctor Hall to learn medical knowledge. After a long time, Lin Ling closed his eyes and all kinds of medical knowledge flowed through his mind. When he opened his eyes, he could not help but smile. Right now, his foundation in alchemy was even more solid. It would be of great help to his future martial path. Medical knowledge is mainly based on acupuncture, with medicinal soup as a supplement. If I had not read some books on this in the burial grounds, would have taken even longer to learn. Sigh. After shaking his head, Lin Ling walked down from the second floor. Many people saw him walk down and sneered. It had only been 3 days and this youth could not help but come down. He probably did not gain anything and was just putting on an act. When he arrived at the main hall, He Yenshan was still waiting for Lin Ling. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but smile. Old He, you and I were old rivals back in the day. Why are you getting worse and worse? You actually took in such an impatient disciple. A sarcastic voice echoed. Beside him, Feng Moshui was drinking tea and speaking casually. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he was probably the only one who dared to not give He Yenshan any face. Of course, he also had enough qualifications to not give He Yenshan any face. Old Feng, watch your words. He Yenshan was extremely displeased. I was just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. You actually didn't recognize my kindness. Serves you right for taking in such a trash student. Feng Moshui coldly snorted, causing He Yenshan's expression to become even uglier. You're already so old, yet you're still so anxious and angry. Could it be that you know that you've already buried your neck in the ground, so you've completely given up on life? At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded at the same time. Silence. All of the imperial physicians in the hall narrowed their eyes. After all, the dean was a figure of the same seniority as He Yenshan, but his reputation was just inferior to He Yenshan. However, besides He Yenshan, would anyone in the city dare to disrespect the dean? Even the Empress Dowager, the state preceptor, and the others treated the dean with respect. Right now, this youth was actually cursing the dean. Old He, is this your disciple? Impudent. Feng Moshui was stunned, and veins popped out on his forehead. According to common sense, when people of their generation were speaking, how could it be the younger generation's turn to interrupt, let alone curse them? Ha! He Yenshan didn't say anything and just laughed out loud. He suddenly felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? You're already so old, but you're still so impatient. Do you really want to die? Lin Ling didn't bother about Feng Moshui's rage. Instead, he sat down beside He Yenshan, picked up the teacup, and drank casually. When he first entered the Imperial Medical Hall, he already felt that Feng Moshui's complexion was a little strange. It was pitch black, but he couldn't tell what it was at that time, so he didn't bother about it. However, after reading a large number of medical books on the second floor, he knew that Feng Moshui was already poisoned. And the poison wasn't light. Especially earlier, when he used the Eye of Time to see through Feng Moshui's body. He found that this old man's body was covered in hundreds of poisons. If he didn't adjust it, he wouldn't have much time left. As for how he gathered so many poisons, Lin Ling had a rough idea. Well, so this is the etiquette of Danding Prefecture. It really disappoints me. Before you came, you begged me to let you study medical books, and I was magnanimous enough to let you study. However, when you couldn't learn it, you flew into a rage out of humiliation. Get lost, both of you. Feng Moshui stared coldly at Lin Ling and roared. Magnanimous. Lin Ling couldn't help but sneer. This old man had been taking advantage of his seniority and constantly mocking his master. What right did he have to say that Lin Ling was magnanimous? Master, since he wants us to leave, then let's leave. Anyway, there's no reason to stay in the face of a dead man. Lin Ling stood up and said lightly, with hundreds of poisons in your body, you'll feel a heart-wrenching pain every full moon. Let me think, yesterday was a full moon. I didn't expect that after last night's unbearable pain, you're in such a good mood today that you can shout and curse. Hundreds of poisons in your body. Feng Moshui originally wanted to reprimand the young man who didn't know etiquette, but when he heard this, his expression changed instantly. He subconsciously said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Yes, I'm talking nonsense. But these years, you've tried various ways to detoxify the poison, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective. Hundreds of poisons in your body. These years, you've been trying different kinds of spiritual herbs because you wanted to try medicine. But you didn't know that every medicine is 30% poison. After so many years, you've accumulated hundreds of poisons in your body." Lin Ling said word by word and walked towards the door with Yen Shan. His words were like a bolt from the blue, which stunned Feng Moshui. That young man had hit the nail on the head. All these years, he was engrossed in the medical Tao and often tried all kinds of spiritual herbs. Ever since he tried the 7 stars begonia, he felt that something was wrong. The poison in his body seemed to be getting stronger. For the next few days, he tried to detoxify the poison with his experience. Who knew that not only were there no effects, but the poison was accumulating? Right now, he was certain that among all the poisoned people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he was the most horrifying one. He was known as the Poison Man. Most importantly, he had been concealing it very well. Even Yen Shan didn't notice it, but that young man did. How could he not be surprised? Wait, how did you know I was poisoned? Feng Moshui yelled out anxiously. Very simple. Your Imperial Medical Hall has records of it in the medical Tao books. It is a pity that there are too many books, and so you can't find it yourself. Lin Ling's calm voice echoed. Only he, who had such terrifying soul force, was able to read all the medical Tao books. No one else could do it, not even Feng Moshui. After all, there were too many books in the Imperial Medical Hall that had thousands of years of history. Feng Moshui didn't have the scheming to read all of them. How could his soul force be compared to Lin Ling? Chapter 332. Heaven and Earth Poison Force. A dignified director has become a poison man. The amount of poison in your body is enough to trigger the Heaven and Earth Poison Force. If you don't cremate yourself on the day you die, I'm afraid you'll be a scourge and the poison will pollute the river. Lin Ling's calm voice rang out again. Poison Man. Heaven and Earth Poison Force. Hearing those words, all the imperial physicians narrowed their eyes and looked at Feng Moshui with strange gazes. Don't spout nonsense. Feng Moshui's face turned ugly. If you think I'm spouting nonsense, then spout nonsense. Anyway, your life isn't mine. But let me give you a piece of advice. Bathe in the heaven's heart flower and ice blue grass for the last few months. Maybe you can live for a few more months. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully as he spoke in an indifferent manner. His words caused He Yenshan's pupils to contract. This disciple of his seemed to know more about medicine than he did. You lied to me. Feng Moshui roared. Who do you think you are to be deceived by me? If you weren't from my master's generation, I wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense with you. Lin Ling snorted coldly and disappeared through the door with He Yenshan. Feng Moshui stood in a daze and his mind was blank. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have believed that young man's words. After all, even He Yenshan couldn't tell that he was poisoned. That young man was He Yenshan's disciple, so he must be even worse. But subconsciously, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Ever since he was poisoned, every day felt like a year to him. Besides the pain he had to endure every full moon, he was also afraid of death. And although that young man was young, every word he said was like a gem, saying that he was poisoned. Wait, I'll give you a chance to speak slowly. Feng Moshui chased after him and suppressed the anxiety in his heart as he spoke lightly. You're giving me a chance. You still don't know yourself, scram. At the door, Lin Ling said without turning his head. He was completely speechless at the director who took advantage of his seniority. Even at this time, he still arrogantly said that he would give him a chance to speak. He really didn't know himself. You. Feng Moshui's face turned gloomy. He was one of the founding elders of the country and was at the same level as He Yenshan and the imperial advisor. However, when he personally invited the other party to stay, the other party didn't even spare him a glance. Then what do you want? Feng Moshui's attitude softened. It was a matter of life and death. Even if he was one of the founding fathers, he had to lower his head. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked at Feng Moshui indifferently. Previously, when he and his master had come to the Imperial Medical Hall, this dean had been high and mighty, constantly mocking and suppressing them. Therefore, he didn't give them any face now. Invite us in and serve us some good tea. Lin Ling said calmly. Please. Feng Moshui's pupils constricted. He lifted his head to look at He Yenshan, only to see his old rival looking at him with a smile. That smile was filled with mockery and arrogance, as if to say, every dog has its day, and every dog has its day. However, even though he couldn't swallow this anger, he still endured it. He wanted to see if this young man had a way to deal with his poison. If he didn't, then he would teach this young man a lesson. Please enter the Imperial Medical Hall. Feng Moshui said respectfully to Lin Ling, don't you know what please means? It means everyone is here to invite. Lin Ling squinted his eyes. Feng Moshui's mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything. Finally, he held his tongue and nodded his head. Soon, all the Imperial Medical Hall's imperial physicians came out and solemnly invited Lin Ling and He Yenshan into the Imperial Medical Hall again. However, such a solemn welcome made all the imperial physicians puzzled and embarrassed. Not long ago, they took turns to mock He Yenshan, but now they were treating him like a distinguished guest. The tea is cold. Change it to hot tea. I want the best Biluakun tea. Yes. After sitting down, Lin Ling said calmly. Feng Moshui's heart was boiling with anger, but he still endured it. He Yenshan beside him couldn't help but laugh. Can you tell me now? What do you think of the 100 poisons? Yes. After the tea was served, Feng Moshui personally poured it and then said politely. 100 poisons coiling around the body, very powerful poisons. Every one of them is a strange poison, formed by 10,000 kinds of spiritual herbs. It is the heaven and earth poison force. Lin Ling picked up the teacup and blew on the tea. In order to study the 8 gates, he used 3 days to finish reading all the medical books. Feng Moshui nodded. Lin Ling was right. He said again, "You said earlier that bathing with sky heart flower and ice blue grass can detoxify the poison. Is that true? Dream on. It will only prolong your life a little. When the heaven and earth poison force erupts, you will still die." Lin Ling looked at Feng Moshui from the corner of his eyes and said calmly. Feng Moshui's face turned pale, but in the next moment, a calm voice sounded in his ears, causing his pupils to dilate. However, although the heaven and earth poison force is terrifying, it is not impossible to detoxify it. Yes. The heaven and earth poison force was formed by 100 kinds of strange poisons. The victim's life was basically over. Even Feng Moshui couldn't do anything about it, but this young man said it could be detoxified. Are you kidding me? Feng Moshui said in disbelief. He no longer had the arrogance of a dean. His shocked expression made all the imperial physicians around him feel incredulous. I'm kidding you. Do you think I have the time? Master, let's go. Lin Ling snorted, put down the teacup and wanted to leave. Wait, little friend, no, senior, if you can detoxify my poison, I don't mind worshipping you as my master. Feng Moshui quickly pulled Lin Ling back. His words made He Yenshan's pupils constrict. His old rival worshipping his disciple as his master. Then what was he? This seniority was simply messed up. I don't intend to accept such an old disciple. 3 days later, come to the Fire Ancient Clan and find me. Go. Lin Ling shook off Feng Moshui's hand and nodded to He Yenshan. Then, the two of them strode away. Feng Moshui looked at the two figures as if he was in a dream. At this moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He didn't believe the young man, but subconsciously, he hoped that the young man had the ability. After all, this concerned his life. 3 days later, the Fire Ancient Clan. Feng Moshui muttered to himself. The imperial physicians around him were already in a daze. This was the first time they saw the proud dean show such a respectful attitude. Lin Ling, how did you know that old Feng was poisoned? Even I couldn't tell. Sigh. On the way out, He Yenshan looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He even suspected that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. He just wanted to get back some face for himself. Lin Ling smiled lightly. I saw it in a medical book. Master is an alchemist and specializes in alchemy for martial artists. Naturally, I'm not familiar with some of the characteristics of the human body. However, Feng Moshui's poison is no small matter. Even he himself only discovered it a few years ago. He Yenshan's pupils constricted. So, this genius disciple of his had already finished reading all the medical books in the Imperial Medical Hall that were thousands of years old. This kind of talent really made people jealous. This should be the legendary retentive memory. Chapter 333. Revenge. Who would have thought that my luck would be so good to find the poison of heaven and earth so quickly? The human body has 8 gates, and I can open another one with the help of the poison of heaven and earth. With the addition of battle intent and killing intent, I can open 3 gates in a row. Lin Ling was overjoyed on the way. Although he was still in the earth spirit realm, he was already making plans for the future. 3 days later, Feng Moshui arrived at the Fire Ancient Clan with a troubled heart. When Lin Ling saw him, he didn't waste any words and directly drew out the poison of heaven and earth from Feng Moshui's body according to the method recorded in the Art of Blaze. After drawing out the 100 poisons, Lin Ling brought them into the human body and attacked the 8 gates. The 100 poisons were exceedingly terrifying. If even a trace of it leaked out, it would be enough to kill countless people. Therefore, Lin Ling was very careful throughout the process. It was a good thing that the strength of his soul was strong enough to control the 100 poisons in the palm of his hand. As for Feng Moshui, when he realized that Lin Ling had actually drawn out a trace of his 100 poisons, he was as shocked as a celestial being. Where was the high and mighty air of the head of the imperial physician hole? He even wanted nothing more than to take Lin Ling as his master on the spot. Amazing, truly amazing. No wonder I've failed every time I tried to detoxify the poison all these years. It turns out that the accumulation of so many poisons can form the poison of heaven and earth. Feng Moshui said in admiration as he felt his entire body relax. Everything in the world has its own force. Apart from poison, battle intent, killing intent, ice, fire, and so on can also form the force of heaven and earth. It is an invisible force, and compared to the force of a cultivator, it has a hint of the resonance of heaven and earth. Lin Ling said faintly. Master, you're right. Feng Moshui became even more respectful, making Lin Ling speechless. This old fellow really seemed to think of him as a master. When will the poison be completely detoxified? Also, my condition is much better now. I can eat some spirit herbs to suppress the poison. Feng Moshui said with great anticipation. Come find me every 3 days, and after a month, I'll remove all the poison from your body. However, don't suppress the poison anymore, or else the poison will lose its intensity, and it won't be called the poison force of heaven and earth anymore. Therefore, the more intense the poison, the better. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Up until now, one of his 8 gates had already loosened, but it had yet to open. Therefore, he needed Feng Moshui's heaven and earth poison force to be even more ferocious. Feng Moshui was speechless. Try to eat some poison. Are you trying to kill me? Or do you think I'm not poisoned enough? How could he know that Lin Ling was currently borrowing his heaven and earth poison momentum to assault the 8 gates? However, he still believed in Lin Ling's words a little. Through their conversation, he also knew that this mysterious youth seemed to be a little stronger than him in the art of medicine. Perhaps, this youth had really learned all the medical books that had been recorded in the Imperial Medical Hall for thousands of years. With such talent, he was simply the #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Time passed slowly. During this month, Lin Ling had borrowed the heaven and earth poison force, battle intent, and the killing intent of the Flame Legion to continuously assault the 3 gates. As for cultivation, he had devoured the spirit ginseng fruit, allowing his strength to finally reach the peak of the earth spirit realm. As for the Flame Legion, their strength had increased greatly as well. Many of their soldiers had reached the earth spirit realm, and they were a terrifying army of tigers and wolves in Cloud Sea City. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of seclusion. As he gazed at the members of the Flame Legion and the Fire Ancient clan, his expression suddenly turned indifferent. 1 month ago, Dao Quang domineeringly came to our Fire Ancient clan and killed our loved ones. At that time, we were weak and could only passively defend. We allowed Dao Quang to leave with his arrogance. Today, we should give our brothers an explanation. Cold. The cold voice resounded in the sky above the Fire Ancient clan, causing everyone's expression to turn solemn. Until now, they still remembered the deaths of their brothers. Those brothers were good men who protected their home and didn't retreat even in death. However, the enemy was extremely arrogant and killed their brothers without asking for any reason. So, they had to take revenge. General, we'll listen to you. After a moment of silence, a large number of furious roars resounded, and everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. He would give his brothers an explanation. Tian Xiaoman, have you found Dao Quang's whereabouts? Lin Ling looked at Tian Xiaoman and asked. I'm here. Dao Quang is currently living in the eastern part of the inner city. He has his own mansion, and he's also the city lord of Gale City. He has 30,000 soldiers under his command, and his strength is at the peak of the Earth spirit realm. He's ranked among the 108 generals, and his master is King Wang Hai Wang. Tian Xiaoman spoke word by word. Dao Kuang's strength and background weren't small at all. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lin Ling. In their eyes, that slender and handsome youth was their king. Just a word from him and they would make the enemy pay 10 times the price. Lin Ling looked at them silently, and then looked up at the sky. He'd been alone when he'd come to this world. At that time, he'd been isolated and helpless, and he'd felt a deep sense of loneliness. But now, he had his friends, his family, and even his brothers. He cherished all of this very much. Not long ago, his brother had died at Dao Kuang's hands. Now, no matter who stood behind Dao Kuang, he would kill Dao Kuang. Let's go. A cold voice resounded, and it shook the spirits of everyone in the flame core. Then, they marched down the stairs and left. At the same time, the second prince and the other experts had learned of Lin Ling's goal. They sighed inwardly and knew that a storm was brewing in Ocean of Cloud City again. However, they weren't surprised because Lin Ling possessed the absolute strength to deal with the other two forces. The situation of the three kings wasn't one where the crown prince and the third prince ruled over everything. They had the right to speak as well. The battle of 100 generals is about to begin. It's time to let Ocean of Cloud City know how strong Lin Ling is. The second prince and the others moved out as well, preparing to welcome a new storm in Ocean of Cloud City. It was early in the morning, and the sun was charming. In the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, the streets, alleys, restaurants, and markets were bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people on the streets. Pack! Pack! Right at this moment, orderly footsteps resounded, and it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. It's the Fire Ancient Clan. Many people gasped when they saw the vast and mighty army in the distance. Currently, among the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, only the Fire Ancient Clan remained. Moreover, it was growing more and more prosperous, and it had become the #1 ancient clan in the outer city. Everyone knew that it was the Fire Ancient Clan's prodigy who brought all of this to the city, Lin Ling. The rumors about Lin Ling had been spreading like wildfire in the outer city. He was a peerless talent and was like a dragon among men. He had gained a firm foothold in the inner city at such a young age, and his strength and influence were extremely formidable. He was the youngest #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was early in the morning, and the sun was charming. In the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, the streets, alleys, restaurants, and markets were bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people on the streets. Pack! Right at this moment, orderly footsteps resounded, and it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. It's the Fire Ancient Clan. Chapter 334. Slaughtering their way into the inner city once again. Currently, among the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, only the Fire Ancient Clan remained. Furthermore, they were flourishing and had become the #1 ancient clan in the outer city. Everyone knew that the one who brought about all this was the prodigy of the Fire Ancient Clan, Lin Ling. Rumors about Lin Ling had already spread throughout the outer city. He was a peerless talent and was like a dragon among men. At such a young age, he had already established himself in the inner city. Furthermore, his strength and influence were extremely tyrannical. He was the youngest #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Is that Lin Ling? He is so young. Many people had grave expressions as they looked carefully at the leader of the army. They were shocked. The youth in the lead was handsome and elegant. His expression was calm, and he carried a large black sword on his back, giving people a pressure that made them not dare to look at him directly. As for the young girls in the outer city, their beautiful eyes sparkled as they looked at the youth. No matter where they were, with strength and a handsome appearance, such a youth would always be the idol of young girls. At this moment, all the strange gazes were directed at him. Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. He didn't take it to heart. His thoughts had already landed on the inner city. He had to kill Dao Quang. Compared to his calmness, ancestor Tai Yan, the various elders, and Lin Aofing's younger generation were different. Right now, they were filled with a strong sense of pride. Ever since the prodigy Lin Chen perished, the Fire Ancient clan had always been unknown. When had they ever been as glorious as today? I originally thought that I would never have the chance to enter the inner city in my lifetime. Kiki, I didn't expect to enter the inner city again today. Inner city. A place of royalty and nobility. I think it's just a so-so. The first time we entered the inner city, our Fire Ancient clan caused a huge commotion. This is the second time, but it's still the same. Lin Changqiang and the others spoke proudly and laughed as they conversed. Of course, they would occasionally look at the youth in front of them. Everyone in the Flame Legion looked at the young man, and the pride in their hearts grew stronger. Their brother was dead, killed by a big shot in the inner city, but their general was not afraid of power and led them into the inner city again, all for the sake of justice. Bang bang. The army marched straight in. That vast killing intent caused the streets to become even quieter. It wasn't until the army was far away that everyone returned to their normal state. Their hearts were still shaken. Where are they going? Someone asked in a low voice. I heard that they were going to charge into the inner city again. An old man exclaimed in shock. Once this statement was out, the streets became even more silent. Lin Ling had led an army into the inner city not long ago and forced the third prince to apologize, which shocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Everyone thought that this was the only time in the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that someone dared to lead an army into the inner city. However, he didn't expect that bringing the army into the Imperial City was just the beginning. Now, Lin Ling was once again brazenly forcing his way into the Imperial City. This Lin Ling is amazing. If only my family had a descendant like him. The seniors of many powers in the outer city sighed with emotion, and then all of them watched silently. They knew that a storm was brewing in Ocean of Cloud City today. At this moment, at the huge gate of the inner city, the Imperial Guards looked at the vast army in the distance and sucked in a breath of cold air. One of them trembled and asked, "Who is it?" Lin Ling. A calm voice echoed from afar, which caused the Imperial Guards to narrow their eyes. It was this youth again. Was he going to stir up a storm in the inner city again? Or was he going to force the third prince to ask for his men again? Make way for the city gate. A cold voice echoed, causing the Imperial Guards' hearts to tremble violently as they quickly made way for him. The current Lin Ling had risen to fame, and he was no longer the son of a village in the outer city who could be bullied as he wished. Right now, no one dared to look down on him. The army entered the inner city in a grandiose manner, and not a single Imperial Guard dared to obstruct them. Let alone Lin Ling, just the Flame Legion's soul-shaking killing aura was enough to send chills down their spines. Lin Ling was probably the only one who could lead such a horrifying army. It's Lin Ling again. What is he trying to do? After the army entered the inner city, its shocking imposing aura naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the various powers. They were extremely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance. He was leading an army into the inner city, and it was the second time. He was simply trampling the Cloud Sea Empire beneath his feet. Of course, the main reason was that they were curious. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Numerous gazes were paying attention to Lin Ling's movements, and it wasn't long before they saw the army walking towards a certain direction in the inner city. That direction seemed to be the residence of a general. It's Dao Quang. Someone suddenly reacted. After that, many people noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be going there for Dao Quang, a subordinate of King Wang Hai. King Wang Hai was a subordinate of the third prince, so Lin Ling was forcing the third prince to hand over Dao Quang and causing the third prince to lose his dignity once more. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. Everyone, let's go. I'd like to see who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so. The third prince, Yun Yifan, naturally received the news as well. He was so angry that his noble status of the imperial bloodline was once again trampled on by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he's just a lowly commoner. I don't understand where he gets his courage from. Tian Xuanzi also received the news. With a cold snort, he rushed over with the people from the imperial advisor's residence. Previously, Lin Ling had killed the bloodline of the imperial advisor's residence. Tian Xuanzi wanted to bring Lin Ling back to the imperial advisor's residence to take his life, but Lin Ling refused. At that time, Tian Xuanzi was furious and wanted to take his time to deal with Lin Ling. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to act so quickly and kill his way into the inner city in front of everyone. Right now, the imperial advisor's residence and the third prince were on the same side. If the third prince was humiliated, then the imperial advisor's residence wouldn't be any better. Second brother is getting more and more arrogant. His subordinate, Lin Ling, is so arrogant. After the crown prince heard the news, he sneered and quietly watched the situation change. Even now, he still didn't know that Lin Ling was the one who humiliated him in front of the 14th prince. The entire inner city was stirred up because of Lin Ling alone. However, Lin Ling was the hero of the Sky Fragrance ancient city last time, but he was slandered by the third prince. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to kill his way into the inner city. However, if there wasn't a good explanation this time, Lin Ling's arrogance would cause the big shots in the inner city to not agree. Dao Quang, get out here. At this moment, outside a luxurious mansion in the northwest, the members of the Flame Legion and the Fire Ancient clan were gathered. Their mighty aura shook the heavens, causing everyone in the mansion to tremble in fear. Dao Quang naturally sensed such a mighty aura. He frowned, obviously not expecting Lin Ling to kill his way into the inner city. Previously, he had arrogantly killed his way into the Fire Ancient clan, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the enemy's army. Initially, he wanted to slowly settle the score after the 100 Generals battle. However, today, Lin Ling didn't need him to settle the score. Lin Ling was here to settle the score himself. You've got guts. You're just a young boy, yet you dare to kill your way into the inner city to take revenge. However, I'd like to see if you have the strength to do so. Chapter 335. The terrifying Flame Legion Dao Quang wasn't afraid of Lin Ling at all. He was just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. If it wasn't for the army, he could easily kill him. What was there to be afraid of? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling was the one who forced him to back down during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. How dare you bring an army into the city? Lin Ling, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will establish prestige for the Cloud Sea dynasty and kill you. Dao Quang walked out of the mansion with one hand behind his back. He looked at the dense crowd and shouted. His boldness boosted the morale of the people behind him and made them even more confident. Silence. The Flame Legion was completely silent. Many soldiers suddenly wanted to laugh at Dao Quang's ignorance. Even now, Dao Quang still didn't understand the situation. He thought that he could look down on everyone just because he had the support of the third prince. Lin Ling also laughed coldly, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Explanation. I'm here to kill you today. Ha, can you kill me? I can kill all of you by myself. Dao Quang let out a disdainful laugh. A tyrannical aura burst out from his body. Endless blade chi swept out and slashed the ground around him. Dao Quang, the city lord of Gale City and 30,000 soldiers. His strength is indeed terrifying. It won't be easy for Lin Ling to kill him. Many people in Cloud Sea City were shocked when they saw this scene. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how great you are. Lin Ling smiled coldly and glanced at Tian Xiaoman. Tian Xiaoman nodded and waved her hand. The 50,000 soldiers of the Flame Legion behind her exploded with a powerful aura. It was endless killing intent and battle intent. One person's killing intent and battle intent might not be terrifying, but 50,000 people caused a powerful gale to sweep out. The space trembled and the clouds in the sky dispersed. Kill. The rolling aura surged towards Dao Kuang like a wave. Dao Kuang's pupils constricted and his great intent collapsed instantly. The blade on his back also shook. Pfft. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Dao Kuang's face paled as his eyes widened. This is the battle god intent. He was only at the peak of the earth spirit realm. How could he compare to the concentrated killing intent and battle intent of 50,000 people? What? Lin Ling's army has comprehended the concept of war god. In the distance, many people's complexions changed as they heard Crazy Blade's words. It had to be known that the concept of the war god was a powerful concept that could only be comprehended on the war god mountain. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to touch upon it. But now, one of Lin Ling's subordinates had managed to comprehend the concept of the war god. Lin Ling's soldiers were terrifying. Now, do you still dare to say that you are not afraid of my Flame Legion? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It was extremely powerful and carried with it an invisible pressure. Dao Kuang's face turned even paler. He didn't dare to say anything because Lin Ling's army wasn't an ordinary army. It could easily crush him. At first, he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's army, but now, he was afraid. Last time, you came to my Fire Ancient clan and acted tyrannically, killing a few of my brothers. At that time, my brothers said that it wouldn't be long before the debt of blood is paid in blood. I also said that I would take your life in a month. Today, I have come as promised. Indifferent. Lin Ling's indifferent voice came out of his mouth again, causing Dao Kuang to be even more terrified. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, but he was afraid of Lin Ling's army. Retreat! Retreat! Dao Kuang shouted anxiously and wanted to hide in his residence. That sudden change in attitude surprised the spectators once again. It was obvious that Dao Kuang was afraid. Don't be afraid of him, I will help you. Boom! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A figure had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. This person was like a god descending from the heavens, looking down at everything with arrogance. Then, he stepped on the clouds and walked down step by step. Lin Ling, you brought your army into the city to kill one person. What do you think the laws of the Cloud Sea Empire are? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Boom! After landing on the ground, the person coldly looked at Lin Ling with his hands behind his back. Wen Bingxian. Boom! Dao Kuang looked at the person with joy in his eyes. This person was one of the 108 stars standing above his head, and his strength had reached the terrifying early stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. There was a huge gap between the Sky Spirit Realm and the Earth Spirit Realm. No matter how strong Lin Ling's army's fighting spirit was, it didn't have much of an impact on a Sky Spirit Realm expert. Don't worry. I received orders from the Imperial Advisor's residence to help you. So with me here, no one can touch you. When Bingxian nodded faintly, extremely confident. It was as if his appearance could solve everything. Lin Ling and his 50,000 men couldn't stop him. Of course, with his strength and status, he had the right to be confident. Laws? Then when you came to my Fire Ancient clan and acted so arrogantly, do you have any rules in your heart? Lin Ling said coldly as he stared at the arrogant person. Wen Bingxian had also acted arrogantly when he came to the Fire Ancient clan to capture Lin Ling. It was just that Wen Bingxian didn't have the chance to kill him back then, so Lin Ling didn't plan on touching him for now. But now, Wen Bingxian had actually dared to come and throw away his life. Did he think that the early stage of the sky spirit realm was so great? Unfortunately, with this kind of strength, not to mention Lin Ling's Flame Legion, even Lin Ling had the absolute strength to obliterate the other party. Rules are built on strength. I have the strength, so I can humiliate your Fire Ancient clan. When Bingxian smiled faintly. His meaning was obvious. He had the absolute strength to be arrogant, so he could go to the Fire Ancient clan and sweep everything away. However, Lin Ling didn't. Are you sure you have the strength? Aren't you sure you'll die here today? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His attitude was extremely domineering. No matter who came today, he would kill Dao Quang. General Wen Bingxian, to catch bandits, first catch the leader. Kill Lin Ling first. After he's dead, his subordinates are quite strong, so you can take them all under your wing. Dao Quang was no longer as flustered as before, and he spoke coldly. Wen Bingxian's arrival made him extremely confident. He wanted to see how Lin Ling died in front of him. Moreover, Lin Ling nurtured such a strong legion. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else. That's a good suggestion. Yes. When Bingxian looked at the army behind Lin Ling with interest and nodded slightly. Your army belongs to me, and you have no conditions to refuse. Xiao. Whoosh. His figure turned into an afterimage as endless frost spread out. The aura of a heavenly spirit origin pill spread out. The ground was frozen, and the nearby streets were all covered in frost. A heavenly spirit realm cultivator was extremely terrifying. In front of Lin Ling, a large hand formed from ice grabbed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you humiliated me last time. This time, I'll take your life. Paw. 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 The air was frozen like snow in June, but Lin Ling was indifferent and still stood there quietly. This caused many people in the distance to shake their heads. Lin Ling actually didn't have the strength to fight back in the face of a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. It looked like Lin Ling had failed to enter the inner city today, and had even lost his life. Army formation, Vermilion Bird. Paw. A clear voice rang out at this moment. A thin girl dressed in white stood beside Lin Ling. She waved her delicate hand. Chapter 336. Arrogant and domineering, kill. Kill. Orderly shouts rang out as a huge vermilion bird image appeared above the army of 50,000. The vermilion bird looked as if it wanted to burn everything. Its aura was so strong that it actually melted the previously frozen streets. Kill. Kill. The army of 50,000 lined up in a mysterious formation. Countless amounts of battle intent condensed, causing the vermilion bird to look as if it had come back to life from ancient times. It flew towards Wen Bingxian. Rumble. The vermilion bird was formed by battle intent. Wherever it flew, thunder rumbled. What? This army is formed by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators? Kill. Wen Bingxian's expression changed greatly. He only saw an ancient divine bird flying towards him, wanting to take his life. Ice sealing heaven and earth. Kill. He shouted loudly. However, this still couldn't stop the terrifying vermilion bird's battle intent. The sea of battle intent instantly drowned him, turning him into dust. Although he was a sky spirit realm cultivator, he only had a red level origin core. His innate spirit body was only at the 9th grade. How could he be a match for the vermilion bird's formation? One had to know that this formation was formed by a large number of Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, and their military advisor was the mysterious heavenly concubine. The sky quieted down. The crowd in the distance was completely silent. When Bingxian was dead, he couldn't even block one move from Lin Ling's army. That army was formed by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. This was too terrifying. A sky spirit realm cultivator died just like that. How is this possible? Kill. Dao Kuang seemed to be unable to accept the reality in front of him as he kept shaking his head. He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die when Bingxian arrived. He never thought that Lin Ling's flame army would be so terrifying. How did Lin Ling cultivate this army? He naturally didn't know that Lin Ling had used the war god's intent, the spirit ginseng fruit, and the heavenly concubine's mysterious formation to cultivate such a terrifying army. Is there anyone who can save you now? Kill. A disdainful voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making it difficult for Dao Kuang to breathe again. Lin Ling was crushing him. No matter what methods Dao Kuang used, Lin Ling could easily defeat them. At the same time, Lin Ling also defeated Dao Kuang's arrogant heart, letting Dao Kuang know that no one in this world could save him today. At the same time, it was Lin Ling's way of displaying his strength to the city. He wanted all the restless powers to know that those who dared to touch the members of his Fire Ancient clan would be annihilated no matter how far away they were. What a powerful army! Lin Ling, you're even more powerful than this old man imagined. Right at this moment, a voice that carried surprise resounded, and then a large number of figures appeared around the estate. It caused the atmosphere in the city to become even more oppressive, and many gasped as they gazed at those mysterious figures who'd arrived. As for Dao Kuang, he was ecstatic. He knew that he was going to be saved today. State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi, His Majesty the Third Prince, and King Wang Hai, the three elite figures of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom are all here. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the expressions of many turned slightly solemn as they gazed at the mysterious figures who'd arrived. Today, Lin Ling had led his army into the inner city once more, but he'd been obstructed by three top-rate figures. Obviously, Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side. However, Lin Ling was really bold to be able to make three top-rate figures make an appearance at the same time. Of course, even though he was bold, Lin Ling's current situation was probably quite troublesome as well. You beat up the young, and now the old are here. All of you really are shameless. However, while many wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with those three top-rate figures, Lin Ling's ridiculing words had resounded. Lin Ling, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The third prince gazed coldly at Lin Ling while a cold glow flickered in the depths of his eyes. He'd watched this young man grow up, and now, he'd become a huge threat to him. Furthermore, he'd lost to Lin Ling time and time again, making him feel that it was getting harder to control Lin Ling. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why do you have to say such words that give you face? Don't you think it's too hypocritical? Lin Ling shook his head and let out a smile. That calmness made it seem like he wasn't afraid of the arrival of the three top-rate figures. That's right, third brother. You didn't ask about the process and didn't ask who was right or wrong before making an appearance. This is forcing us to make an appearance, too. Right at this moment, behind Lin Ling, a large number of elite experts had appeared. There was the second prince, Sovereign King Li, Duke Duan, and He Yenshan. All of them were influential figures that could shake the Heaven Mystics Kingdom with a single move. Previously, they had been biding their time as they wanted to see how the third prince was going to deal with this matter. If the third prince was going to make an appearance, then they would have to make an appearance as well. This is General Lin's private matter, and it isn't our place to interfere. If you want to interfere, then we'll accompany you. The second prince, Yunixuan, spoke indifferently, which caused the people from the kingdom marshal's residence to have an unpleasant expression. Lin Ling's rallying power was getting bigger and bigger. Right now, he was able to make all the experts focus on him and support him no matter what the consequences were. That's right, third brother. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Right now, it is Dao Kuang who was rude first, and Lin Ling is just seeking justice. Could it be that Dao Kuang's life is a life, but Lin Ling's soldiers are not lives? It is better for us not to interfere in this matter. Right at this moment, another large number of figures arrived. The leader was actually the 14th prince, and behind him were all the princes from the Cloud Sea City. You guys. The third prince, Yun Yifun's eyes widened. Even the various princes had come out to support Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's reputation was even higher than his, Yun Yifun's, reputation. He thought that with the three top figures coming out, Lin Ling would definitely return in disgrace today, and might even die here. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would give them a heavy slap in the face? In terms of strength, they were still a bit lacking. This young man really can't be underestimated. Unknowingly, he actually has such rallying power. The kingdom marshal, Tian Xuanzi, also had an ugly expression. These princes were all his students in the past, but today, they had all become Lin Ling's people, and all of them were supporting Lin Ling. To him, this was like a student slapping his teacher's face. It made his reputation as a person of virtue and prestige extremely ironic. I thought that those who can become everyone's teacher are virtuous and have a kind heart. But from the looks of it, that's all there is to it. Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony has already lost face, and today, you are going to lose face again. You don't have to be the kingdom marshal anymore. Right at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. It was a disdain for the kingdom marshal's residence. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Tian Xuanzi's old face was flushed red with anger. Today's matter was a huge matter that everyone was paying attention to. If he was ridiculed by this young man, Lin Ling, how would he have any face left in the future? Dao Kuang must be killed today. If you all continue to be obstinate, then you should know the consequences. Lin Ling spoke coldly again. Presumptuous. He was disregarding the three top figures and directly killing them. From another perspective, the kingdom marshal's residence, the third prince, and one of the four kings, Wang Hai Wang, were nothing in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling didn't even need to give any face to them. Lin Ling, you are so tyrannical. When they heard Lin Ling's statement, all the people in the distance gasped. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only the Crown Prince would dare to say something like this. But now, there was one more person, and it was Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. Chapter 337. Mad Blade Lin Ling. Tian Xuanzi and Yun Yifan clenched their teeth. They wanted to punish Lin Ling severely, but it was impossible. Lin Ling's forces weren't any smaller than his. If they were to clash head-on, they might be the ones to suffer. They could only watch as Lin Ling obliterated Dao Kuang. Moreover, this also meant that Lin Ling had surpassed them, becoming an even stronger character above them. In the competition for Cloud Sea Monarch, they had already lost half a step to Lin Ling. Are you still not going to scram? Looking at the silent Yun Yifan and the others, Lin Ling coldly shouted again. Get lost. Asking the respected state preceptor and the third prince to get lost. They had come with confidence, but now they had to leave in disgrace and watch Lin Ling kill his subordinates. This was a great humiliation. That's right, third brother. Scram. His Majesty the Second Prince also smiled faintly and issued an invitation. He and the third prince were enemies, so at this moment, there was no need for him to hold back. If the third prince had the advantage now, he believed that the third prince would not hold back either. The struggle for royal power had always been like this. Human relations were secondary. No one can save me. Sensing that the imperial advisor and his majesty were both speechless from the humiliation, Dao Kuang was suddenly at a loss. Back then, he had bullied Lin Ling because he was weak and didn't put him in his eyes. However, he had never thought that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would surpass him. Now, even the master above him didn't dare to speak. Lin Ling, I will take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to kill me, fine. But do you dare to fight me to the death in front of everyone? Quang Dao suddenly shouted. His words made the Imperial advisor's eyes light up. Currently, Lin Ling's power had already surpassed the state preceptors, so they couldn't meet force with force. However, there was still a way to kill Lin Ling. That's right. Since you're here to seek justice, don't rely on your subordinates. Go on stage yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to convince the crowd. Tian Xuanzi said. He was trying to goad Su Mo. The Imperial advisor's residence is really shameless. With my current subordinates and forces, I can definitely kill Dao Quang, but you're trying to provoke me into a life and death battle. Is this the so-called Imperial advisor's residence? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His words made many people nod their heads. Lin Ling currently had the power to decide everything, but the Imperial advisor's residence was making people fight to the death. It was somewhat shameless. Tian Xuanzi's face reddened, but he couldn't care less about his face right now. He sneered, "You don't dare. You're a great general with countless experts under your command, and you've even asked the top experts to support you. Yet, you're just a piece of trash. Nice to look at but useless. Such a great general, there's no point in following him." That's right. As one of the 100 generals, are you such a coward? Dao Quang sneered as if he had caught on to something. The master is shameless, but the servant is also shameless. You want me to fight to the death? Don't you see the difference in age between us? Lin Ling laughed. His mocking laughter made Dao Quang's face turn ugly. However, Lin Ling nodded his head quickly. I don't understand why you're trying to goad me into a fight. It's as if you're sure to win. Let's fight to the death then. My brother died in your hands, so I'll end your life with my own hands. After saying that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The Imperial preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, and the others were stunned. They thought that Lin Ling had seen through the goading and wouldn't fight. However, Lin Ling's straightforwardness made them unable to react. Could it be that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death? Lin Ling was at the late stage of the earthly spirit realm, while Dao Quang was at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. Moreover, Dao Quang was ranked in the top 100 of the 108 generals. How could Lin Ling be qualified to fight? The two of them walked out slowly. Countless eyes were watching this battle. At present, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. However, not many people knew about his strength. Many people would never have guessed that Lin Ling was Lin Yiming of the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy. A rising general against a veteran general. Interesting. Right now, in a restaurant in the Cloud Sea City, several figures were gathered. These people were all very young and were around 20 years old. They were all dressed differently. There were both men and women. They were all watching the situation on Lin Ling's side. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. These people's auras were like the sea and extremely terrifying. Every one of them was actually a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. The Heaven Spirit Realm was the highest martial realm in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. These people were all very young and had limitless potential. They were none other than the top 30 geniuses of the 108 star generals. These prodigies didn't like to participate in the power struggles in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They lived by martial arts and wandered the world. They only returned to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom when the 100 Generals battle was about to begin. They were especially disdainful of the generals who were still immersed in the power struggles. After all, they had left the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and knew that there was always someone better. Only strength represented everything. Power. What was the use? Right now, they had just returned and saw the old general and the new general having a life and death battle. They were instantly interested. Dao Quang can't even block a single move from me. However, that rising general, Lin Ling, is probably weaker. He is too young and is only relying on his subordinates. What a joke. He is so short-sighted. Doesn't he know that after reaching the middle stage of the heaven spirit realm, he already has the initial strength to change everything? He actually accepted the battle. After controlling the situation, he actually chose to accept the battle with the weakest advantage. It seems like he is also an idiot. All the prodigies spoke with disdain. It was obvious that none of the 108 generals thought highly of Lin Ling. In fact, there weren't many people who thought highly of Lin Ling. Many of them thought that Lin Ling was too foolish. He didn't use a powerful legion to eliminate Dao Kuang and chose to have a life and death battle. Wasn't this courting death? Especially the marshal and the others. They were waiting to see the scene of Lin Ling regretting. Only the second prince's side was still calm. Did Lin Ling need to fear Dao Kuang? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Very well, let's have a fight and all our grievances will be written off. Dao Kuang no longer panicked under the countless gazes. He was only afraid of the Flame Legion, not Lin Ling. Indeed, only one of us can live. I said that I would take your life in a month, so I will keep my promise. Lin Ling stared at Dao Kuang with a calm expression. You want my life in a month? Dao Kuang frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard these words somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He shook his head and smiled. It's useless to say more. If you die, your subordinates will have to retreat and they are not allowed to cause trouble for me. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling frowned. Dao Kuang was like an ant in his heart. He couldn't understand why Dao Kuang would say so much nonsense when he was about to die. I'll take it as you agreeing. However, I still admire your ignorance. You dare to challenge me to a life and death battle? I will kill you in 3 slashes. Dao Kuang waved his hand and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. A wave of sword energy exuded from it. Use your fire energy, or you won't have a chance. Chapter 338. Sound of Heaven Temple Rumble. Saber intent gushed out and the clouds in the sky were split apart. The crowd could only see a 50-meter-long saber slashing towards Lin Ling. What a terrifying saber intent. Many people were shocked. The strength of the 100 generals was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling can't hold on any longer. The third prince Yun Yifan sneered. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being killed. That way, his greatest enemy would be annihilated. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's face was cold. Dark golden light flickered from his left fist. He looked forward with his cold eyes. I wanted to kill you the last time, but you refused. I said I would kill you a month later. Today, you're taking the initiative. Swoosh. He looked at the saber slashing down from the sky and pounced forward as if he wanted to take the saber head-on. Is he courting death? The Imperial Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, frowned slightly. But for some reason, Lin Ling's aura felt familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He wanted to kill me the last time. Dao Kuang's eyes flickered continuously. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he would kill Dao Kuang a month later. This meant that Lin Ling had said these words to Dao Kuang a month ago, but Dao Kuang had not seen Lin Ling in the past month. And now, Lin Ling said that he wanted to kill him the last time. The last time. Could it be? Dao Kuang suddenly had a terrifying thought. The only person who said the same thing to him the last time was the mysterious young man during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Could you be the young man who killed the General of Dragons and Tigers during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers? Dao Kuang shouted in horror. His words caused the Imperial Preceptor and Yun Yifan's eyes to narrow. It's too late to realize that now. A cold voice resounded. Lin Ling was like a god of war descending from the heavens. His dark golden fist was invincible. Crack! The saber in the sky turned golden under the force of the punch and exploded. The force of the punch caused the entire Cloud Sea city to gasp. The punch broke the saber, and it was the saber that broke. Whoosh! Lin Ling's figure went straight for Dao Quang. His dark golden fist was filled with endless fighting spirit, as if it was the fist of the god of war. Chant! Many people heard the familiar voice, which reminded them of the mysterious youth who was like a dark horse a month ago. At this moment, many answers appeared. Why did that young man oppose the imperial advisor's residence? Why did he dare to accept Dao Quang's challenge? Because that mysterious young man was Lin Ling. Previously, many people mocked Lin Ling for giving up the strongest army and choosing a life and death battle. It was a foolish move. But now, Dao Quang was the foolish one. He dared to challenge Lin Ling. He was courting death. Boom! A dull sound rang out as the dark golden fist landed on Dao Quang's chest. Dao Quang was unable to block it at all. Dao Quang's eyes widened as a look of disbelief flashed across them. He had lost. But in reality, he'd lost a long time ago. No matter how formidable the great figures he'd summoned were, no matter what schemes he'd used to deceive Lin Ling, the outcome had been decided, and it was death. It was even to the extent that the moment he dared to show off his strength at the Fire Ancient clan, his fate had been decided. His pupils dilated, and he seemed to still be unable to believe that a dignified general like him would actually die here. Bang! Dao Quang's body exploded apart. There was no blood and flesh that rained down, and it transformed into boundless golden light instead. It was like he was a golden rock that had been blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch, and the rock transformed into golden powder. That was the might of the fist of the war god, and it obliterated everything. Lin Ling walked over amidst the boundless golden light. His calm appearance and slender figure caused the surroundings and even the entire city to become deathly silent. Dao Quang had lost. Lin Ling didn't just possess a formidable force, his own strength was extremely terrifying as well. It's you. Dao Quang. Tian Xuanzi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Lin Ling. For some reason, he suddenly felt regret. When Lin Ling killed Yang Fading and his brother, he didn't ask about the process or who was right and who was wrong. He domineeringly sent Lin Ling to his death. The price he paid for that was that Lin Ling had humiliated him over and over again. He'd lost face during the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, and now he'd lost even more face. He's that young man from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, Lin Yiming from 14th Brother's side. Great, so Lin Yiming is Lin Ling. No wonder he's always going against me. The Crown Prince was observing the situation from afar as well, and his face instantly turned livid when he saw Lin Ling who'd risen up like a dazzling star. During the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, the mysterious young man had taken out a large amount of spirit ginseng fruits, so it wasn't difficult to guess that the young man's spirit ginseng fruits were definitely from the late Emperor's treasure. Since the young man from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger was Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling had obtained the late Emperor's treasure. Most importantly, Lin Ling wasn't just talented, he was also terrifyingly intelligent. He actually knew how to hide his identity and use other methods to suppress his opponent, humiliating his opponent to the point that he couldn't even show his face. You're here to avenge your father when I forced him to his death, right? Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The Crown Prince's voice was low, but then he smiled. However, you're much stronger than your father. In that case, you're barely qualified to be my opponent. Monstrous waves had arisen throughout the entire city because of Lin Ling, and it seemed deathly silent for a time. The enemy has been dealt with, and I can answer to my brothers. Let's go. Ignoring the shocked gazes around him, Lin Ling walked back and spoke to the Flame Corps. Yes, General. Yes. Everyone's blood boiled. This was their general. Even if he had to go against the entire world, he wouldn't be afraid and would still seek justice for his brothers. Such a general was worth following for a lifetime. At this moment, many people's loyalty to Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. Many years later, they would follow the Fire Ancient clan. As for State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi and the others, they were filled with killing intent, but they could only watch as Lin Ling proudly left. After all, Lin Ling had come for revenge. If they wanted to seek justice, then they would have to face the crusade of all of Lin Ling's forces. That wasn't a situation they wanted to see. When two tigers fought, only the crown prince would benefit. Therefore, they could only remain silent. My Buddha is merciful. Aren't you afraid that your martial heart will become unstable after going on a killing spree? Calm. Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. Under numerous gazes, a large number of figures walked over from afar. All of them wore golden robes, were bald, and had benevolent appearances. They weren't old, and the leader was a young man around 25 years old. Their pace wasn't fast, but it seemed to have a mysterious charm. Especially the young man in the lead, he was also bald, but his body emitted golden light from time to time, as if he was a Vajra-arhat. People from Sublime Court Temple. Yes. State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi frowned. He knew where these people came from, and also knew that the forces behind them were extremely terrifying. You have a problem. Chapter 339. Golden Buddha Bronze Sound Formation. Lin Ling also sensed that although the young man was at the same level as Wen Bingxian, his strength was obviously more than just a bit stronger than her. It looked like the sky spirit realm was the same as the earth spirit realm. There were differences in strength between those of the same level, and the level of the spirit body determined the difference. You're too sharp. If this continues, you'll surely be possessed by evil spirits and ultimately suffer from cultivation deviation. The young man put his hands together and spoke with extreme calmness. You don't need to worry about that. What do you want to do? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the person. At the same time, the second prince also walked over and spoke a few words into Lin Ling's ear with a serious expression. The Sublime Court Temple. The only sect recognized by the Cloud Sea Empire. It was said that this sect was devoted to kindness and could communicate with the heavens and earth, seeing through the past and present of others. It was the highest sect of the Cloud Sea Empire. The Empress Dowager was one of its believers. It was obvious that this strength had something to do with the Empress Dowager. The depth of its foundation was naturally greater than that of the imperial tutor's residence and the various princes. The bald young man was called Yanzenzi and was also a great general of the 108 stars, ranked number 28. It was obvious that Lin Ling's sharp edge today had displeased the Empress Dowager. Buddha is merciful. Your killing intent is too strong, so this one wishes to expel it so that you can be a sensible person from now on and belong to the Sublime Court Temple. Yanzenzi spoke faintly. Ha! Lin Ling laughed heartily. He suddenly felt like he'd returned to the previous world. He hadn't thought that there would be Buddhas in this world. He had a heart of worship for Buddha. But there were true Buddhas and false Buddhas. For example, some people used Buddha's reputation to fish for compliments and steal from the world. These were not uncommon, and Lin Ling felt extreme disdain for such people. Buddha was sincere and worthy of reverence, but he wouldn't allow others to use Buddha to slander him. What right do you have to decide my future? If you want me to belong to you, isn't that the same as imprisoning me? Do you think I'm stupid? Looking at the calm Yanzenzi, Lin Ling indifferently smiled. Yanzenzi's face was still calm. Your Excellency, the demonic nature is too strong. But I know that this is not your original intention. You are just blinded by the clouds of the world. Please return to Tian'an Temple. Don't speak as if you have seen through the prosperity of the world. If you really have Buddha in your heart, why are you one of the 108 general stars? Could it be that the Buddhists were still unable to let go of fame and fortune? Therefore, let me remind you that Buddha needs to be revered. People like you who use Buddha's name to steal from the world will face retribution sooner or later. Lin Ling's face suddenly turned cold, and the words of ridicule floated out from his mouth. The young man's pupils shrank. Clearly, he did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to humiliate him. The people around also sucked in a breath of cold air. Tian'an Temple is a supreme sect. It has always been centered on justice and benevolence. However, in Lin Ling's words, it was a group of people who stole from the world. Are you trying to say that the title of General Star was given by the Cloud Sea Empire? It's what everyone wants. It's not what you want. Please, don't use this old excuse. If you are really righteous and benevolent, why didn't you come out when I killed Dao Quang, but after Dao Quang died, you came out? Your goal is to capture me, isn't it? But Dao Quang is still alive, and you don't have a convincing excuse to capture me, so you need to sacrifice Dao Quang. I've seen Buddhas before, but not like you. Lin Ling's sneer became thicker, but every word was like a gem. Many people secretly nodded. If what Lin Ling said was true, then this Jinzi was too shameless and despicable. Using the name of Buddha, he pretended to be righteous and benevolent. In fact, he wanted to find an excuse to convict Lin Ling. A cold light flashed in the depths of Jinzi's eyes, and a wave of anger rippled in his heart. Obviously, he did have such thoughts, but Lin Ling said it out loud in front of everyone, which was undoubtedly equivalent to giving him a slap in the face. His hypocrisy, whether others believe it or not, was also exposed to the world. Sire, it seems that you have entered the devil's barrier. You must be cleansed by the Buddha's voice. Jinzi's voice also became colder. But he still pretended to be righteous and benevolent. It seemed that he represented justice and whatever Lin Ling said was false. It was like he was a devil's barrier. 49 Buddhas come out. Golden Buddha bronze sound array. Jinzi said indifferently. Behind him, a large number of disciples in robes walked out. They sat cross-legged and slowly chanted Buddhist scriptures. Sire, you don't have to worry. I will remove the devil's barrier for you. You should try not to resist. Only in this way can your heart be clear. Jinzi's calm voice came out. He was extremely shameless. He was obviously going to attack Lin Ling. But he still said that he was thinking for the other party. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Towards this kind of sanctimonious guy, a murderous intent rose in his heart. But at this time, Endless Buddha's voice came, forming a huge transcendence golden body. Notes circled around Lin Ling. It seemed to represent the sound of justice. And this attack was a soul attack, only targeting Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling. Everyone anxiously shouted. They were also angry at Jinzi's shamelessness. It's okay. Everyone, don't come over. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came out, which shocked everyone. Lin Ling didn't seem to need their help. Could he really be affected by the Sublime Court Temple's heavenly voice? At this moment, Jinzi's eyes turned cold. This was the Golden Buddha Bronze Sound Array. It was set up by 49 children. These children had special innate spirit bodies and were compatible with sound wave martial arts. As long as the person was surrounded by the sound array, if his soul spirit wasn't strong enough, he would be stunned by the sound of justice and be brought back by the Sublime Cord Temple. By then, the Sublime Cord Temple could say that this person had been possessed by the devil and had to be brought back to the Sublime Cord Temple to cleanse the devil. In the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they had used this method to capture countless experts alive. When those experts were captured, the world didn't sympathize with them. Instead, they felt that those experts had the devil's nature in their hearts. Hence, they revered the Sublime Cord Temple even more. This child must die. Subsequently, Yin Jinzi sat cross-legged and constantly chanted the Buddha's voice. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely delighted. He didn't expect that when these bald donkeys chanted the Buddha's voice together, it actually formed a force of heaven and earth. It was the force of heaven and earth's justice. This was a rare opportunity. He had to use this force of justice to open one of the 8 doors again. Lin Ling also sat cross-legged and used the tadpole-like sounds to constantly attack the 8 doors in his body. It seems like Lin Ling has been captured. When the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged, he thought that Lin Ling's soul spirit was attacked by the Buddha's voice. He instantly sneered. After all, the soul spirit attack of 49 children was extremely terrifying. The third prince was also rejoicing in Jiang Yi's misfortune. This enemy was finally eliminated. They sneered as they waited for Lin Ling to become a cripple. However, things weren't that simple. A moment later, a languid and indifferent voice echoed from the Buddha's voice. "I say, did you guys not eat? This voice of justice is too weak." Sigh. Chapter 340. Breaking the array. This kid's demon heart is stronger than expected. Everyone, increase your strength. Veins popped out on Yin Jinzi's forehead. Lin Ling's words seemed to be mocking them, causing his heart to turn cold. Buzz. 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 A sound like a bronze bell reverberated in the air, and the entire city was filled with the sound of Buddha's voice. What a terrifying sound wave attack. Everyone was shocked. Even those standing far away were affected. It was difficult to imagine what sort of suffering Lin Ling would suffer at the center of it. However, at this moment, Lin Ling wasn't in as much pain as they'd imagined. His soul force was extremely powerful, and the 49 people's golden Buddha copper sound formation didn't affect him at all. Instead, he relied on the powerful sound of justice to attack the 8 gates. At present, he relied on the world's battle intent, killing intent, and poison to open the gate of opening, gate of healing, and gate of life. Now, the 4th gate of pain was slowly opening. Once the 8 gates were opened, the demonic flames would enter his body. Not good. This sound of justice is still lacking in ferocity. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. The golden Buddha copper sound formation wasn't as strong as he'd imagined, causing the opening of the gates to be too slow. This slow speed caused Lin Ling's blood to surge, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's bleeding. Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, causing the Grand Preceptor and the others to sneer even more. Disciples of Buddha, heed my command. Increase the strength of the Buddha's voice. Yin Jinzi was delighted, and an even louder sound of justice surged towards Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that the reason Lin Ling was bleeding was because the sound of justice was too weak, causing the opening of the gates to be obstructed. Now that Yin Jinzi and the others had increased the strength of the Buddha's voice, this was what Lin Ling wanted to see. Because the golden Buddha copper sound formation was larger, Lin Ling wouldn't be injured, and the success rate of opening the gate of pain would be higher. Just like when a cultivator was at the critical point of breaking through, if there weren't enough external resources, then the cultivator would be in danger of being injured. However, if there were an endless supply of external resources, then the cultivator's breakthrough would be smoother. Right now, the voice of justice was the resource for a breakthrough. The stronger it was, the better. The 4th door is about to open, I have to get them to put in more effort. Lin Ling thought. He bit his tongue, and another drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's injured again. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yin Jinzi's spirit was shaken once more as he frantically exerted his strength. Behind him, the foreheads of the Buddhist children were full of sweat, but success or failure depended on this one move. Therefore, they all gave it their all and worked hard. A moment later, with a poof, the the 49 arhats' faces turned pale and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Today, they had used up all their energy to set up the golden Buddha copper sound formation. Now, all of them were injured. Even Injinzi's face was somewhat pale, as if he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. His soul force had been severely depleted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The arhats who set up the formation were all injured. Lin Ling's fate was foreseeable. When they looked at Lin Ling again, their eyes were wide open. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the center, floated up. His long hair fluttered, and his face was calm. A mysterious aura was emitted from his body. Although his realm did not increase, everyone could sense that Lin Ling seemed to have opened something and broken through the limits of the human body. As for injuries, Lin Ling seemed to be stronger than before. What was going on? The Imperial Preceptor and the rest were all gaping in disbelief. Thanks to your care, the gate of pain of the 8 doors has finally opened. At this moment, an indifferent voice was heard. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flickered in his eyes. Opening the 8 doors. Lin Ling was actually using the golden Buddha copper sound formation to open the 8 doors, and it seemed to have succeeded. This meant that not only did the golden Buddha copper sound formation not kill Lin Ling, but it also increased Lin Ling's strength. Poof! The faces of the arhats were as ugly as death. They spat out another mouthful of blood, and some arhats completely fainted. Poof! Injinzi was stunned for a moment, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. They had spent so much effort, but it was actually a wedding dress for the enemy. The voice of justice is just this. If the heart is not righteous, how can there be justice? Lin Ling floated down, and his handsome face carried a touch of indifference and mockery. He walked step by step towards Injinzi. Your demonic nature is more terrifying than I imagined. Even the golden Buddha copper sound formation could not subdue you. Injinzi gritted his teeth, and there was no trace of the calm and benevolent look he had at the beginning. Demonic nature. Lin Ling snorted. This Injinzi attacked him in the name of justice. After he broke the formation, he still shamelessly accused him, as if to say that he, Injinzi, was the side of justice, representing the sublime sound temple, and no matter what he did, it was evil. Good and evil are in the heart. You said that I am a demon, but why is your voice of justice not affecting me? Lin Ling asked coldly. Injinzi's face changed a little. In fact, he was also wondering what the reason was. You can't say it, right? Then I will tell you. It is because your heart is not righteous. You are just wearing the cloak of justice and using the banner of justice. What a joke. If your heart is not righteous, what is the use of the cloak of justice? Lin Ling spoke with an overbearing aura. You said you are righteous. May I ask if you helped with the war in the Sky Fragrance Ancient City? Let me ask you again. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is changing. Countless clans and factions have been submerged. The ones suffering are the commoners. Where is your benevolence? I am not a saint, but at least I am not fighting for my own selfish interests. I am fighting for the peace of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Can you compare? The so-called justice of the Sublime Sound Temple is actually built on tyrannical strength. If you are strong, you will tell others that you are righteous. If others oppose you, you will obliterate them. Your justice comes from this. A few sentences were like the brilliance of heaven's prowess. It was like the voice of justice that floated in the entire Cloud Sea city. At this moment, Injinzi had no words to refute. He took a step back with a stomp while his eyes congealed. With regards to Lin Ling's words, many of them agreed in their hearts. Everything that Lin Ling had done was obvious to all. At least as compared to the Heaven Court Temple, Lin Ling was much more open and upright, and he had contributed much more to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Was Yin Jinzi qualified to talk about justice and benevolence in front of Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Yin Jinzi's eyes were burning with flames. His cloak of justice had been torn apart by Lin Ling. His ugly face was exposed to the world. The mysterious sublime sound temple didn't seem to be as righteous and benevolent as imagined. My Buddha is merciful. No matter how eloquent your tongue is, it is all lies to mislead the masses. No matter what, I will bring you back to the sublime sound temple today. Yin Jinzi seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Bring them up. With a wave of his hand, 2 boys walked out from the crowd and brought along 2 young ladies. The 2 young ladies were tied up, and their eyes were revealing anger. You, Xiaolon. Looking at the 2 young ladies, Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. There was a surge of anger in his heart.